in support of Hamas and directed against U.S. interests since the outbreak of the conflict. Thus far, Iranian-aligned militant groups have conducted over 50 attacks against U.S. forces in Iraq and Syria using rockets and unmanned aerial systems. This is in addition to several instances of Israel-focused attacks, missiles and UAS attacks by the Yemen-based Houthis, and the daily paramilitary attacks on Israel by Hezbollah, which also happens to be a globally capable terrorist organization. Even as the United States comes up under attack, we assess Iran and Hezbollah are trying to walk a very fine line in the region, avoiding overt actions that risk opening them up to a more direct conflict with Israel or the United States, while still exacting costs by enabling anti-US and anti-Israel attacks. Iran's current regional activities come on top of an already aggressive global posture over the last several years, including attempted attacks in the United States aimed at Iranian dissidents or in retaliation against former U.S. government officials that it deems responsible for the 2020 death of Quds Force Commander Qasem Soleimani. It is clear that even in today's heightened threat environment, significant CT pressure brought to bear against terrorist groups over the last 2 decades, along with investments in effective CT defenses here at home, has resulted in an overall diminished directed terrorist threat to the United States homeland. However, as evidenced by the events of the past 6 weeks, the threat landscape is highly dynamic. Our country must preserve its CT fundamentals to ensure constant vigilance. Among these fundamentals is the intelligence collection enabled by Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, which provides key indications and warning on terrorist plans and intentions and supports international terrorist disruptions. I respectfully urge Congress to reauthorize this vital authority, not only for its CT benefits, but for the benefits it brings across a range of national security challenges. At the National Counterterrorism Center, we are part of a whole-of-government CT architecture that is foundational to our national security. And though built with 9/11 as its backdrop, this architecture has proven adaptive to today's environment and capable of addressing an inherently unpredictable range of terrorist adversaries. For those who serve as part of this CT community, I would like to end with a thank you. Your years of dedication to the CT mission has done so much to protect this country from terrorism. The United States has relied upon you time and again, and today is no exception. With that, I welcome your questions.
Thank you, Director Abizaid. Members will be recognized by order of seniority for their 5 minutes of questioning. An additional round of questioning may be called after all the members have been recognized. I want to also acknowledge the many members on this committee on both sides of the aisle who have been fighting the terrorist attack in their service in the United States military. So those who are veterans here have been doing that, and those in the government service doing that before you came to Congress. Thank you for your service. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes of questioning. Director Ray, since January of 2021, approximately 1.8 million illegal alien gotaways have evaded Border Patrol and entered our country. And this doesn't even account for the unknown gotaways, which former Border Patrol Chief Raul Ortiz testified before this committee could be about 20% of that number, meaning the real number of gotaways is well over 2 million. Can the FBI guarantee the American people that known or suspected terrorists, including any from Hamas or other terror groups, are not amongst those gotaways?
Well, certainly the group of people that you're talking about are a source of great concern for us. That's why we're aggressively using all 56 of our joint terrorism task forces.
But there's really no way for you to guarantee that Hamas isn't in those.
Well, again, as you say, there's the unknown unknown and the known unknown. But what I can tell you is that our 56 joint terrorism task forces are working their tail off to make sure that they suss out and identify potential terrorist suspects, whether they're on the watch list or not.
You think that number, that increased number, increases the threat to the American citizens?
I think anytime you have a group of people in the United States that we don't know nearly enough about, that is a source of concern for us from a perspective in our lane of protecting Americans
So
here.
wording it maybe another way, if it were lower, if that number were lower and the border wasn't as open as it is, and we'd be safer.
I think greater fidelity about who's coming in this country and how they're getting in is essential to making sure we protect Americans from all sorts of threats, including a potential terrorist attack.
Yeah, I do too. Director Ray, since taking office, we've had, with the policies that are implemented at the border, 6.5 million Southwest border encounters and a total of 7.8 million nationwide. Does it concern the FBI that the policies of this administration and the Department of Homeland Security are allowing this unprecedented number of unknown and unvetted people into the country? I know it's a rewording of the previous question, but go ahead and answer.
Well, again, I want to stay in my lane. When it comes to physical security, border security, I want to defer to Department of Homeland Security on that.
But that increased number is increasing the challenge before you in the FBI, right?
But certainly I can tell you that we have seen an increase in the number of so-called KSTs attempting to cross in the last 5 years. And we are concerned not just about the people who are watch listed,
well, why do you
about those who could have gotten in some other way and about whom you may not have sufficient information at the time they came in to identify them as a source of.
Those individuals that watch list that we talk about, why do you think in 4 years before this there were only 11 and suddenly there are 294 in the past few years? Why do you think that's so?
I can't really speak to that issue. It's not in my lane. I can tell you that the threats that come from the other side of the border are very much consuming all 56 of our field offices, not just in the border states. That's why I made the point.
Sure, I agree. If I heard you correctly, what you just said is not every state in the country is a border state now. Is that what you just said?
Well, I mean,
the threats to every
that
state.
way, but the threats that come from the other side of the border are affecting every state.
Absolutely, 100%. Ask the governor of Massachusetts. She's screaming at the top of her lungs about the situation at the southwest border. Your boss, the Attorney General, came in and said to us that it was very clear the cartel strategy was to take advantage of the current policies, overwhelm the crossing sites, and then use the Border Patrol agents being overwhelmed by that group to then bypass. Do you have any reason to disagree with him that that's the cartel strategy?
I wouldn't have any reason to disagree with the Attorney General.
Do you find it interesting that 2 months after that, Secretary Mayorkas came in and said he was unaware of that cartel strategy? Do you find that interesting?
I'm not familiar with Secretary Mayorkas'
that testimony. Yeah, he came in to us and told us that he was totally unaware of that testimony, that was the cartel strategy, despite your boss in the Senate clearly recognizing that it is. Let me just say this in the few seconds I have left. I'd like to ask each of you to take back to the people who work for you that despite our political differences on this dais, we deeply appreciate the men and women who are manning their posts and doing the best they can for this country. As someone who went down range and was in a helicopter that had bullet holes ripping through the bottom, bullets ripping through the bottom of it, I understand the courage that it takes to do the jobs that you and your people do. And so I want to make sure I ask each of you, despite our political differences, to take this message back. We are deeply appreciative of the men and women who man their posts for this country's safety. With that, I yield. Differences to take this message back. We are deeply appreciative of the men and women who man their posts for this country's safety. With that, I yield to the ranking member.
Thank you very much. Let me paraphrase what the chairman just said. While we praise our men and women, when the opportunity comes to put the money where the praises are, Democrats on this committee have consistently supported the funding of DHS's budget. We've consistently funded the FBI's budget and our intelligence gathering agencies, because we understand that those men and women who put their lives on the line deserve all the resources. Now, taken from that, we've not on the Democratic side ever voted against one of your budgets. We understand it. We can differ on the policy, but we don't differ on the fact that you need the investment. There are some members of this committee who've even advocated defunding the FBI. Now, I can't in my wildest dreams imagine if we had an impotent FBI where that would put us. Director Ray, if those advocates who wanted to defund the FBI in this country, can you give us a snapshot of what that defunding would mean for the security of the homeland?
Well, I mean, the FBI in the last year, for example, has arrested over 18,000 violent criminals. That's about 50 per day. So defunding the FBI would mean that many more violent criminals out on the streets terrorizing neighborhoods. We have, as I said in my opening statement, about 2,000 active investigations into Chinese economic espionage. Restricting our funding would be a gift to the Chinese Communist Party. The FBI has about 380 investigations into cartel leadership. Lifting our funding means more power to the cartels. The FBI has investigations into 100 different ransomware variants. And each one of those has scores of victims. Limiting our funding means more hacks, more intrusions, more damage to critical infrastructure. China alone has the biggest hacking program in the world by far. They're not slowing down. They're not restricting their funding. So from our perspective, it's not just about the hardworking career professionals of the FBI and their families and their kids that would be affected. More importantly, it's state and local law enforcement who are counting on us more and more. And more importantly than that, the American people that we're trying to protect from gangs, the Chinese government, cyber hackers, cartels, child predators, et cetera.
Ms. Abbazade, can you say what resource deficit would mean for your agency?
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, the National Counterterrorism Center has a couple of important missions. We're the primary center for the United States government to analyze and assess the foreign terrorist threat. We work on screening and vetting of individuals that are trying to enter the country. We support DHS and FBI in that mission with the intelligence database of known and suspected terrorists. We do a lot of work across state, local, tribal, territorial, and federal authorities to do the kind of information sharing that's absolutely essential, especially in a dynamic threat environment like we have today, to keep everyone informed and armed with the information they need to protect against exactly the kinds of threats that we've outlined here for you today. So decreased funding for the National Counterterrorism Center, decreased funding for any piece of the overall CT architecture that works collaboratively together has an impact on our ability to stay ready against the terrorist threat.
Thank you. Secretary Mayorkas, there's a supplemental proposal being put forth by the administration. Can you share with us what that means for DHS?
Ranking Member Thompson, that supplemental is dedicated to our critical mission of securing our border and also battling the scourge of fentanyl. Those funds are needed for personnel, technology, facilities, and additional support resources critically needed to advance our mission. We are under-resourced and have been perennially.
Thank you very much. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize the gentleman from Texas, the chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, Mr. McCall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, let me say my thanks to all three of you, your employees who work so hard to protect this country. Having served at the Department of Justice for many years and the Chief of Counterterrorism and National Security, I think you don't hear that very often these days. And also, I agree with you, Director, that 702 FISA is a critical element to securing and protecting Americans. And I will fight very hard to get that reauthorized. Moving forward, Director Ray, we've had over about 7.5 million encounters at the southern border. We've had 7,000 special interest aliens. We've had 200, nearly 200 on the terror watch list. When I chaired this committee,
I think it's important, though, in some ways, to realize that it's numbers alone don't even really tell the problem. And we've all seen how much damage just a small number of foreign terrorists could cause. I mean, sometimes people, as crazy as it sounds, tend to forget that it was 19 people who killed 3,000 people.
that was the next point I was going to make. It only took 19 to create 9/11. And that's alarming. I just got back from Israel. I saw the Hamas videos. It is very disturbing. I know you've testified previously that Hamas could either inspire attacks or maybe get into the country. The problem is we don't know who these 200 people are. And to your point, how many others got in that we don't even know about. Why won't either you or the secretary provide us with the full, complete, accurate information, as I used to get when I was chair of this committee? Who are these 200 individuals? Who are they? Is Hamas on the list? We know the SIAs include countries like Iran, Lebanon, and Iraq. That gives me great pause. Will you provide that to this committee?
Well, we will certainly continue to engage with the committee in closed session with numbers and information. As you know, from your past experience with this issue, for one thing, the numbers themselves change literally moment to moment. And so it's important for us to be careful, to be accurate and timely with the information we've got. But then I think,
and it could be in a classified setting. That's how they used to do it when I was chair of this committee. I don't have that information. My governor of the state of Texas, who has to deal with this problem on a daily basis, cannot get this information. You know, I understand before 9/11, we had walls up, sharing information, connecting the dots, but this is, 2023. I mean, it seems to me we should be able to share that information.
well, I'm happy to have my staff follow up. I know we've had a lot of engagements with the Hill over different numbers and populations of individuals, and so I guess I'd have to circle back to figure out exactly what happened.
I would like, as an American and a Texan, I'd kind of like to know personally. And Mr. Secretary, there was an Austin SWAT officer killed in my hometown who was on the terror watch list. A SWAT officer murdered by someone on the terror watch list, and the family involved was Mohammed Nasser. Do you have any information about this?
Mr. Chairman, we'd be pleased to provide you with whatever information we have.
About this?
Mr. Chairman, we'd be pleased to provide you with whatever information we have.
Please do. And let me just say, 18 U.S.C. Section 2A states, whoever commits an offense against the United States or aids and abets, counsels, command, induces, or procures its commission is punishable as the principal. Human trafficking, a criminal enterprise in this country now with people with no legal status, an entire population 7 times over to be killed by fentanyls, 12 billion total, 300,000 people dead due to fentanyls. Sir, I would argue that you've been aiding and abetting the deaths and the criminal enterprise that has occurred in this nation. I see my time. Well, I got 15 seconds.
No, you don't.
Oh, I'm 15 seconds over. I'd still like to go on, but I think I made my point.
It's going the other way. The gentleman yields. I now recognize the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Payne, for his 5 minutes questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, just for informational purposes, there are Americans on the terror watch list as well. So, I would suggest we take in all the information with respect to that. I want to thank the witnesses for making themselves available today. Director Ray, in 2021, more than 26,000 Americans lost their lives by homicide, close to 21,000 of which were committed with a firearm. The same year, 61 of 73 law enforcement officers who died from felonious assault were killed by firearms. While we're seeing more states, specifically reliably Republican voting states, adopt more permissive gun laws, we're also seeing a rise in anti-government violent extremists targeting law enforcement. How dangerous is it to be in law enforcement right now under these circumstances? And how do we rectify the threat to the men and women of law enforcement?
Well, certainly, this is a dangerous time for law enforcement. As you mentioned, 2021 was the deadliest year for law enforcement, I think, since 9/11. And this year, the pace is awfully close to what 2021 is. And I say that with a level of personal familiarity with it. In 2021, we had 2 of our agents killed in Florida attempting to execute a search related to a child exploitation case, and a task force officer of ours in Indiana gunned down right outside of our offices. And every time, one of the things I decided I was going to do when I took this job now 6.5 years ago was every time an officer is shot and killed in the line of duty anywhere in the country, I call the chief or the sheriff myself and talk to him and express my condolences on behalf of the FBI. I have a little write-up on the family, a photo of the fallen officer, and I've made something like 350 of those calls. And, being in law enforcement is dangerous enough. What it shouldn't be is wearing a badge making you a target, and we're seeing way too much of that in today's America.
Okay. Let's see. Can you explain why 60% of guns used in violent crimes in New Jersey, the state I represent and have lived in all my life, come from Pennsylvania, Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida? What do those states have in common that make them dangerous exporters of criminal firearms?
I'm not sure I could speak to the specific circumstances of each of those states. Certainly, straw purchases and gun trafficking is an ingredient that drives the violent crime problem that we have.
Mr. Goldman.
Gentlemen, for yielding. I asked to yield just to respond to something that my distinguished colleague from Texas just said, who I know has served for a long time as a federal prosecutor, as have I, and as has Secretary Mayorkas. I think it's incredibly dangerous to accuse Secretary Mayorkas of aiding and abetting crimes. As you well know, you need to have the intent to do that. And it is clear that whether you disagree or not with Secretary Mayorkas's approach to dealing with the border, that to accuse him of aiding, abetting crime is very serious and is, I think, unwarranted in this situation.
Well, gentleman yield?
Yes.
Look, I live in a border state, you don't. And I've dealt with this issue for 25 years. I've never seen it this bad. It's his dereliction of duty that has created this problem in the United States. 7 million people. How are we going to deal with that? no legal status, human trafficking, fentanyls. Look, we will disagree on this one, but I have to say that the change of policy has created this problem, and he knows better. He was a U.S. attorney in Los Angeles, like you were. He knows better.
Will you yield for 1
I
second?
yield back.
Actually, the time has expired, so if someone else wants to yield to these gentlemen, you certainly may do that. But the time has expired, and we'd like to continue on so that everyone gets their opportunity. But I do appreciate the dialogue. I believe now we are with Mr. Higgins, the gentleman from Louisiana. Sir, you're recognized for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, ultimately, as we consider threats to the homeland in our annual hearing on that topic with leading members of the executive branch before us, it's important to reflect upon the simple fact that ultimately Americans are quite capable of defending our own soil, our own cultures and communities against foreign invasion or against armed oppression from within. However, it's far more threatening to our republic if our own government facilitates criminal invasion, and it is incredibly threatening to our citizenry if our government's highest levels of law enforcement coordinate organized campaigns of weaponized oppression, harassment, investigation, arrest and prosecution, and imprisonment of free Americans. That, Mr. Chairman, is the primary threat our homeland indeed faces today. Secretary Mayorkas, I've noted you as a worthy adversary, sir, for 2.5 years, but my issue is not with you today. I'm done with you. I've completed my investigative work. It's quite extensive. I've filed my articles of impeachment against you, and I've provided my investigative work to the appropriate committee. So let me just say that my articles have been filed and my time with you is done. Director Wray, last year, you might recall, sir, our exchange regarding the FBI's involvement on January 6th and prior. I'm happy to jog your memory to quote, according to the record, I asked you, did you have confidential human sources dressed as Trump supporters positioned inside the Capitol on January 6th prior to the doors being opened? You responded, I quote, again, I have to be very careful of what I say. To which I said, it should be a no. Can you not tell the American people no? We did not have confidential human sources dressed as Trump supporters positioned inside the Capitol. Very careful of what I say. To which I said, it should be a no. Can you not tell the American people no? We did not have confidential human sources dressed as Trump supporters positioned inside the Capitol on January 6th. A year has passed. We sit here again a year later, we the people still do not have a definitive answer from you or anyone else in the Biden administration regarding the FBI presence and participation in the months leading up to the November election and in the weeks and days prior to January 6th and on January 6th here in D.C. We can't get a straight answer, although we have a tremendous amount of evidence harvested and reviewed over the course of the last year, which you will see. In September, Stephen D'Artano, formerly in charge of the FBI's field office in Washington, D.C., testified to the House Judiciary Committee that he was aware the FBI informants would attend the Stop the Steal rally thrown on January 6th. You confirmed that the FBI had confidential human sources at the Stop the Steal rally on January 6th here in D.C., sir?
Congressman, as we've discussed before, I'm not going to get into where we have or have not used confidential human sources. But what I
Okay,
can
we'll
tell
move
you,
on.
you asked for a
We'll
definitive
move
answer.
on. It's my time. You said no, you're not going to answer. That's cool. We're watching.
Mr. Chairman, may I
Your-
answer the question?
Your moment will come. This is my time. Earlier this year, an FBI informant who is reported to have, quote, his quote, under oath, marched to the U.S. Capitol with fellow Proud Boys members on January 6th, close quote. He said he was communicating with his FBI handler while people were entering the U.S. Capitol. Can you confirm that the FBI had that sort of engagement with your own agents embedded into the crowd on January 6th?
If you are asking whether the violence at the Capitol on January 6th was part of some operation orchestrated by FBI sources and/or agents, the answer is emphatically
You're saying
not.
no?
No.
You're saying no?
Not
Okay.
violence orchestrated
Let's
by
move
FBI
on.
sources or agents.
Are you familiar with you know what a ghost vehicle is? Director of the FBI certainly should. You know what a ghost bus is?
A ghost bus?
Ghost bus.
I'm not sure I've used that term before.
Okay. Well, it's pretty common in law enforcement. It's a vehicle that's used for secret purposes. It's painted over. These two buses in the middle here, they were the first to arrive at Union Station on January 6th, 0500. I have all this evidence. I'm showing you a tip of this iceberg.
Mr. Chairman,
These two buses
Mr.
are
Chairman.
painted completely white.
point of order.
Point of order. Sure.
Just run over the time.
I understand, but you'll recall that Ms. Jackson Lee's been allowed to go 2 minutes before. I've been very fair in letting people finish their questioning throughout my tenure as chairman, and I'll continue to be fair on that regard. But I will make a note to the members, if you could stay as close within your time as possible. We have a lot of people that want to ask these gentlemen questions. So with that, the gentleman yields. But your point, I've been very fair in this, Mr. Ivey, with everybody on this side of the aisle just as much.
I don't think I accused you of being unfair, Mr. Chairman. I just
You're
raised
making a
of
point.
order.
Okay, thank you. I now recognize Mr.
May I
Gray.
close this statement, Mr.
No,
Chairman?
I think your time is expired, Mr.
I note that other members across the aisle have been granted time, and I object to my question being closed. This is a very significant hearing, Mr. Chairman, and these buses are nefarious in nature and were filled with FBI informants dressed as Trump supporters and deployed onto our Capitol on January 6th. Your day is coming,
Made your
Mr. Ray.
point, Mr. Higgins. I now recognize Mr. Correa of California for his 5 minutes of
Chairman.
questioning.
You the chairman, but
The gentleman could yield to you, Mr. Ranking Member, if he wants. You've been recognized.
I will yield to you,
Okay.
the
just
ranking member.
the rules of the committee says that once the chair calls the time, it's done. So, I mean, those are the rules of the
Well,
committee.
thanks for pointing that out, Mr. Ranking Member. I think he yields to you, Mr. Correa.
Chairman, I want to thank you very much for holding this hearing, and I especially want to thank the witnesses today in front of us. Mr. Mike, ADL that shows the number of incidences, national level. You've got to play defense here in the U.S. as well as defense overseas and security. Mr. Mike McCall, the things have never been so bad. We're coming out of COVID right now. We've got countries essentially failed economies, failed democracies around the world, worldwide refugee movement. And on top of that, I understand, Mr. Ray, that you essentially declared possible heightened state of alert for the country. Is that correct? Something of the sort, that we just got to watch the things that are going on right now?
I've testified, and I feel very strongly that we are in a heightened threat environment.
We've got, 2 wars going on at least, areas of conflict around the world. And I'm here really to ask, how can we help you do your job better? I'm not going to be here to ask for an impeachment or hold you accountable. I'm here to make sure that you're able to hold the line 100%. We can't afford to have another Uvalde in our country. We can't afford to have another 911. So I'm here really to listen to what it is. What resources do you need to do your job? And I'm going to start out with Mr. Mayorkas. Do you need more or less analysts? This is a big job. How do you find a needle in a haystack? Do you need more analysts or less at the Homeland Security? Can that help?
Congressman, we have submitted a request for supplemental funding. We need additional personnel, resources to include facilities and technology. The men and women.
And we need technology, sir. We need good intel. We need to make sure that we're able to work with our allies, our law enforcement, state, local, federal coordination. That's why Homeland Security was created, because of the silos that existed before 911. Coordinate good intel to make sure you're able to do your job. CBP-1. Do you get information off of that? Do you let people just into the country, or do you take their information? What kind of data do you require for CBP to work?
Congressman, CBP-1 is a process that we employ that enables us to screen and vet individuals before they arrive at the border, to enable us to make a determination whether or not they should be allowed.
Do you ask for biometric information? What is it exactly that you collect there to make sure that the folks that are applying are essentially vetted?
Congressman, we confirm identity and we screen and vet them to make sure that they do not pose either a public safety threat or a threat to our national security.
Thank you. Director Ray, what is it that we can do as Congress to help you make sure that you do your job better? Make sure that you 100%, nobody scores on us.
Well, Congressman, I appreciate the question. Certainly, the budget requests that we've submitted, both in the 24 budget itself, but also the supplemental, are all things we desperately need. Second, reauthorize 702 in a form where we can actually use it to protect Americans here from foreign threats. Third, Secretary Mayorkas highlighted, which I think can't be highlighted enough, the need to reauthorize the counter-UAS authority, which is going to expire at the end of this week if something isn't done. And that is authority that if it's gone, no one, not DHS, not FBI, no one here can protect Americans from that threat. So those are a few of the things that would be very important from the FBI's perspective.
And let me say that I appreciate the three of you being here today, because we need to make sure that the public out there on Main Street understands the good work you're doing. You may be controversial, but that's part of the democratic system. But you're doing a good job protecting our families back home. And I just want to make sure people understand that we need to work as a team to make sure the job gets done. Ma'am, any thoughts on what resources you need to do your job?
I would associate myself with my colleagues' comments here. FISA 702 authority is absolutely essential for the counterterrorism mission. And to your point about working as a team, the counterterrorism architecture that we've built across the intelligence community, law enforcement community, defense, diplomatic, and homeland security professional community needs to be sustained. And sustaining that at the levels we requested, it would be incredibly helpful.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, I yield.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize the Vice Chair of the committee, the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Guest, for 5 minutes question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To all our panelists, thank you for being here today, particularly in the threat environment that we face. Director Ray, you state in your report that the threats we face as a nation have never been greater, and I agree completely with that. Secretary Mayorkas, you also talk about the threats in your report, where you say terrorist threats in the United States remained heightened. Hamas attacks on Israel, along with other events, have sharpened the focus of potential attacks. And you go on later to say the increased prospects for violence, and you talk about the increased prospect for violence in the United States. And so at a time in which we face increased threats domestically, where we see internationally events continue to seem to spiral out of control, I want to talk specifically about the events that are transpiring along our southwest border. Mr. Secretary Mayorkas, I have behind me a chart that has the encounters of CBP. This was taken off of the CBP website. And just kind of want to walk through some of the information contained there. Based upon the research that I've done, it appears since the president took office, since you became the chairman of Homeland Security, that there's been roughly 7.4 million encounters along our southwest border. If you were to put all those people in one geographic area, that would represent the 7th largest state in the United States, between Arizona and Tennessee. We see that the last month prior to you taking office, that there were 95,000 encounters along the southwest border. We see that the numbers reported here by your department, September of 23, the last reporting numbers, show that that number has spiked now to 341%, an increase of almost 250%. We know that as part of the problem, the president appointed the vice president to be the border czar, to help try to stop the flow of illegal immigration from Mexico and Central America. That appointment was made in March of 21. In March of 21, the end of the month, there was reported 192 encounters. Now we know again the number of encounters are over 341,000. And so under her watch as border czar, we see that the increase is 75%. And so the numbers have grown exponentially under your and the vice president's leadership. One of my questions to you is, do you look at the daily encounter numbers that are put out by your department? Is that something, a statistic that you look at on a regular basis?
Vice Chairman Guest, it is, in fact, and the numbers about which you speak are reflective not only of a challenge at our southwest border, but rather a challenge of migration throughout our entire hemisphere.
And I understand that. And so you do look at the numbers. You do look at the daily reporting numbers. And want to harken back to an interview in 2019, at that time with former Secretary of Homeland Security Jay Johnson, during the Trump administration, as we were seeing 4,000 immigrants a day coming across the border. At that time, the former Director of Homeland Security, in an interview with MSNBC, said that, and he said, "My staff would tell you that if the number of daily apprehensions was under 1,000 the day before, that was a relative good number. And if it was above 1,000, it was a relative bad number, and I was going to be in a bad mood that day." He also went on to say on Thursday, and again, this was in March of 2019 when Donald Trump was president, there were 4,000 apprehensions. I know that if 1,000 overwhelms the system, I can't begin to imagine what 4,000 a day truly looks like. We are in a crisis. And so my question to you, if Secretary Johnson said 1,000 immigrants a day when he was in the position that you sent, if that was a bad day, and that 4,000 a day was a crisis, what is a bad day for you, Secretary Mayorkas? Because we see now that the numbers have exploded. They're no longer 1,000 a day. They're not even 4,000 a day when this article was written. They're over 11,000 a day. And so in the last 20 seconds, what number to you represents a bad day when we see the number of apprehensions increase dramatically? So I'll give you the remainder of my time to answer the question, and I'll yield back.
Vice Chairman Guest, we do not minimize the significance of the challenge at the southwest border, and we are intensely focused on it.
Is there a number? Would you like to give a number? I asked for a number. That was my question. What number to you represents a bad day? And are you refusing to answer the question?
Vice Chairman Guest, as I said, we do not minimize the significance of the challenge at the southwest border.
That wasn't my question, Mr. Mayorkas. I asked a simple question. Give me a number. And you're filibustering, and you're refusing to answer the question. What is that number?
I have answered your question.
No, you haven't, Mr. Mayorkas. You've not answered the question.
I can do hand signals at this point, right?
Mr. Ivey, if you let him answer the question, or maybe if you would like to answer for him, because clearly he does not intend to answer my question.
I think it's,
Is it not a fair question?
I'm just saying you're over your time, that's all.
We don't
We don't need any more points about over the time, okay? As I just sent to you, I think it was just last week, I let Mr. Correa vote after we had gavelled out. I am gracious here, and I'll be gracious to both sides of the aisle.
And Mr. Chairman, I would
don't
ask
want any more interruptions about time being expired, please. Thank
Mr.
you.
Chairman, I would ask you
You-
to direct the
Gen-
witness to answer the question.
Do you have a number?
I have answered it to the best of my ability, Mr. Chairman.
Clearly. I now recognize
Well, Mr. Chairman,
Mr.
if-
Carter.
Mr. Chairman, if I might,
Point of order?
and I'm just asking, are you basically suspending that rule, or what's?
Look, I have since the beginning, and this is the last time I'm going to answer this question today, Mr. Ivy, allowed people to continue a question train of thought that extends outside their time. I've done that on both sides of the aisle, and I am not going to articulate or waste any more of these gentlemen and this gentlelady's time defining the policy as I've executed it since the beginning of my chairmanship.
Well,
I think now the
let me
next
say
person
this,
we're
Mr.
recognizing, you are
Chairman.
not recognized, Mr. Ivy.
Well,
you are
I'm
not
sorry,
recognized.
but if
You are not recognized.
you're not following the rules that we
Point of
voted
order.
on and accepted,
The ranking member
at
is
the beginning.
recognized.
Mr. Chairman, we adopted a set of rules, and I try not
Okay.
to get involved. I have to
Go ahead.
explain my point of order.
Go ahead.
And the rules clearly specify everything that's being raised.
I have never once,
I-
Mr.
I
Ranking
have
Member,
not- I have
heard,
not completed.
finish your thought.
Thank you. So I'm saying that we adopted the rules on how we conduct business. And anytime a member raises the question, it's consistent with the rules. Now, if that becomes a problem, then I think we have to modify our rules, because that's how we operate. That's what Congresses are required to do. That's what committees are required to do. And for people to ignore the rules is inconsistent with the rule. So I'm just saying to you, follow the rules that we adopted.
Yeah, we're going to continue the policy as I have been doing it since I've been the chairman. Okay, if you're in the midst of a thought, we're going to let you go past your time. And number two, I haven't heard anyone raise an issue on the left when I've allowed people on the left to go over time. Not once, Mr. Ivy, have you said when one of your members has gone over 5 minutes, the person's time is up. Fascinating to me that you're only doing it when it's on this side of the aisle.
If I might have a chance to be
Please.
heard.
Yes.
All I'm saying is that under the rules, we have a right to raise the point of order when somebody goes over the time. You've used your discretion to permit additional questioning if you want to, but to say I can never raise a point of order that's consistent with the rules doesn't make any sense. I mean, it's just a clear violation of the rules that were adopted. And by the way, the rules were adopted, I don't think they were adopted unanimously. There was a Republican decision to adopt these rules. So these are your rules.
No doubt about it. But the point I'm making is it's intriguing to me that we're consuming this time over this issue while I've never once heard you raise the issue when I've allowed Ms. Jackson Lee to go 2 minutes over.
I've never
But
objected.
today it's an issue in the midst of a very important hearing.
Anybody can raise a point of order on
You're
the time when
absolutely
they want
correct.
to.
You're
I'm
absolutely correct.
not blocking anyone from doing that, but I think I have the right, and I
You do.
request the right to preserve that, to raise the point of order when there's an obvious.
It's an excellent point. Now, can we move on? Thank you.
As long as you give me the authority to do
Mr.
it,
Bishop,
that's-
or no, Mr. Carter, the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Emergency Management, the gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the witnesses for joining us today. I'm heartbroken by the innocent lives that have been lost of civilians being targeted by hateful terrorist groups like Hamas. This is outrageous and inevitably leads to tragic consequences. Condemning these atrocities and protecting innocent lives at all costs is pivotal. Our discussion on worldwide threats is important for the American people so we can further address such issues void of partisan brinkmanship. We all must do better. Director Ray, our nation's HBCUs produce some of the brightest who enter our ever-growing workforce. Repeated threats to these institutions have caused widespread disruption on campuses by shutting down classes and campus activity. Mr. Ray, could you please briefly update us on the FBI's activity and things that you're actively doing to monitor and combat such events in the future?
Well, thank you, Congressman. Certainly, the threats that we saw against HBCUs were appalling, and there's absolutely no excuse for putting campuses, students, faculty, staff in a position where they can't go about their lives at school in fear. And so we have actively been investigating the threats as they've come in. As you know, there was an arrest related to some of the threats, involved a juvenile who was responsible for a number of the threats. I think more importantly, we've doubled down on our engagement with HBCUs. I've personally engaged with a number of HBCU law enforcement heads. We have an increased partnership with campus law enforcement over the last 2 years. That's, including in this recent threat environment. We're very careful to include campus law enforcement in all of our law enforcement partner calls. We have campus liaison officers, in effect, appointed in each one of our field offices to focus specifically on engagement with academia. So that's a big part of it. It's not just the investigations and the analysis, but also the outreach.
How has that been ramped up with the recent hate speak for Muslims and Jewish brothers and sisters and Palestinians? We see this overboiling because of what's happening in the Middle East, spreading and boiling into the college campus environment, as well as just our general communities. We know that Hamas is the true threat. But because of these risks, we're seeing this bleed over into a level of hatred for innocent people who have nothing to do with Hamas.
Well, certainly we're in an environment where the number of tips and threats that are being reported to us have gone up significantly since October 7th. We were already, as I testified earlier, already in an elevated threat environment even before October 7th, and it's gone to a whole nother level since October 7th. The biggest chunk of the threats that have been reported into us by a good margin are threats to the Jewish community, synagogues, Jewish prominent officials, things like that. We also have a large number of tips and leads related specifically to Hamas and radicalization and recruitment. We do also have some threats to Muslim Americans that have also been called in. And so we are urgently running down every tip and lead we get and trying to mitigate them and engaging. I think the thing that distinguishes the post-October 7th environment even more than the pre-October 7th environment, one of the things that distinguishes it is how—
Director, I don't want to cut you off. You've got an important job. We appreciate the hard work that you and men and women of your department do. Very quickly, Secretary Mayorkas, the Countering Weapons Mass Destruction CWMD office will sunset. You acknowledge this in your opening remarks. If Congress does not act, I understand that there are a few vehicles which you're working on to ensure that CWMD continues to operate. As you know, last night we passed a temporary measure in the CR that will extend the sunset through February of 2024. If this is not made permanent, if we're not able to move forward with a permanent measure, how does that impact your ability to protect American cities and to protect our country?
Congressman, thank you very much. It is an incredible detriment to our ability to secure the American people. Just in the last 2 days, a local law enforcement officer equipped with some of the equipment that we provide to detect radiological nuclear material, in fact, was wearing a device that detected an abandoned material in a very unsafe location that could have caused a tremendous amount of harm to people in the surrounding community. This is a vital authority that we absolutely need.
Thank you. My time is expired.
The gentleman yields. As a point of order and informing the committee, votes have been called. We're going to do two more members, Mr. Bishop and then Mr. Swalwell. We'll recess and we'll reconvene 10 minutes after the final vote. I now recognize the chairman of the Oversight Subcommittee, Mr. Bishop from North Carolina, for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I listened to your opening statements, I'm floored by the fact that I perceive a dramatic shift in the positions of each of you from the hearing that from the testimony that you gave and the way you answered questions just last November. Director Abizaid, I want to begin with you. Last time I asked you this, Director Abizaid, does the National Counterterrorism Center assess a significant threat from the historic level of uncontrolled crossing at the southern border? And your answer was, we don't, actually. The Judiciary Committee has released a document that says there are confirmed 1.7 million gotaways. Maybe one of you has a better number than that. Millions have been processed and released, to the extent that the mayor of New York, Eric Adams, says that New York City is being destroyed. All of you are aware of those things. Director Abizaid, do you continue to maintain that there is no material risk of organized terrorism from this massive infiltration, both of people minimally encountered and almost 2 million people neither encountered or vetted whatsoever?
I appreciate the question, and we absolutely recognize the kind of vulnerabilities that are associated with border security across all of our ports of entry, across southwest border and otherwise. But I would maintain, and I talk to my analysts about this on a regular basis, that as we look at the global terrorism environment, as we look at foreign terrorist organizations' intentions to try and seed operatives into the United States, we don't have indications that are credible or corroborated that those terrorist organizations are trying to do that at this time.
You are aware, are you not, ma'am? You remember, I made this comment the last time. The 9/11 Commission report talked about the system blinking red. There were obvious risks. Director Wray sat next to you just a few minutes ago, and you've changed your tenor too, Director Wray, and you said that you observed that it took only 20 to take down the World Trade Center. So among 1.7 million coming in, not interdicted by the federal government or any government, why is that not an obvious risk to you that we could have organized terrorism? How many cells could you create of 20 people?
Sir,
that
if
could
I
do
may,
something
I'd like
that?
to clarify. We absolutely recognize the risk. In fact, if you look at the kind of counterterrorism enterprise that we've built that's focused on collecting overseas, that's focused on border security, that's focused on screening, vetting, watch listing individuals and terrorist identities, it's absolutely a risk that we understand and a vulnerability that we work very hard over the last 20 years to shore up. So my comments relate to the intelligence about foreign terrorist plans and intentions.
You've deployed that.
It is not a statement about what risk we think we have.
Well, that's even more astonishing. I'll stop you and reclaim my time because you shouldn't be going on. That seems to me even more astonishing because you've sat in this administration almost since its beginning alongside Secretary Mayorkas while elective policies have been pursued to allow that to happen. Uncontrolled immigration processing millions of people through Border Patrol posts and a CBP and Border Patrol to overwhelm those agencies so that this unbelievably and unprecedented, historically unprecedented number of gotaways could come through. You've all given it succor. You've all permitted it to happen and said nothing publicly about what you now acknowledge to be a material risk. And it seems to me we're going to see the manifestation of that risk. Secretary Mayorkas, in your testimony, both written and oral today, you said the world has changed since Hamas's attack in October. What's changed about Hamas?
Hamas has been and continues to be a terrorist organization.
Exactly. And so does Hezbollah. And so do all the others, including Al-Qaeda. Nothing's changed. And you have supervised elective policies that have allowed this level of flow into the United States. Isn't that true?
That is not true.
Oh, you haven't done it electively. You couldn't have changed anything to attenuate the flow. Is that your testimony?
Congressman, our policies are directed at securing the border.
Can you give me a quick answer? Could you have changed anything to attenuate the flow?
Congressman, we are seeking to address the flow every single day.
Boy, that's amazing. And you've continued to say that sort of thing, and I agree with Mr. Higgins, it doesn't warrant much asking. Let me ask you, Mr. Ray, we've seen now this spectacle of hundreds of thousands of people waving Palestinian flags, attacking the gates of the White House, vandalizing places. You've expended, in fact, so has Mr. Mayorkas, expended tremendous resources to stop foreign malign influence. With millions of people coming into the country unvetted, is that at all a foreign malign influence operation now operating in the United States homeland?
We view it as a threat. I don't think we view it as a foreign malign influence threat, but that's just terminology.
Do you know whether it is or not? In other words, do you know whether those protests are in significant part the product of people who've been allowed into the country, the millions illegally?
We have not seen intelligence that would indicate that. I do want to add, though, Congressman, when it comes to my testimony from last year, I specifically said, and I'm looking at the transcript last year, that we had a concern from a national security perspective, that we'd seen an increase in the number of KSDs attempting to cross over the past 5 years, and I, in fact, specifically brought up the case that we brought against an individual who tried to smuggle in foreign nationals to assassinate.
I'd be working hard to cover my posterior too. You did say more than these two did, but you didn't come forward and say that what she said was completely wrong, and you should have.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Swalwell, the ranking member of the Cyber Subcommittee, the gentleman from California, for his 5 minutes of questioning, and we will recess after his questioning.
A longtime friend of mine who works in the intelligence community once told me, Eric, that the challenge with our job is that we're only known for our failures, that most Americans have no idea about the successes that we achieve on behalf of the American people every day. And whether it's fentanyl seizures at the border or a terrorist plot that's disrupted, most folks don't know about it and aren't able to thank you for it. And when they do see the work, they see it in a public hearing like today. So I just want to thank you. I also want to thank Director Ray and Secretary Mayorkas for sending to my congressional district a couple weeks ago some of your staff from the special agent in charge in San Francisco to the CISA office to assist us in hosting a cybersecurity summit for our small business community. It was very effective and helpful, and I think they have a better sense of where they should go. Director Ray, I wanted to ask you about the extrajudicial killing of a Sikh leader in Canada that occurred outside of Gurdwara. My district has one of the largest Sikh populations in the United States. An individual, Dr. Pritpal Singh, who's the founder of the American Sikh Caucus, lives in Fremont, which is in my district. He has very publicly acknowledged that he was warned by the FBI about his own safety, and I just want to know what the FBI is doing right now to protect individuals in the Sikh community from any threats to them because of who they worship, what they believe.
So without talking about any investigative work that we're doing, other than to note that part of what you're describing involves an increase in violence and threats against people for their views, for their beliefs. For example, the transnational repression that we talk about so much is certainly a variation of that. And we've seen that from the Chinese and the Iranians, for example. But when it comes to the Sikh community here, we do have quite a number of efforts to engage in outreach, to raise awareness about who to call, what to be on the lookout for, to understand what a hate crime is, for example, because one of the things we know about hate crimes is whether they're against Sikhs or anybody else, is they're chronically underreported, and part of that is for people to understand what a hate crime looks like, so they know when to reach out to law enforcement. So we've tried to kind of raise awareness, and it kind of ties into your broader point about the intelligence community in terms of prevention, quietly preventing things. You know, our vision statement is ahead of the threat. And if we are successful in being ahead of the threat, of course, the threat doesn't end up coming to fruition. It's a little bit like being the holder for a place kicker. You can distinguish yourself if the kick goes smoothly, but it's hard not to be noticed if the kick doesn't go well.
At the end of the year, Section 702, Director, expires. And this is a part of the law that allows the intelligence community and law enforcement to investigate and stop threats, credible threats to the United States, to our homeland, to our people from abroad, could you conceive a greater case of self-sabotage to create a vulnerability to the United States than letting Section 702 lapse at the end of the year?
I think letting 702 lapse would be short-sighted at best and dangerous in the extreme at worst. To be clear, 702 is what allows us to get eyes on foreign threats overseas that pose national security threats to people here in the homeland. And as somebody who was in FBI headquarters on 9/11 and spent an awful lot of my time in the Bush administration in the years after that engaging with the victims and the families of the 9/11 attacks, we should never be in a position where we can't say we did everything constitutionally and legally in our power to see the threats when they're coming. And that's what 702 enables us to do. And especially in this heightened threat environment with, as I said in my opening statement, a rogues gallery of foreign terrorist organizations calling for attacks against us, the idea that we would deliberately blind ourselves to information that is lawfully in our possession just strikes me as crazy.
And do you believe a foreign national terrorist suspect should be afforded the right to a warrant requirement?
No, and I don't think there's any court that suggests otherwise. There's a lot of people throwing around the words unconstitutional in this debate, and yet I don't think there's any court that has found that the way in which 702 is used is in any way a violation of the Fourth Amendment or the Constitution.
Because these are foreign nationals overseas.
Yes, correct.
Thank you. Yield back.
Gentleman yields. We will recess until 10 minutes after the last vote, and we will text out that exact time once we have it. Thank you.
Now I can unmute. Whoop, 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 whoop. Hey, good morning, everybody. Hello. Hi, Spinnaker. Hi, Scott. Hi, Margaret. Hi, Siegfried, Steve, and and Gal, and Badger, and Jen, and Margaret, and Marie. And I'm forgetting people. I don't want to forget anyone. Just good morning, everyone. So start a little early because I didn't realize this was happening. I'm not really paying attention right now. I've got some other stuff that I'm working on, which is exciting. Yeah, that was rough. Woo! Butterflies, hi, how are you? Gal really helped with the whole like whoop whoop. You got sound issues, girl. So I'm gonna have to figure those out. But it's gonna be an interesting morning. Let me take us over to a campfire actually, because I can do this. Yeah, here we go. We got a little campfire at sunrise. We'll just kind of turn it down a little bit. Anyway, so, and if I missed anyone, will you just smack me, please? I would really appreciate it. Happy Wednesday. Oh my God, you've almost made it. Oh my God, we've almost made it. Ooh. Oh, I have so many exciting projects I'm doing, and I'm excited. We're gonna have so much fun. We're gonna have the funnest winter ever. We're gonna have so much fun this winter. I can't wait. I'm really excited. I'm really motivated. So strap in. No, I'm feeling medicated and insured and all kinds of good things. Yeah, come clean. What? No. Well, I mean, okay, I'm going to tease you a little bit with one of them. But I dropped a little teaser last night, but it is, if you know that the leaked proffer, which I do not support. I do not support leaked proffers because it is, if the other woman, if Fonnie Willis doesn't want that, then I don't want it because she is far smarter than me when it comes to that. However, unfortunately, it did get out, and I'm going to tell you right now, I have the outfit that Sydney, the CIA-owned Serbia Powell, was wearing during that fucking proper video. And it's not proper, no. So I'm gonna recreate that video, and I know I can I already nailed the voice. I already started practicing. So I mean, it will, and I will of course ad lib a little bit within it so that it might not be exactly the transcript of her. I mean, I can't guarantee that I'm gonna go word for word or anything like that. I mean, don't expect it. But I'm just saying, it will be worth the watch. Let's put it that way. So what I'm doing is working on a script and all that. I'm gonna do it, and I'm gonna really put some fucking energy behind it, with dedications and everything. No. Anyway, so I'm really excited. It just came to me when I was listening to her do it. I started mimicking her while she was like speaking, and I was like, "Oh, I can do this. Like I can nail that bitch. I can totally get that voice down." I know, too late for Halloween, but I'll tell you what, it's not going to be too late for next Halloween, and I'm going to guarantee you, Marie, that bitch is going to be in the news until at least 2025. So, yeah. Please use Steve, please use a 2-liter diet Dr. Pepper. Don't. Yes, Sydney does have a southern accent. And I'm not gonna give you any teasers on that. Because I think you need to experience it in isolation. Dirty Bird, Judge Cannon. Oh, that's a great idea. Yes, we should talk about Judge Cannon. I don't know too much about her background other than the Trump appointee and the lack of actual judicial experience. She doesn't have oh my God. You guys, it's just going to be so fucking fun. I have a feeling that I'm going to really become her. You know what I mean? Like, like this will be a recurring character, I think. To the degree. And she could be replaced, right? Like, let's say Ginny Thomas gets, her 15 to 25 years of fame. Or maybe Cleta Mitchell. I could do Cleta Mitchell. So yeah, Cleta Mitchell, I could study that tape. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, and he, she's, and theys, and everyone, I love you. This is going to be fun. I don't know. I got really excited about it. That's why I've been kind of like in my head the last few days, because I'm really trying to think about, okay, I want to do it justice. Let's put it that way. Because it feels like a gift. Like she just gave us a gift, right? She gave us the most mock-worthy whatever minutes. And I just think that's, we can't take that for granted. You can't take that for granted. So that's very exciting. So I am very excited about that. Yeah, and I am actually, I know, and the people who don't like me or who are mad at me right now for whatever reason, really made me laugh. I gotta tell, I kind of will tell you the story of the whole like Monday thread. But anyway, wait, what was I gonna say? Oh, wait, what was I gonna say? Oh man, I can't remember now. Okay, wait, it'll come back to me. Epic acting by Lolo. I'm gonna try. And then, I'm gonna try and use some of that stuff for a reel, because I need a reel. And, I don't have any like actual productions, so I need to create a reel anyway. So it'll be very helpful. And ad-libbing is really fun with that. I actually enjoy improv more than I thought I would. So that will be fun. Let's see. And oh gosh, I know there was something else really fun that I was the Gal Squad. Okay, so listen. Miss Powell, is it true that you have a MAGA bullet by your knife? I think she does, doesn't she, Steve? I think she does have one. Yeah, method acting, Marie says. Take a 5-second. Yeah, I'll do sound effects. I'm telling you right now, kids, don't worry about this. I've got this. I've got this, bitch. I can, oh, Margaret, I could probably recreate a few of her outfits. And they may not be exact, but I know if I dug deep in my old clothes, I might be able to find some of that type of shit. I definitely have a scarf. I definitely have a scarf. Anyway, okay, so I get up early. I mean, that's just the way it is, right? I've always gotten up early. It's not even an old age thing, but I'm sure that has something to do with it. So, so I have started like, I go on YouTube and see who's speaking and stuff like that. And lately, again, I have caught the do the TY. Oh, do the top and blue bottom lip. I've been tuning into this horrid show called Chicks on the Right, which I've heard of before and I've watched them once in a while, but I just thought, I'll tune in because I enjoy, if I'm going to listen to MAGA, I'd rather listen to something that is live and that has a larger audience so that I can at least understand like what, or, understand a larger messaging piece. Because that's always what I'm looking for is what's the larger messaging and how did it get down here and all that kind of stuff. Anyway, I don't know why. That's just my fascination. It's not that I'm going to do anything with it. Media literacy. So I watched this show and I'm like, I kind of expected more of these women in terms of just more complicated narrative, but it is just straight up dumb shit narrative. Like it's just straight up dumb. It's being dumb. I don't think people are dumb. I think people are being dumb. They aren't dumb. It's not a character flaw. So, I just was like, wow, this is like not even good bad content, right? Like good bad content. All right. So then I was like, more and more, I'm like, damn it. Because I always think about what am I doing with my platform? What do I want to do with my platform? And where do we go from here? And it's not that I think that I have this huge career coming, because I'm not at the point where I need a career or want that kind of, I don't want that kind of pressure even necessarily. However, I am still really interested in doing like good projects that focus on a need that is crucial to the country or people. No, not even the country. I'm sorry. That's not what I meant. I meant the people. That we go towards a more perfect union. I feel like that is a worthy aim. Because to me, it implies that everybody is lifted and, etc. And socialism. No. But yes. So what I am like, and because years ago I encountered Gal Suburban, Clayburg, Tina, and then Jay Rance, and then we became friends kind of in real life over the last few years and have been through quite a bit of shit on the Twitter sphere at least. And kind of gotten through it together. And I was drawn to them because I was looking for smart people on Twitter that that will that have the information, because for me, I was a late entry to Twitter, and I came there because I didn't feel like I was getting enough information on traditional things. I do have a need for weed. So I was drawn to them, and then of course they just happen to be lovely human beings that really have become my best friends in real life. And so I wouldn't trade them for the world. More, even more than that, even more than they're like amazing. The information is good, and it's hard sourced, and I see the work behind it, and it is just it's not, it has humility to it. Like it doesn't have all the characteristics of all the things that the haters might want to say. So that's why it doesn't affect me. Oh, I don't know if I can. My car, my car's fucked up. But anyway, it doesn't matter. It's fine. It's gonna be fine. Actually, the damage isn't that bad, it turns out, which is fantastic. So, but one of the things that I have identified, because I've kind of really thought about why can't I use this platform to get to a larger place? Well, first of all, I'm not the expert. I'm not the, I'm not the like, I'm not the sorcerer. I'm not OSINT. I don't have those skills. I don't desire. I mean, I'm doing what I like to do, which is comedy and singing and political, learning together around politics. And so I don't have that expertise. So one thing I identified that I'm missing is like expertise, right? Well, Gal Squad to me is a very close proximity pool of expertise. Plus, they're people who I've done plenty of public spaces with and other things where everyone is really talented in terms of doing that. So there's a lot of competency there. And then on the other hand, I also identified, okay, what's the technical like pieces to this? One thing is having a producer, and that's just someone who is helping you source material, gather clips, plan out shows, etc. Very kind of like logistical type of work. That's a piece that's missing because if generally if you're trying to be the content, then it's hard to, or to provide the content, it's hard to do both. Anyway, so in an ideal world, you would have that component. The technology can be overcome with a lot of things. I'm not feel like I'm held back by technology, but those two pieces, kind of the production piece, logistics, and the content expertise, are missing in terms of me as an individual content creator. So I think when I saw these chicks on the right, I was like, okay, that's it. I'm fed the fuck up. And Twitter is such a fucking hellscape of bullies and bullshit artists who like to Darvo the fuck out of people. Oh, get ready, because it's about to get real lit, I guess. I don't know, but I feel like I'm getting a lot of like special attention, but whatever. Go ahead, kids. Knock yourselves out. I thought if Midas, as an obvious, platform, they platformed Ron Filipowski, who has been, close to our circle. So it's not like it's just like oh, I want to be on Oprah, These are people that are actually somewhat relatively adjacent. Jim has experience, he was just on Midas with Anthony Davis, like all that kind of good stuff. So it's not like Midas is way out of the realm of possibility, but it would take work and hustle to get in front of them. And there's a lot of obstacles because there's clearly people who would just love, and they've already started, I'm sure, blah, blah, blah. But my point is, if we can, I think there need to be voices on the left, and I like the voices we have because I think we offer a lot of entertainment as well as content, as well as, I don't know, just fun conversation. I believe there's a place for that in the landscape of the Midas network. And I think that's missing for them. And I have ideas around how, there's a way to make sure there's a diversity of voices. I mean, I think that there's lots of opportunities with something like that. So that's what and that's what I think. And I think that's open to everyone, right? I don't think that I'm the only one that has the answer. I just say, hey, how about me? Put me in, coach. That's what I'm saying. And the thing about it is at this point, I don't need a salary. If it takes off and it does wonderful, great, we'll do sweatshirts. I'll get the money from sweatshirts. No, but I really want to do this. Like this to me would be a great, this is how I want to spend my time. Oh, you got a new puppy. Oh, Jim, that's cute. So yeah, thanks for listening. I think it would be interesting. Now, oh, and here's the other thing. So while I don't need a salary, when you have like the Gal Squad or other guests on or other things, you need to pay them, right? Like I'm not gonna ask people to join me in scarcity or poverty. You know what I mean? Like, no, I don't live in poverty, but like I have the ability to not do that right now. And that's great. And I want to use that. So I think the beautiful part is if we could get people who actually got paid to be the content with me, like I'll do that. I'm in. I'm totally in. And I will work like a motherfucker to do it because to me, this is media literacy. This is another voice. This is maybe someone else then says, you know what, if they have a channel, I can start a channel because I care more about this and they're not really covering that. And I say, come on in. You know what I mean? Like there is so much room at the table for all of the voices that need to be heard. I just can't, we shouldn't stop trying just because. So anyway. Margaret says, hey, my favorite podcast is a 39-year-old guy from LA who reenacts Vanderpump Rules. No. Listen, Margaret, I don't know if it's this one, but it's people that do that with Barbie dolls, and it's pretty hilarious. But maybe it's a different guy. Anyway, let me see if the thing is back. I don't know if they finished their vote. Oh, no, they're in recess. Wait, are they? Okay, yeah, they are. They're in recess. Okay, and oopsie. So I think comedy is soothing. And I'm not saying I'm the only comedian. Jesus Christ, I'm not even a great comedian. I don't really think I'm a good comedian. But I can improv and I think I can do it and I can be personable. I can also be mean. I'm not trying to say I'm perfect. I can also be mean and I can be petty and I can be all the things that a human is. But I can also own up to my humanity and when I make a mistake. And I think we need more people who are just saying that. So I just want to be a person that says that. And I think this is the time to do it with the EcoVid. Wait, oh yeah, that's right. That's right, Umberto EcoVid. Hey, you should drop that link. You should drop that link. Because that's really good. That was really good. So yeah, it's yeah, exactly. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, for comedy. So anyway, that's kind of where I'm at. Oh, so let's talk about this morning because this was a little unexpected. I apologize. Again, my head's not right in the space of tracking all of the good stuff that's happening. Oh, by the way, before I forget, please go to Joe Dempsey's please go to Joe Dempsey at Dempsey2 TWO DEMPSEY TWO on Twitter because he has or on YouTube. That's his YouTube, I think too. He has a video on the Eastman trial, and I think they are amazing. This video is amazing. So please go to Joe Dempsey's YouTube. I'll find the link and drop it. Did you see my fun chats with Mike Flynn Jr.? Yeah. I told Mike Flynn Jr., I said, you better be careful. you better not dare her to show you more data. Oh, have you met her? I'm going to pull him up. Hold on just a minute. Oh my God. Jim Stewarton Jr. is one wheel short of a unicycle. What? He's riding the rims. I'm riding the rims. Riding the rims. Riding, riding, riding the rims. I don't know. So yes, this morning, while I'm pulling up the amazing Mike Flynn Jr. check, check yourself before you wreck yourself. Wait, let me go wait, let me go here because it'll be here. I know where it is. All right, I know where it is. Doodly-doo. 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 Is this a new one? Wait a minute. Hold on. So I have to leave in 20 minutes to go to this appointment. And I expect to be back. I expect to be back. I don't know which one it is. God, you're really good, Threads. It's nutty. Nutty. Oh, wait, here we go. 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 I think this is it. I'm gonna assume it's it. Okay, wait. All right, so let me just get out of there. Oh, no. Okay. I'm sorry. Hold on. Hold, please. We are now processing. That's my default. Hold, please. We are now processing. I have one of these dudes blocked. Maybe I shouldn't show that. Oh, it's gonna show it anyway. Oh well. What the fuck do I care? Listen, hey, for 5 minutes I said, oh, you know what? If I encounter any new trolls, I'm just gonna leave them unblocked because frankly, they're just gonna create more socks and they're gonna do. And why am I bothering blocking people? Well, that was a stupid idea. Can I tell you? That was a dumb fucking idea. Because here's the can I tell you a really funny story about this weekend before we get into this? Can I tell you a really funny story? Oh, thank you, Here, this is a very good video. Highly recommend. No, just Joe, and it's a game. Max, he's playing a game. He's playing a fucking game. Thank you, He's playing a game. All right, so anyway, but let me tell you about this weekend. Okay, so I got food poisoning on Saturday night because the bottom line is this. I don't live in France, so I can't keep my eggs out. But I thought for some reason it would be fine to eat an egg that had been sitting out with the other eggs, but I didn't think. So I had a little bit of food poisoning and I basically slept so much on Sunday that I woke up in the middle of the morning, on Monday, like 3 a.m. or something. And I thought, oh, well, I'm feeling good, Oh, okay, it's passed. Wow, awesome. Woohoo. And so I'm like, okay, I'll check up on social media, see how it's going. And lo and behold, there's a troll in my replies. So I'm like, okay, well, this is fun. And I just wanted to hear what they had to say since they felt that they really wanted to say stuff. So I'm like, okay, go ahead. And then they talked and called me stupid old child. I don't know, a lot of things. It's fine. I feel like there might have been some impairment there. But anyway, the point is that, and I'm sure they're watching or I don't care. Yeah, the point is that it was very informative. It was a very, very informative 6 hours of exchange. And I felt bad. I felt bad for them because I could tell they were in a lot of pain. So I don't know. It made me feel like, wow, I feel better that I'm not obsessed. Sorry, I just had to laugh about it. Anyway, you worked for Ralph's? You mean the grocery store? Huh. Junior is not going to be able to get a job. He's going to be like on the do not hire list or something. Okay, so anyway, let's see, what was I going to say? I think. Oh, you did? Oh, well, I don't know then, but something definitely got me. Maybe it was just a little stomach bug. I don't usually get sick, so it was kind of unusual. That's why I thought, oh, well, it could have been something I ate. Oh, maybe it was something else. Anyway, point is, I am fine now. Oh, well then it definitely couldn't have been the eggs. Darn it, I just threw a few away. Dang it. Oh well. See, this is what I thought, Steve. I thought I could leave eggs out. I thought, oh, and then my daughter did say, you can't really do that unless they're like not dirty. Not like just out of the chicken kind of thing or more organic or whatever. And I'm like, oh, darn it. I'm like, whoops, well, I guess that's what happens. Please hit the like, boost the algo. And then we're going to do this. And then I think what I'm going to do, this is going to be crazy. Well, let me think about what I'm going to do because I do have to kind of like skedaddle in a few. But what I will do is, what was I going to say? I will take the, I will figure out how to get, you poison thousands. Hi, Dempsey. Were your ears buzzing? I was pointing people to your excellent video on Eastman. I haven't gotten all the way through it. And I have to do a weird juggling this morning, but I really, really enjoyed what I saw so far. So recommending Joe Dempsey's video. All right, let's do this a little bit because I wanna see what happened. What happened? Well, here's just an innocent little tweet. Same day, Flynn was sitting for an interview with the Mueller team talking about his December 2015 trip to Russia. Lots of stuff. Wait a minute. Wait, is this the one or is this the wrong one? Oh, hurry. Oh, whoops. Offensive language. Or people who have blocked me. Is this where we start? Oh man, what the hell? Where is it? You're gonna be mad at me, huh? Because I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this right, am I? Oh, wait. I think I'm getting to it. Wait, maybe not. I know you're frustrated. I can't see the chat right now, so that's my problem. Oh yeah, I blocked that guy too. I don't even know. I'm like, I don't know who's good, who's not good. I have no idea, people. Please don't take anything I say. Dang it. Now where's the fucking shit? I'm sorry. Okay, wait. Gal, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna come back over here. I'm so sorry. Gal's like, I hate you. Eggs can't be refrigerated if you're gonna leave them out. Wait, what? Can't first be refrigerated. Oh, well then that was a problem. That was definitely a problem. I don't know. I definitely got sick. I don't usually get sick. This is definitely sick. My daughter can definitely attest to this is sick. Girl got sick. Okay, let me find the frickin'... Wait, let me make sure they're not back. They're not back yet. Jesus. Let's go back to the fire for a minute so that I can find the right tweet. Oh, poop. Oh, here we go. I got it now. Hold on. Hold on, everybody. Hold on. I fucking hate this new Twitter. I really hate this new Twitter. Let's see. Where is it? That's not it. I'm sorry, Gal. I'm having a heck of a time trying to find it. I thought that was it. Do-do-do, do-do-do. Let's I think the Flynns are just playing a lot of games now because here's what I think. This is totally my hot take and I'm an idiot. So blah, blah, blah. Idiot alert. But I feel like when I watch their accounts and all the shit that they're saying about all kinds of different things, I just feel like the Flynn boys are playing games real fast and furious without a lot of, I mean, I'm sure they're giving it thought, but it's probably not good thought. And they're probably scared that the hammer's about to come down on Mikey, which will implicate all of them in some dirty deeds, I'm sure. And so everybody's nervous. And so they're throwing a lot of spaghetti and trying to obfuscate, I think that's the right word, and all that shit in order to kind of be taken more seriously or to be like, hey, I'm over here. Oh no, I'm over here. Oh yeah, I'm over here. Oh yeah, I'm over here. Her. Fuck off. I don't even want to, and they want us to follow their shell game. They want us to be like tweaked out by their shell game. And I'm just like laughing at the kind of, and then when you look at like MAGA responses into their threads, they're like, oh yeah, dude, oh yeah, oh yeah. And it's just a lot of beta simping. So I don't know. Yeah, oh, he was deep in the sauce. That's because Doug Stewart, somebody told him I saw a tweet response to him where I think it was Matthew, Doug, I don't know what their names are. One guy, I can't remember his name, but he said, just tell him you were drunk and da-da-da-da-da. And I don't care. I don't care. So I don't care about their shell game. I don't care. They are dangerous to the country, to the stability of our democracy. They would like to radicalize and manipulate people. And I think that's a bully. And I don't like bullies. And so I think that's, there are plenty of reasons to be upset with the Flynns. And I think that their time is coming and they're getting nervous. So that's kind of what I think. That's my real hot take. Not probably as well informed as it could be, but I'm a comedian. I'm not a journalist. But my comedic observation is that there's a little bit of Keystone Coppery going on because kind of like shit's settling, and that's probably whatever. I am over this egg discussion. Well, it was just a yolk. I was just telling a yolk. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, I really have to get ready because I gotta go. I gotta get on the road. I'm gonna be late. Then I'm gonna be late back. So, I dropped a lot of. I think I dropped a few trolls to run back and report on my shitty reporting. Checking on the convoy when they're pretending like, oh, you were working at, oh, yes. Oh, God, Jim, yeah, if you were impacted by all the nonsensory around the convoy traffic stuff, that's ridiculous. That's totally ridiculous. Well, what I'm going to do, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put the hearing back on at the hearing site with the sound up, and God willing, and I think it will be fine. It will start playing automatically when they come back, and it will continue playing until I return, or it will default to the next video, which I guarantee you will be a PBS News video, because for some reason that's always what tees up. Yeah, Mike's not going to go to RFK. They're trying to throw smoke, I think. I just think they're trying to throw smoke because they've got to kind of keep the interest in the Flynns. You got to flail. It's flail like a Flynn right now. Not fight like a Flynn, it's flail like a Flynn. And is he the only problem? No, arrest Roger Stone. I got plenty of names. I don't need to just talk about him. But that's what they want. They want us to talk about him. He's a dork. The whole family's a dork. Bunch of dorks. Including the lol cow sister, Mary. Ugh. God, I heard her on a space. She's the biggest weirdo. Simp. All right. Okay. Oh, God, I gotta go. Okay, I'm gonna go back to the thing. I will be back. Thank you. Thank you. And if I see you later, I'll see you. But if I don't, thank you so much for coming this morning. And I hope the rest of your day is really good. And be careful out there. Rudy Tooty isn't a big doo-doo. Let's hope. Let's hope. Let's hope. Okay, so let me turn it up. And it's live, and everything is good, and everybody's fine. But let me go ahead and turn this off. And then. Oh, thank you. Okay, I gotta go. I'm so sorry. I will be back.
as long as people have gone over, they've gotten plenty of time. The committee will come to order. I now recognize, we'll start back in order. I think Mr. Swalwell completed our first session this morning. We'll now hear from the chairman of the Subcommittee on Transportation, Mr. Jimenez from Florida, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My first question is to Secretary Mayorkas. Secretary Mayorkas, when President Biden first came into office, one of the first things he did is he changed all the Trump-era policies related to the southern border. Did you agree with those changes?
Congressman,
That's a yes or no answer, sir, please. I don't have much time. Did you
Congressman-
agree with them or not?
Congressman, he changed some of the policies, and I do agree with those changes.
Okay, and subsequent to that, have you had a number of conversations with the president when you're making substantive changes or implementing new policies at the border? Have you relayed that to the president, and the president, has he said that he's in agreement with your recommendations, or has he made recommendations to you and said, or actually given you order and said, no, I want to do this? Do you agree with everything, that all the policies that have been implemented since you've been the Secretary of Homeland Security?
Congressman, I'm not going to get into the specifics of my conversations with the president, but please
That's fair enough. I'm going to reclaim my time. Thank you very much. So apparently, I don't know if you talked to the president or not. Fair enough. So either you do things on your own or you do things in consultation with the president. You're still part of his administration. There's a lot been said about the funding of DHS. And so in fiscal year 2020, there were 458,000 encounters at the border. In fiscal year 2021, there was 1,734,686 encounters at the border. That's a 400% increase. There was no really significant change in the funding. So this whole narrative that somehow funding is the issue, funding's not the issue. The issue is policy. And the policies that have been implemented by this administration and your department in particular, have led to this catastrophic failure of our immigration in the United States, where you have a 400% increase in the number of encounters at the border with the same amount of money, both in fiscal year 20 and 21. Now, in fiscal year 22, things got even worse. There are 2.378 million encounters at the border. And we also know there's been a significant increase in the number of gotaways to the point where almost 2 million people are in this country that we haven't the faintest idea who they are. We don't know where they came from. We don't know where they are, and we don't know why they're here. Again, Director Wray, does that pose a threat to the security of the United States? The fact that there's 2 million people here, we don't know who they are, why they're here, what they're doing here. Have you got any worries about that?
Well, certainly the population that you're talking about is a source of concern for us.
All right, one other question for you, Director Wray. You say that the FBI, you work on detecting threats, et cetera, to the United States and the homeland. Exactly why are you doing that? What is the purpose of detecting threats and mitigating threats to the homeland?
Well, our mission is to protect the American people and uphold the country.
Very good. Protecting the American people. That's exactly right. Do you know how many people, the number one terrorist organization that has killed the most people in the United States, you know what that is?
That would be Al Qaeda.
And how many people have they killed? Americans?
Well, in the neighborhood of 3,000.
3,000. Okay. Across the border, there's the Mexican cartels. They are pumping fentanyl into the United States. You know how many people they've killed?
I don't have that number, but it's eye-popping.
It is eye-popping. And so, again, the failure at the border, the failure of us taking significant action, not only to stop the flow of illegal immigrants, and a lot of them, we don't even know who they are, that it poses a threat to the United States. The actual threat of the cartels that are not 7,000 miles away, they're 20 miles away, they're 5 miles away on the other side of the border, that are killing tens of thousands of Americans every year, and we do nothing about it. Nothing. They're right there. We know who they are. We know where they're operating, and we do nothing about it. That is a dereliction of duty, Mr. Chairman. And with that, I got one more. If you give me one more thing, real quick, okay? Guns, planes, missiles, personnel, ships, boats, assassins. They all have one thing in common. Ms. Abizaid, do you know what that is? It's money. Money. That's what they have in common. So I'd like to know why the Secretary Blinken signed off on a waiver for Iraq to purchase electricity from Iran, which will give them $10 billion in revenue. And that's a rhetorical question. Thank you.
Okay, the gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Thanadar from Michigan, the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Transportation.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thank Ranking Member Thompson, both of you, for having this hearing today. I also want to express profound thanks to the most honorable witnesses for your valuable efforts that give the people of this great country the safety they need to have prosperous lives. As we discuss threats to the homeland here today, it looks like we will more likely avert a shutdown this time. But for the second time this year, the dysfunctional Republican majority has brought our government to the brink of a shutdown after weeks of infighting. Funding our government 45 days at a time has consequences. At the Transportation Security Administration, thanks to funding Democrats provided in the last year's omnibus spending bill, workers are finally receiving the pay they have long deserved. However, pay increases were only funded for the final quarter of fiscal year 2023. So continuing at fiscal 23 levels instead of passing a full year spending bill will have increasingly dire consequences for the agency. Secretary Merkus, thank you for working with Congress to provide pay raises for TSA workers. What benefits is TSA seeing so far from pay raises, and what consequences would you expect to see if Congress does not provide funding to increase TSA's budget for fiscal 24?
Thank you very much, Congressman, for your concern for the men and women of TSA. I want to thank Ranking Member Thompson for championing fair pay for that workforce for many, many years, and I'm grateful to Congress for achieving fair pay finally. It has made a significant difference in the recruitment and retention of personnel who are vital to the security of the traveling public. If we lose that funding, we will return to recruiting and retention challenges precisely when travel is booming once again in a post-COVID-19 world.
Thank you, Secretary. And I, as a former business owner, I understand the importance of making sure the employees get paid fairly and they have the benefits that they need, because we are competing for these employees with the private sector and they can always walk. And we have seen a high level of turnover in the past, and that will continue and that will endanger our safety. But more broadly, for all witnesses, how does continually funding the government by short-term continuing resolution affect your agency's ability to execute your missions? I mean, I ran businesses and I never planned for 45-day budget. Usually it's a year, 2-year long, some also have a 5-year plan. That's how most businesses operate. How does this short-term funding affects and how you run your agencies, and how does that affect our national security?
Congressman, very difficult to plan in the implementation of important security-related and security-focused initiatives when one does not know with certainty whether the funding for those initiatives will actually come through. I should also add a different element of this. It creates tremendous worry and instability within the workforce. In fact, for example, our Countering Weapons of Mass Destruction office, I had an all-employee town hall with them because they were uncertain about their future employment. That is not a situation that we can afford at a time when we need to advance the security of the American people. Thank you.
I would add to Secretary Mayorkas's comments that the funding approach that you're describing is incredibly disruptive to our operations. As you say, planning is an essential part of any well-functioning organization, and it's very, very hard to do that. And I would second the concerns about our workforce. As you know, more and more you have federal employees who are two federal employee couples, for example, and in a lot of places they're living paycheck to paycheck. So even with the law that was passed that ensures they will eventually get paid, which is a welcome development,
Yes.
in the short run, that's incredibly stressful for people who are battling to put food on the table and keep a roof over their families' heads.
Thank you.
And I would only add, I completely associate myself with my colleagues' comments. I would only add that, what we've described is a pretty unpredictable global environment right now. And in the national security world, we need sort of a steady baseline from which we can operate and respond to crises. And so the added stress on the workforce of just being able to understand when and where their paycheck is coming from, I think is one that we don't want to really put on their shoulders.
Thank you so much. I'm over my time, so I yield back, Chair.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Pfluger, the gentleman from Texas and the chairman of the Subcommittee on Counterterrorism, for 5 minutes.
Director Abizaid, thank you for your service. I'm not going to have questions for you today. Mr. Chairman, we started this hearing by listening to Secretary Mayorkas talk about climate change as a threat to our country and obscure policies that need reauthorization, but not yet one mention of the southwest border and the 169 plus known or suspected terrorists that have entered this country. So I think it just shows you where the mindset is, and the American people know that. Director Wray, you said in front of the Senate committee last week, and you said again today, the reality is that terrorism threat has been elevated throughout 2023, but the ongoing war in the Middle East has raised the threat of an attack against Americans in the United States to a whole other level. Do you stand by that statement?
Absolutely.
If somebody is listed as a special interest alien or a KST, by the way, this is Trump-era KSTs, and this is Mayorkas-Biden-era KSTs. If somebody's listed as a KST, is that a concerning person, somebody who could do harm to the United States?
Well, to be on the watch list as a KST means that they've met the standard to be of concern.
So they're concerning to the FBI. You're looking for these people.
Yes.
Are there people that are listed in these numbers? I think the number was 169. They may have amended that from CBP DHS, but are there people that you are still searching for that we don't know where they are in the United States? Of the known apprehensions, KSTs, known or suspected terror people, match list to the terror watch list.
Well,
are you still searching for people in the United States that we know match the terror watch list?
I'm not sure I can answer that here because it's a constantly moving target. Yes.
Are there people that match the terror watch list that were apprehended by CBP that the FBI and other agencies are searching for in the United States?
There are certainly individuals who are the subject of terrorism investigations that we are searching for.
Are there
Whether or not they're people, to me, I guess the distinction I'm drawing is, well, there's obviously a lot of focus on the watch list itself. One of the things that, and I've tried to be clear in my testimony here this morning, one of the areas that we are of concern is individuals who, once here, information later comes in.
Are there people that you don't?
Those
Are there
people
people you don't know where they are that the FBI is searching for today?
Yes.
Yes or no? Yes. Secretary Mayorkas. Is there a policy at DHS that requires CBP or any other agency involved with the vetting of individuals who match the terror watch list that requires these individuals to be detained? Does DHS have a policy of detainment for anybody who matches the terror watch list?
Congressman, on September 30th of 2021, I promulgated a policy that articulated quite clearly and quite expressly that individuals who pose a threat to the public safety.
Is there a policy at DHS and CBP that requires detainment of people who match the terror watch list? It's very simple.
That individuals who pose a threat to public safety or national security are a priority for enforcement. And if in fact
Is every person that you have listed on the terror watch list detained right now?
And if in fact they pose such a threat, they are to be detained.
Okay, so why did you release people in the United States that match the terror watch list?
Congressman, we do not release individuals.
So you have detained every single person who matched the terror watch list that you apprehended at the southern border?
If you would-
100%.
If you would allow me to answer the question.
Please answer it quickly. I don't need a filibuster.
If we believe that the detention of an individual is necessary to safeguard the safety of the American people, we continue to detain.
Secretary, I'm going to reclaim my time. If you and any other agency labels somebody as a match to the terror watch list, do you immediately detain them?
Congressman, if you are referring to the terrorist screening data set, the TSDS, we make a determination in the execution of our law enforcement responsibilities to detain an individual if that detention is
I believe that based
If
on your
that detention-
testimony, and based on Director Ray's, that there are people that you're still searching for that you should have detained. And I want to find out more information on it. Furthermore, in 2023, your agency, Secretary Mayorkas, reported that there were over 24,000 Chinese nationals who have entered the United States illegally. That's a 1,000% increase from 2022. Are there people that you are searching for, Director Ray, Secretary Mayorkas, that have entered this country? And is there intelligence to suggest that the CCP is trying to use or directing the flow of CCP or Chinese nationals into the United States?
Well, certainly there are individuals who are affiliated with the Chinese government who are the subject of investigations that we have here, and some of those are people that we're searching for. Now, how they came in, whether they came in illegally or not, is a different question. I'm not sure I can speak to that here in the aggregate. But what I can tell you is that I've been very consistent in saying that there is no country that presents a broader, more comprehensive threat to our economic security, our national security, our innovation than the Chinese government. And they use non-traditional collectors, not just traditional intelligence operatives, to cause that threat.
Secretary Mayorkas, based on Director Ray's testimony, that he believes that this threat is at a whole other level and you are not detaining people immediately, I am very concerned about the security of this nation and the fact that you have been derelict in your duty in securing our
Gentleman's
nation. And
time
I
has
yield back.
expired. I now recognize Mr. Carter. Or you went already, okay. I now recognize Mr. Magaziner, the ranking member for counterterrorism, the gentleman from Rhode Island, for his 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for your leadership and to the men and women who work under you, who keep our nation safe every day. You have our gratitude. And to Ranking Member Thompson and Chairman Green as well for calling this hearing. The Director of National Intelligence has assessed that racially and ethnically motivated violent extremists present the greatest terror threats to our country. And I believe in your opening statements, our witnesses verified that assessment today. Racially and ethnically motivated violent extremists present the greatest terror threats to our country. Yet, as I've been listening, not one member from the other side of the aisle has focused any of their remarks or questions on what the DNI and our witnesses have identified as the greatest terror threat to our country. So I'm going to spend my time today talking about this and asking you about it. Because we know that over the last 5 years, more Americans have been killed on our soil by racially motivated extremists than any other type of terror. We saw it in El Paso, Texas, where a racially motivated extremist killed 23 people in an attack explicitly targeting Latino and immigrant communities. In Buffalo, New York, where a racially motivated extremist targeted the black community, killing 10 people. Allen, Texas, where an extremist espousing anti-Semitic and neo-Nazi ideology shot up a mall, killing 8 people. Over the past decade, 145 Americans killed on U.S. soil in domestic extremist attacks, primarily racially and ethnically motivated. The FBI currently has 2,700 open domestic terrorism cases, and anti-government extremism poses a growing threat as well. We just learned the horrifying news that an associate of a January 6th defendant pleaded guilty to conspiring and plotting to murder 37 FBI employees in Chattanooga for the admitted purpose to retaliate against government conduct. And of course, in the wake of the October 7th Hamas terrorist attack in Israel, we are seeing a significant rise in anti-Semitic and Islamophobic violence across the country. The Anti-Defamation League reports that anti-Semitic incidents of harassment, vandalism, and assault have increased by 388% over the same period last year. Just this week, a Michigan man pleaded guilty to threatening to commit a mass shooting against the Jewish community. The Council on American Islamic Relations has similarly reported a 216% increase. And of course, we are all familiar with the tragic death of a 6-year-old Palestinian American who was horrifically killed in a hate crime a few weeks ago. So, given that this has been identified as the greatest terror threat facing our country, I'd like to give each of you an opportunity, starting with Director Ray, to talk about specifically racially and ethnically motivated extremism. What is the nature of this threat, and what does the FBI need from Congress in order to meet it?
So first, a point of clarification. And when we talk about the greatest threat to the homeland is lone actors or small groups, typically radicalized online using easily accessible weapons to attack soft targets. And that group of lone actors includes both, as you rightly say, domestic violent extremists, as well as, though, that's the clarification, homegrown violent extremists who are individuals here who are inspired by foreign terrorist organizations. So that's what we call it at the highest threat level. Second, when it comes specifically on the domestic violent extremism side, domestic terrorism side, it is the case that over the last several years, the most lethal activity has been conducted here in the homeland by racially motivated violent extremists in terms of the most lethality. And then there's a second category, which you also noted in your question, which is anti-government, anti-authority violent extremists, which is distinct, sometimes overlaps a little bit, but it's distinct from the racially motivated.
Is that, for example, what we saw on January 6th, the anti-government or inspired by?
That would be one variation on it, but so would the violence that we saw in the summer of 2020. Anarchist violent extremism is all in the category of anti-government, anti-authority violent extremism, and we've seen a lot of both. And so the volume in that category is probably the greatest. The lethality is probably the greatest on the racially motivated violent extremist side.
Secretary.
Congressman, let me share with you some of the work we are doing to combat this threat. We're working very closely with our federal partners, notably the FBI. We're working with state, local, tribal, territorial, and campus law enforcement, our frontline personnel. We are engaging with communities in developing best practices for prevention models to be able to intervene when individuals are seeing somebody descend down a path of radicalization to violence. We are, thanks to the support of Congress, distributing grant funds to nonprofit organizations. In fact, we have sought a $200 million increase in that critically needed grant program, the Nonprofit Security Grant Program, to enable nonprofit organizations, including places of worship, religious schools, to secure themselves. We have protective security advisors in every state providing advice as to how facilities, places of gathering can best secure themselves. Those are some of the steps that we are taking to combat this threat in an environment of critically needed partnership.
And if I may, Mr. Chairman, if it's okay, just to
Yeah,
answer
go
the
ahead.
question. Racially and ethnically
Just quickly.
motivated violent extremism over the last 5 years, as you noted, has created the most lethality for Americans, especially here in the homeland, but it is a global threat. At the National Counterterrorism Center, we're focused on issues that have a foreign nexus, and we would say that racially, ethnically motivated violent extremism certainly has a foreign nexus. When you look at the motivation behind a shooter in New York who goes to a supermarket and kills Black Americans, that is motivated by manifestos that we see from New Zealand and from Norway, and actually inspired later attacks that we saw in Slovakia. And so understanding the global dynamics around this type of terrorism, I think, is a really important piece of what we're doing to try and keep up with an evolving threat dynamic that is affecting many countries.
Thank you for your work in this area. I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
I now recognize Mr. Garbarino, the gentleman from New York and the chairman of the Subcommittee on Cyber, for 5 minutes questioning.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for the witnesses for being here. A couple weeks ago, we had some witnesses come in and testify about Iranian threats, and I want to ask Director Wray, you said recently that you expect Iranian cyber threats to worsen if the conflict in Israel expands. Can you expand on that? What should we specifically be watching out for?
Well, I think sometimes people overlook the fact that Iran is one of only 2 countries to have committed a destructive cyber attack against the United States. And it's been a few years since that happened. So they've already shown a propensity for that. And we saw not that long ago an attempted cyber attack from Iran against a children's hospital in New England. So this is an adversary that is engaged in conduct that is brazen and aggressive, and it is very comparable, in my view, to what we see in terms of the lethal targeting that I described in my opening statement and to this committee last year, which is a country which has attempted to assassinate an American journalist and human rights activist right smack in the middle of New York City, and tried to assassinate current and former U.S. officials here on U.S. soil. And so the cyber threat that they pose in some ways shows a similar level of aggressiveness and brazenness.
So again, specific targets, not industries as a whole. Do you think they're like, I know other countries are focused specifically on possibly industries taking down an entire sector. Would you expect the Iranians to focus on, like you said, the hospitals specific targets?
I think critical infrastructure is obviously where we're most concerned. I'm not sure that I could tell you sitting here right now which of the 16 sectors, but critical infrastructure is where we would be most concerned about their potential cyber activity.
Thank you. Secretary Mayorkas, what's DHS doing to prepare for these possible cyber attacks coming up? And because I know when Russia invaded Ukraine, we did the Shields Up program. So have you done anything since there's been the war in Israel? What's DHS doing?
Congressman, so day to day, we work with our private sector partners. We have the Joint Cyber Defense Collaborative that our CISA, Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency, operates. We are working with our partners in Israel. We are sharing information and best practices with them. We work very closely with them because they are, in fact, experiencing an increase in cyber attacks. It's taking a page out of the playbook that you mentioned, our incredible work with Ukraine in the Shields Up campaign. So we have many different lines of effort that we are employing on a day-to-day basis to protect critical infrastructure.
Thank you. And I want to, I think one of those things is focusing on workforce. So Director Wray, you said earlier this year that even if all of the FBI's cyber agents and intel analysts focus exclusively on China threats, Chinese hackers would still outnumber the FBI cyber personnel by 50 to 1. Is that still the case? What's FBI doing to deal with that?
Well, that is still my assessment of the numerical disadvantage that we are at. China has a bigger hacking program than that of every other major nation combined, and has stolen more of Americans' personal and corporate data than that of every nation, big or small combined. So it is a scale that is significant in terms of what we're doing, in addition to trying to focus on recruiting cyber talent, both among agents, but also computer scientists, data analysts, data scientists.
We are also focusing very heavily, and some of this is in the budget request that's up before Congress, focus on advanced training for our existing workforce. Because one of the things that I hear consistently from our agents who work this area is that while people who know the ones and zeros is incredibly important, if you've got a really good agent who's got the good agent skills, you can, if you get the right training, you can teach them a lot of the cyber stuff that they need. And so we're trying to raise the median cyber proficiency in the workforce, not just recruit our way out of the problem.
I appreciate that. And we did meet with some of your agents on a bipartisan trip overseas. Some of the work they're doing, and they're doing a really good job overseas, I think, especially with the share information. I wanted to focus, though, lastly, on anti-Semitism, that we're seeing the rise in anti-Semitism, especially on college campuses. There are college campuses around that have student groups that don't seem to be getting, that are promoting anti-Semitism, but don't seem to be getting funding from the universities. There's one here in DC at a school here. Where they have you been focused on where they're getting their funding from? Where is it coming from outside sources? Is it coming from overseas, specifically for these student groups that have caused a lot of rise in anti-Semitism on campuses?
Well, when we investigate funding issues, it's in the context of something where we have a properly predicated investigation. So we're not investigating funding in support of First Amendment activity, just to be clear. But certainly we are looking at funding, and have for quite some time, looking at funding of Hamas, going in the other direction, and funding, including looking at Hamas's use of cryptocurrency and things like that. When it comes to groups here, if they are engaged in activity that is properly predicated as a criminal or national security investigation, then funding is, of course, part of what we would be looking at.
I think, and I know I'm out of time, but I think the focus on how these student groups are so well, they're well prepared. They are well governed. I mean, the money's got to be coming from somewhere. If it's not coming from the universities, I think it's coming from somewhere. But I'm out of time.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize a gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Ivey, who is the ranking member on oversight.
That's
for
correct.
5 minutes.
Mr. Bishop's
Mr. Bishop.
subcommittee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to follow up on a couple of questions. One was to the director. At the end of Congressman Higgins' testimony or questioning, he had a photo with 2 buses on it, and I wasn't able to. We tried to figure out what he was getting at, but it sounded like he was suggesting that there were FBI operatives who were and infiltrated the January, like 2 busloads of FBI operatives who had infiltrated the January 6th raid, and I wanted to give you a chance to clarify on that.
Well, I can't speak to the photo. I mean, I haven't seen the photo before, so I can't speak to the specifics of his photo and what it does or doesn't show. But what I can say, and what I tried to say in response to his questions, is that if somebody is asking or suggesting whether the violence at the Capitol on January 6th was part of some operation orchestrated by FBI sources or FBI agents or both, the answer is emphatically not. And to suggest to the contrary, I think, is a disservice to the hardworking men and women of the FBI who bust their tails every day to keep Americans, including everybody up on Capitol Hill, safe.
Yeah, I want to add as well, I used to be an AUSA in this office here in Washington, and actually was handling cases against them while the prosecutions were taking place. I do want to commend your office and the Department of Justice prosecutors for putting together, I guess, like 700 cases, I think, at this point, the vast majority of which have been successful, so I commend you for that. I did want to ask about FISA as well. I'm on Judiciary. You testified about FISA 702. As you know, the time's coming up for reauthorization on that. There are questions about whether the reauthorization should contain some statutory changes that put additional restrictions on your office. I know you've had some objections to that and said that your office has made some internal changes. I wanted to get a sense of hearing what those are, though, before I made a final decision on what I want to do with respect to that bill. There's 2, actually.
Well, I will say 2 things. First, on the impact of the changes, and then what the changes were themselves. the most important thing for this committee and for Congress to take away on the changes we've made and is the results of those changes, which have now been found. You don't have to just take my word for it. Look at the FISA court itself. The same FISA judge, by the way, who rightly criticized us earlier, found that our reforms that we've put in place have resulted in...
Yes, but if you could tell us what they are, I'd appreciate it.
So the changes include all sorts of changes to training, oversight, internal oversight, pre-approvals, new accountability.
Let me stop you on that
policies.
one. Pre-approvals. What are the pre-approval requirements that have been put in place now?
Well, there are a whole slew of them. Some have to do with when you have what's called a batch query, when there's a large number of query terms. That's one as an example. Certain kinds of sensitive query terms have to get run all the way up to the level of deputy director. I'd be happy to arrange a more detailed briefing because it is quite detailed.
That'd be
Among
great.
the other changes we've put in place is I created an entire new Office of Internal Audit at the FBI that did not exist before.
Well, let's do this. If you could supplement your testimony with the written, you may have done it someplace else, but if you could send me whatever it is that lays out the details of the changes you've made, I'd appreciate it. And Ms. Abizaid, I hope, okay, I got close. You mentioned 702 in your testimony, but you didn't have anything in your written testimony about it. I was wondering if you could answer the same kind of question. What sorts of changes, or you might think the current law is fine, but if you think the reforms that have been made are sufficient, or what's your position on that?
So I know the Department of Justice is engaged in a robust conversation about what kinds of reforms should be considered. I would only reinforce what I said in my oral testimony, which is that 702 is a vital authority for the CT community, and agility is key to that authority. So anything we do that reauthorizes it and preserves that agility will be incredibly important.
Okay, well, fair enough. If you've got additional proposed reforms you'd like to suggest, please send those in writing too. I've run out of time with respect to a couple of things here, but I did want to end with this. Mr. McCall, and I'm sorry he's not here, but he had a chance to respond to Mr. Goldman, but the aiding and abetting allegation that was directed at you, Secretary Mayorkas, I thought was just inappropriate and incorrect. I just wanted to register that on the record. I know there have been some disagreements about the way you've run the office and that sort of thing, but I just don't see how that's productive. So with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gonzalez, for his 5 minutes question.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, witnesses, for being here. I represent the largest border district in Congress. This border crisis is very real to us, not only for all Americans, but we're at the forefront of it. I want to start with Secretary Mayorkas. In April, you told 60 Minutes the migrant surge across our border are resulting from disinformation by cartels. I would go a step further and say that these cartels are terrorizing America, and it is long time that we label these cartels as terrorist organizations. I have a few questions for you, if you could be either yes or no or brief in your response. My first question is this, and I'm looking for solutions. Would raising the credible fear standards improve our border?
Congressman, the asylum system and the immigration system as a whole is in desperate need of reform, and I look forward to working with Congress on achieving that reform.
Do you think
it's long overdue?
Do you think that would help?
I think, Congressman, it is very difficult to take one element of an expansive system and say that is...
Well, let's talk about a couple of other elements. I think it would work. Everyone I talk to is saying raise the credible fear standards is a good start. I hope you would consider also being vocal on that. The second part, would increasing repatriation flights improve our border?
Congressman, we work with our international partners every day to increase the number of repatriation flights. In fact, our supplemental funding request seeks additional funds to achieve that.
Do these repatriation flights work?
Yes,
I would agree with that. I've seen it firsthand. As soon as we turn on repatriation flights, the numbers go down. My third question, would increasing penalties to smugglers improve our border?
Congressman, I would like to analyze whether or not the severity of the penalties available are sufficient. I can tell you from my experience in the courthouse, in the courtroom as a federal prosecutor, that the delivery of consequences achieves an important law enforcement objective.
What I'm seeing is the consequences don't match the crime, and the crime, Americans are dying, and it's long time for us to match the crime to what is occurring. My last question for you, Mr. Secretary, do you agree we have a crisis at the southern border? Yes or no?
Congressman, I've been asked this question many times. Let me just assure you that we do not minimize the significance of the challenge at the border.
I'd like to now ask Director Wray. I agree with your stance on China. Firmly believe China is a grave threat to our nation on all different fronts, and I appreciate your stance on that. My question is, how substantial are the Chinese state ties to entities sending fentanyl ingredients to the Mexican cartels?
Well, I'm not sure what I can share in this setting on that, but let me try it this way. When it comes to questions about state ties and China, I think it's important for Americans to understand the distinctions that we draw in this country between the government and, say, the private sector are distinctions that in the Chinese country, in the Chinese government, the Chinese state, are distinctions that are blurry at best, if non-existent. And so we have certainly seen that entities in China, unscrupulous actors in China, are the primary source not just of fentanyl precursors, but of pill presses, which are used to press the fentanyl, and by the way, of precursors for meth in the labs in Mexico as well. So whether or not that traces back to the CCP directly, that I can't speak to here.
Going back to my 20 years in the military, the Chinese Communist Party is interacted in every aspect of their government. Very briefly, if you could respond, do you think Chairman Xi can turn it on or off? Is he critical to turning these precursors or anything on or off?
There is not a doubt in my mind that if the Chinese government wanted to be more aggressive and serious about clamping down on precursors for fentanyl and meth and pill presses, there are all sorts of things they could do, and we would welcome their contribution to that.
I agree with you. I want to move on to the terrorist attack that happened in Israel. Following Hamas's attack on Israel on October the 7th, there has been a rise of anti-Semitism and anti-Muslim sentiment in the United States. Would you agree?
Yes.
If someone here is in the United States on a visa and they actively support terrorism, what happens to them?
Well, I'm not an expert on visa revocation, but if they meet the appropriate visa revocation standard, then action is taken administratively to revoke their visa.
Right now, it's illegal. If you are here on a visa and you actively are supporting a terrorist organization, it's illegal, and you need to be deported. The question I have is, how many cases has the FBI pursued in this route?
Well, visa revocation is not within our authorities. Sure. We obviously work with our partners and share information when we have evidence about somebody's
have there been cases
terrorism. I don't have a number for you today, but certainly visa revocation is an important tool that the whole of government
has any occurred this year?
Have any visa revocations occurred?
Where you've worked with other partners, I'll close out here, Chairman, that you've worked with other entities in the government to determine if these visa stays are indeed supporting terrorism?
I mean, I know that we've had all sorts of cases that have resulted in visa revocation, whether or not they fit the exact criteria.
But there are active cases that you've been working on.
We view visa revocation as an important tool in the toolbox. The only thing I'm clarifying is that it's not our tool, but
Sure.
It's a tool we contribute to by sharing.
You do contribute it. Okay, thank you, Chairman.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Mr. Garcia from California for his 5 minutes questioning.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to all of our witnesses here today and for your service. I want to start, Mr. Secretary. I know that this last Tuesday night, one of our colleagues also sits on this committee, really decided to waste our time with a very political stunt, which made some deeply unfair and untrue allegations against you, sir. And while I'm glad that 8 Republicans joined us in defeating that resolution, I'd like to take a moment to correct the record for the public and the American people. So, Mr. Secretary, yes or no, is our country currently being invaded?
Congressman, that is a term that I find to be offensive.
And I do as well, thank you. And is invasion, excuse me, this is my time, Ms. Green. Is invasion a responsible way to characterize people who come to the U.S. to seek asylum?
Congressman, I've been asked very often in many hearings now. I heard one congressman actually cite that I've participated in 27 hearings. I didn't realize the number was that large. I am not focused on language. I'm focused on the challenges that we face and making sure that we meet those challenges on behalf of the American people.
Thank you, sir. And is your agency working every day to stop fentanyl from coming into our country?
It most certainly is.
Thank you. And is it true that the overwhelming majority of fentanyl is in fact carried through ports of entry by American citizens into this country?
It is, Congressman.
Is it fair to say that an orderly border actually requires comprehensive immigration reform, which would require congressional action rather than just executive actions?
Congressman, immigration reform is vitally necessary to advancing the security of our border.
Thank you. And Mr. Secretary, I want to thank you. Those are simple questions, but I think that your record keeps being distorted unfairly, and so I want to make sure to give you a chance to clear that up. And I think it's also important to hear how we're talking about security and our threats to the homeland, how the current head of the Republican Party spent Veterans Day just recently. So I want to read you this first sentence. In honor of our great veterans on Veterans Day, we pledge to you that we will root out the communists, Marxists, fascists, and radical left thugs that live like vermin within the confines of our country, lie, steal, and cheat on elections, and will do anything possible, whether legally or illegally, to destroy America and the American dream. Here we see Donald Trump calling his fellow Americans vermin and threatening to root out people based on their political beliefs. This is the kind of rhetoric that reminds me of the worst types of dictators in history, and it's not Trump's first time using this kind of rhetoric. He told an audience in Iowa that immigrants were poisoning the blood of our country. That's a quote. He has promised to violate federal laws in order to build mass deportation camps and promised to restore his Muslim ban. He even wants to cancel legal status for certain categories of immigrants. Donald Trump, of course, has had dinner and hosted open Holocaust deniers and white nationalists. And we all, of course, remember that he praised the white nationalist Charlottesville marchers who chanted, "Jews will not replace us." And of course, he faces federal felony charges for his role in the January 6th insurrection. Now, Mr. Secretary, Director Wray, I'm not going to ask you to respond directly to Donald Trump's statements, but I think we can all agree that they're not worthy of certainly anybody running for president. And as we move into this election year, I'm deeply concerned about Donald Trump, particularly as he faces more and more pressure from his supporters that may try to invoke as additional violence that we might see from fringe supporters of his. Now, Mr. Secretary, I wrote to you ahead of Donald Trump's first indictment expressing concerns about his ability to provoke violent attacks, and I'd like to thank you for your ongoing attention to this matter and more broadly for taking on the challenges we have around white supremacy, around the huge actions that are happening across this country that impact a lot of people. We also know that Donald Trump isn't the only politician that has used a history of, or has a history of violent rhetoric in this country, and we need to call it out at every single turn. I want to just finally, Mr. Director Wray, I want to raise one final issue with you. The Anti-Defamation League found that in 2022, mass shootings in the U.S. accounted for most extremism-related fatalities last year, with about 80% of those murders committed by white supremacists. We saw that in the Dallas area mall case, in the Dollar General store in Jacksonville. There's been additional shootings after shootings. What would you need from Congress to help you better tackle this threat as it relates to mass shootings?
Well, our budget request that went up in the fiscal 24 budget request includes a number of resources for counterterrorism, including that would speak to this threat. That's important because, as you've heard in my testimony here today, the foreign terrorist threat is not only not abating, but it's intensifying. And so we certainly can't be put in a position where we're having to, rob Peter to pay Paul, if you will. To protect the American people from all forms of terrorist attack.
Thank you.
There also, I should say, on the issue of mass acts of violence, mass shootings, putting ideology aside or anything, or motivation, I think there are also parts of the appropriation request that go to our ability at NICS to do background checks in a timely way and process obviously, make sure that guns are not purchased by people who are prohibited under existing law from having them.
Thank you, sir.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize the gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. Green, for 5 minutes of questioning.
Secretary Mayorkas, I want you to look at these innocent Americans. Do you see them?
I do, Congresswoman.
They are dead. They're from Dalton, Georgia, in my district. They're dead because a 17-year-old, likely affiliated with the cartels, was smuggling illegal aliens into our country in Texas, breaking our laws, and this happens every single day in our country. Earlier this week, 8 Republicans joined the Democrats and protected your job. But I want you to know, you have a short time coming. You can honorably resign, or we are going to impeach you, and it's happening very, very soon. Mr. Ray, do you remember on October 18th when the Capitol complex was illegally occupied, breaking same laws that you have hunted down Americans for from January 6th? Are you familiar with this?
I don't recognize the picture that you're holding.
Well, because maybe your agents haven't been doing a good job into investigating the organizers that broke the law, illegally occupied this very building that we're sitting in right now, and over 300 of them were arrested. Some of them attacked police officers. I haven't seen on the news where the FBI is hunting them down with helicopters, tanks in the streets, raiding their homes with flashbangs, targeting these people, watching these people, throwing them in jail for them to stay in pre-trial in solitary confinement for years before they ever face trial. You want to know what this says? I'll tell you. This is one of the organizers' phones, and this is a chat, and it says at the top, Global Intifada. Now, while we're talking about terrorism today, are you familiar with the term Intifada?
I've certainly heard the term.
Do you know the definition?
I'm not going to try to define it, but
It means Arab uprising or jihad. Are you concerned about jihad in this country?
I am, and I have consistently testified to that effect.
Yes, but are you interested in using the FBI? You are the director of the FBI. Do you hunt down terrorists in our country? Those that would be responsible for jihad?
Absolutely, and that's why we've had jihadist-inspired terrorism at our highest national threat priority level since the day that I started as FBI director.
Do you still use the Southern Poverty Law Center as a source? You use them. The FBI used the Southern Poverty Law Center as a source when targeting Catholics. Are you still using the Southern Poverty Law Center as a source?
Congresswoman, what I think you're referring to is the so-called Richmond intelligence product, which we, as soon as I learned about it, I was horrified, withdrew it. We had an inspection done, and part of the problem that we found with that particular product by that particular office is precisely what you're talking about, the reliance on the Southern Poverty Law Center and the way in which they relied on it.
Well, you relied on the Southern Poverty Law Center, but I would have you know, Mr. Ray, that this one right here, this person involved in the Global Intifada group that illegally, they broke the law, came in and occupied the Cannon Office House building, interrupted Congress, interrupted hearings. Right here, Katrina Bleakley is the lead attorney for the Southern Poverty Law Center. Were you aware of this?
Congresswoman, as I said, I haven't seen the photos that you're holding up before.
Maybe, well, I posted them on my Twitter account. It's public. You know, maybe
I don't
you guys
spend
are,
a lot of time on Twitter.
Well, you know, oh, I'm sure you do, because the Department of Homeland Security, organized with other offices, has censored many Americans, including myself.
I'm not part of the Department of Homeland Security.
Right, Mr. Ray, you should be interested in investigating terrorism, and this right here is proof that we had terrorists in our own office building. Global Intifada. And you rely on the Southern Poverty Law Centers. Katrina Bleakley is one of the organizers. I'll send this over to your office, so maybe perhaps you can stop targeting innocent grandmothers and veterans who walked through the Capitol on January 6th and might actually go after people tied to Hamas, tied to Hezbollah, and likely Iran.
Not driving.
Mr. Ray, are you interested in members of Congress that are organized and participating in a Facebook group that has ties to Hamas?
The minute I can get it switched
We're not investigating people for participating in a Facebook group.
A Facebook group that is tied to Hamas?
We have multiple investigations into individuals affiliated with Hamas, and they're active investigations.
You're going to tell me as FBI director you will not investigate Americans or United States members of Congress that are linked to known terrorists?
That's not what I said.
Are you going to investigate or not?
We are going to investigate individuals who are affiliated with Hamas if they meet our standards for predication, which are longstanding standards set by this department and the prior department and the department before that.
I would hope to God that intifada and jihad and terrorists in our very country would be something that you would prioritize instead of a 3-hour event that happened at the Capitol nearly 4 years ago, Mr. Ray. I yield back my time, Mr. Chairman.
The gentlelady yields. I now recognize Mr. Menendez. I think you're up next, sir.
Thank you,
Gentleman
Mr.
from New Jersey for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Wray, earlier in your testimony, did you say that defunding the FBI would be, quote, a gift to the Chinese Communist Party, quote, more power to the cartels, and, quote, more damage to critical infrastructure?
I believe I said words to that effect, yes.
I appreciate that. Not everybody was in the room during that part of your testimony. I want to follow up on what my colleague, Mr. Higgins, said about, quote, armed oppression as one of the primary threats to the homeland. I agree that armed oppression is a massive threat to our homeland, but we need to be clear about what actually constitutes armed oppression. In this country, minority groups are routinely targets of weaponized oppression. Armed oppression is when Black men cannot go safely for a run in Georgia. Armed oppression is when Black youth cannot wear hoodies in Florida. Armed oppression is being LGBTQ in this country and not being able to safely go to a nightclub in Florida. Armed oppression is living in a Hispanic community and being targeted while going to Walmart in El Paso. Armed oppression is being Black in this country and not being able to go grocery shopping in Buffalo without being targeted because of the color of your skin. Armed oppression is not being able to go safely to a church, synagogue, mosque, temple, or any place of worship to practice your faith. Domestic terrorists have targeted each of these locations and each of these groups in acts of armed oppression. Yet, when we in the House Committee on Homeland Security established our committee oversight plan for the 118th Congress, my Republican colleagues refused to include capital D, domestic terrorism in our plan. That, in my opinion, is where this committee is failing when we consider our threats to the homeland.
Yeah, I don't think it's.
New Jersey's 8th Congressional District is home to what Homeland Security experts call the most dangerous 2 miles in America, containing ports, airports, major rail lines, densely populated cities, and chemical plants. I'm proud of the work that President Biden and the New Jersey congressional delegation have done to improve the safety, reliability, and resiliency of critical infrastructure in North Jersey. The Biden administration has aggressively protected our critical infrastructure from foreign adversaries, with President Biden admonishing Russian President Vladimir Putin that certain critical infrastructure is off limits, a stark contrast to President Trump, who proposed a joint cyber unit with Russia. Secretary Mayorkas, when considering the threat landscape, how does the department take into account the risk posed by having multiple critical infrastructure sectors in close geographic proximity?
Congressman, the proximity of elements of our critical infrastructure only increase the challenge that we confront, but we work very, very closely with our critical infrastructure partners. The great majority of this country's critical infrastructure rests in the hands of the private sector. We work very closely with the private sector to ensure the security of our critical infrastructure. The remarkable men and women of the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency do a tremendous job.
And on the issue of cybersecurity, I want to address the current threat landscape. When we talk about cybersecurity, we're talking about threats that don't just come up from nation states like Iran, but often from a network of proxies and affiliated groups. Secretary Mayorkas, how is the current conflict in Israel giving us additional insight about Iranian-backed cyber threat actors?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the?
Of course. How is the current conflict in Israel giving us additional insight about Iranian-backed cyber threat actors?
I think what we are seeing, Congressman, and I'll defer to my colleagues as well, as the use of cyber as a tool in the repertoire of our adversaries. And we're seeing that play out in the Middle East conflict, just as we have seen it in the context of the unprovoked Russian aggression against Ukraine.
I appreciate that. One more question for you. In your testimony, you mentioned how critical it is that the CFATS program is reauthorized. I'm particularly invested in the CFATS program because there are 4 facilities covered by the program in New Jersey's 8th Congressional District. How does the CFATS program help keep our critical infrastructure safe?
Congressman, the CFATS program, the Chemical Facilities Anti-Terrorism Standards, allow us to inspect facilities to ensure adherence with the security and safety precautions that are necessary to protect the surrounding communities. That is one aspect of CFATS. We must achieve the reauthorization of that program.
I agree. I just want to quickly address some of the ways that my colleagues have attacked Secretary Mayorkas here and in other hearings. Mr. Secretary, you and I have had our disagreements on policies, including recently on an ICE detention center in Elizabeth in my district, and I'm looking forward to your department's response to my letter on that. But I have two quick questions for you.
Thank you. Oh my God.
During
that
your
was a
long
great
career in
debate
public
the other
service, including
night.
30
Thank
years
you
as a
so
law
much.
enforcement
I really
official and
appreciate
senior
that.
positions in the Department of
And
Homeland
thank you, Lolo,
Security
for
under
the
the Obama
explanation on the hearing.
administration,
That was much
did you
better
take your
than some of the
responsibility to the American public seriously?
I have, and I continue to do so,
When
Congressman.
President Biden asked you to serve as Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, did you accept to help keep the American people safe?
Clark, that'll be the
did,
best
Congressman.
Is that what you
$1.99
focus on
ever
every single day
spent
when
this
you wake
month.
up
It's
to take this
less
office?
than
Indeed
a
is.
Slim
Thank you so
Jim,
much for your service,
at
sir.
the
I yield back.
7-Eleven. So you enjoy that.
The gentleman
I-
yields. I
I
now recognize
guarantee
Mr.
I'm
D'Esposito,
at
the
least
gentleman
as
from
delicious as
great
a
state of
Slim
New York.
Jim from the 7-Eleven.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Mayorkas, the crisis at the southwest border not only impacts border states such as Texas and Arizona, but now every state is truly a border state. State and local leaders from sanctuary cities such as New York and Chicago are starting to feel the strain effects of the border crisis. Over the last months, we've seen dozens of arrests at the Roosevelt Hotel, which is housing migrants, including crimes against children, assaults, traumatic beatings using no parking signs, and assaults against my fellow members of the NYPD. There was a migrant that came into New York City that in his first 45 days in New York was arrested 6 times on 14 different charges. But there was no charges because the great district attorney, one that my colleague from New York, Mr. Goldman, has supported, the district attorney, Alvin Bragg, declined prosecution. Governor Hochul has said there's no room left at the inn. There is, and I've spoken as recently as 25 minutes ago to commissioners of police on Long Island who said there is zero communication from Homeland Security about the individuals that are coming in to our communities. Less than 2 years into his tenure, Mayor Adams has faced challenges finding housing and feeding millions of migrants that have come from the border. Mayor Adams at one point during a public speech said, and I quote, "The influx of migrants along the southwest border will destroy New York City," end quote. Illinois Governor, another Democrat, recently sent a letter to President Biden calling the influx, quote, "untenable." New York City is facing a potential 15% cut across the board to city agencies over the next 9 months. Why? To deal with migrants because of your failed policies. So my question, and these are yes or no time to answer differently. Do you agree with Mayor Adams when he said that the influx of migrants along the southwest border will destroy New York City, yes or no?
Congressman, let me...
Yes or no, sir?
Mayor
Congressman, I'm
Adams
going
is
to
under
answer your
investigation
question,
for fundraising for us,
we do
so
not
I don't want to agree
underestimate
with
the
him on
challenge
it.
of the southern border.
Mr. Secretary, with all due respect, it's a yes or
I know
no
how to
question.
answer these.
I've answered that question, and let me also add...
Okay, do you agree with the Illinois governor who sent the letter to President Biden calling the influx unattainable? Yes or no?
You know, everyone shows their
Congressman,
ass. When they're
we work
assholes,
very
they
closely
show
with the
you
cities
their
to
ass.
address-
Mr. Secretary, with all due respect, it's a yes or no question.
Let them
Yes
show
or
their
no?
ass.
I'm going to answer your
Okay.
question, Congressman.
Does it concern you that Mayor Adams' office asked a judge to stop a decades-old right to shelter mandate, which requires New York to give place to sleep anyone who needs one? Yes or no?
Congressman, I can't speak to the...
Okay. Does it concern you that the surge of illegal aliens crossing the southwest border has overwhelmed our big cities like New York with approximately 60,000 occupying beds in
My
traditional
daughter was
city
just in New
shelters
York.
and in
She said,
over
"Mom,
20
it's
emergency
the same as
sites?
it was."
Yes or no?
Congressman,
Not
I am
different. And she
incredibly
was
proud
between
of the men and
Brooklyn and
women of the
Manhattan.
department.
Does it concern you that Mayor
And
Adams
she's like,
stated, and I quote,
"It's no different
"We,
than it was."
the city of
And
New
we
York,
lived
are
in
getting no
2020.
support on
And
this
so we've
national
lived it for many
crisis," end
years.
quote. Yes or no?
So forget it.
Congressman, we are very proud of the work
Does it
you do.
concern you that as of August 2023, New York City was paying almost $10 million per day
you better
to provide
talk
services
to
for
the
illegal aliens? Yes
President
or
of
no?
New York City then, because they better do
Do I
something
have a
about
chance to
that.
answer your question?
Sure, if the answer is yes or no, you have had the opportunity to answer every one of my questions. But you
Congressman.
refuse to answer the questions whether they're yes or no. These are not trick questions. They're not trick questions. The answers should unequivocally be yes. Every state is a border state. Every city is a border city, especially when it comes to bearing the cost of you
I hope
and
I
President
get it.
Biden's
I hope I
failed
get it.
policies at the border.
It's like the chorus line.
I agree with my
One.
colleagues. You should be impeached.
Sing
And that is
the
why we are doing the work
never
that this
let
committee is doing,
them
because you have failed your oath. And as someone who has taken oaths,
One.
probably the one most important,
Thrilling
besides being a member of Congress as a New York City police detective, I live that oath every single day. And to answer the question that you were asked, do you wake up every morning? You clearly don't. Because from every moment, from the time that you wake up to the time that you go to sleep, your focus should be securing this border. And there has never, ever been such a disaster at our southern border as it is now, and that is because of your failed leadership. It's a dereliction of your duty, and quite frankly, the questions that I answered should have been unequivocally yes. But you sat there and you decided to answer it in another fashion. And that speaks volumes. And that is why this committee will continue working to put the facts together to make sure that we find a new Secretary of Homeland Security, one that holds this country and this nation as most important. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Goldman, the gentleman from New York, for his 5 minutes question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that my colleague from the 4th District of New York, which does not include any part of New York City, has spent time as a NYPD detective and is now an expert on our border policy and the history of it as he leaves this room. Secretary Mayorkas, you were not allowed to answer a number of the questions that my colleague just asked you. I'd like to give you some time to respond if you would like.
Congressman, I would only say this, that we do not minimize the significance of the challenge at the southern border. We also understand the challenge at the southern border and the fact that it is reflective of a challenge that is gripping our entire hemisphere and, in fact, the world. Yesterday, I spent time with my counterparts from the European Union who spoke of the challenges that they are suffering by reason of an historic displacement of people around the world. We work day and night, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to advance the security of our southwest border, to advance the security of the northern border, and to achieve our highest and most important mission, the safety and security of the American people.
I appreciate that, and I also appreciate very much that policy disputes are not impeachable offenses. And we can wax poetic and make big political pronouncements about whether you should be impeached or not. But impeachment is high crimes and misdemeanors, bribery and treason, a policy dispute and a disagreement about how we are managing the border is not impeachable. But I do want to give you just an opportunity, because I know the administration under your leadership has actually taken numerous measures to address what you rightly point out to be a dramatic increase in the influx of immigrants to this country, in large part because of the collapsing governments in Central and South America, as well as climate disruption. So could you just describe briefly some of the measures that you have taken to address this influx in immigration at our southern border?
Congressman, the foundational point is the following, and it's a point about which everyone agrees, that we are working with a broken immigration system that has been in desperate need of reform for more than 20 years. I believe it's since 1996. Number one, within the confines of that broken immigration system, we are implementing a model that does work, and that is to build safe, lawful, and orderly pathways for individuals to obtain the relief that the law that Congress has passed provides them, and to deliver consequences for those individuals who do not avail themselves of those pathways. That is a model that is proven effective in the context of a broken immigration system, and also in the context of a phenomenon, the phenomenon of migration of displaced people that is incredibly dynamic and changes month to month.
And I appreciate very much your point, which my Republican colleagues do not seem to accept, which is that our immigration system can only be fixed by us. It requires legislation passed by Congress that cannot be managed separately and individually by the executive branch. Director Wray, in my short time left, I want to focus on a testimony you gave a couple weeks ago, noting the tremendous uptick in anti-Semitic hate crimes. I believe you testified that even though Jews make up only 2.4% of the United States population, anti-Semitic hate crimes account for around 60% of all religious-based hate crimes. And you indicated that this comes from across the spectrum, from the left, from the right, foreign terrorist organizations, homegrown violent extremists, domestic violent extremists. Can you expand a little bit on those heightened threats to the Jewish community now 2 weeks later, and how the increase of anti-Semitic hate speech has impacted or affected or increased the threats of violence that the FBI has noticed since October 7th?
Well, so as you said, I have tried to be very clear that one of the things that jumps out at me, and which is why we work so closely at the FBI, both nationally and locally with the Jewish community, is that the Jewish community is uniquely targeted by terrorism and hate really across the spectrum. And not that there should ever be a proportion for hate, but the idea that a group that makes up only 2.4% of the American public should be targeted with something close to 60% of all religiously based hate crime is abhorrent and should be abhorrent to everyone. We have seen over the last few years an increase, not just in hate crimes overall, but an increase, a marked increase in anti-Semitic hate crimes. And that's all with the recognition that hate crimes are, as we all know, chronically underreported. And we have had, just in the past few years, we've thwarted plots to attack synagogues in Colorado, Ohio, Nevada. We've made arrests for threats or attacks against the Jewish community in California to Michigan to New Jersey. We helped rescue the hostages in Colleyville. I could go on, and that's all before October 7th. Since October 7th, as I've testified, we've seen an increase in threats and reported threats, which cover this across the spectrum, but the biggest chunk of those, again, by far, is threats to the Jewish community. And so we are aggressively investigating those threats, but we are also very purposefully and intensely doubling down on our engagement with the Jewish community, which needs our help. And I think it's incumbent on all Americans to stand together on this.
I appreciate that. I appreciate the chairman for indulging over time. I would just add that I do hope that the FBI makes a much more concerted effort to pressure local law enforcement agencies to participate in the collection of data on hate crimes, which is woefully deficient. So even that information that you have only includes about 21% of law enforcement agencies in the country. And I thank you and yield back.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize Ms. Lee, the gentlelady from Florida, for her 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Earlier this year, I sponsored the bill to reauthorize the Chemical Facility Anti-Terrorism Standards Program, which passed the House 409-1, but unfortunately has stalled in the Senate, and the program has since expired. Secretary Mayorkas, I know you share my concern about the lapse in this program, and I would like to return to your testimony about the potential impact of the lapse in the CFATS program, and specifically, would you speak to the role DHS has in the inspection of chemical facilities and how that changes when the program is allowed to
I'm on my way home. I'm about 5 minutes from home, so I'll check in on the hearing in Georgia when I get there to see if we can switch over. But this was getting kind of spicy,
not only
so it
the
wasn't
communities
so
that surround the particular facility, but America as a whole. Without the CFATS authority, we're unable to inspect facilities and ensure their compliance with standards that protect us against very, very dangerous chemicals. And we are fortunate that we have not had an incident that has been a dramatic example of why this authority is so vitally needed.
Do you believe the likelihood or the threat of such an incident potentially occurring is greater when the program is allowed to lapse?
Absolutely, because what we are able to do is ensure that the standards are being enforced and that best security practices are being followed. And when we are not able to inspect and enforce those standards, we see facilities not employing them and creating a significant vulnerability.
Thank you, Secretary Mayorkas. Director Reddy, I appreciate the testimony that you've given and the information that you've shared about your internal efforts at the FBI to address FISA reform and to address, taking steps to address abuses to the 702 program and within the FISC, and would like to discuss that issue with you. The House Committee on Judiciary and Intelligence have worked to come up with FISA reform ideas and legislation that would protect Americans' civil liberties while still ensuring that law enforcement has the ability to conduct lawful and necessary surveillance.
Okay, I'm literally
With
5 minutes
the
away, and I can
expiration
switch the
looming
feed
at the end of
to
2023
Georgia. I'm so sorry.
and the
If
threats
everyone
that
just
you've
leaves and
described
goes
ever
watches
increasing to our
Georgia,
homeland,
I
I'd like
understand.
to
I
touch
will
on
be
how the
on with it as
FISA
soon as I
program
can, but go
itself
ahead
and the 702
hop on over
program
to it. It's
assist
Georgia. Oh,
in
sorry.
preventing plots to
McAfee,
harm Americans
McAfee,
and
McAfee's
potential
courtroom
threats
on
to the
YouTube.
homeland. Would you please elaborate on why 702 is an important part of your work?
So 702 is critical to protecting Americans from foreign terrorist threats. If you think about why 702 was enacted in the first place, even though it's focused on foreign adversaries overseas presenting national security threats, the whole reason we have it is to protect Americans here in the homeland from those threats. And that part is the FBI's part in running U.S. person queries, among other things. If you have a foreign terrorist organization overseas, any one of those ones that I listed off in my opening statement, who decides to task an operative here or to direct an attack here, it is more likely than not that 702 is going to be the thing that would allow us to anticipate or detect that. If we were to deliberately blind ourselves to that information, we are taking a wildly irresponsible risk, in my view. To give you an example, something like 100% of our technically sourced intelligence about Hamas comes from 702. That's just one terrorist organization. So why we would blind ourselves to that when it's not constitutionally required, somebody needs to be able to explain to the families of terrorist victims of the future why something that we were not constitutionally required to do, we just decided to do, it made them and their family members less safe.
In your written testimony, you specifically touch on the concept of a warrant requirement related to U.S. person queries in the 702 database, and your assessment that that would hamper law enforcement's ability and the intelligence community's ability to do their work and utilize the database. Would you explain why it is you believe that a warrant requirement for U.S. persons queries would be a challenge or a hurdle for you all to continue to do that work?
Well, the first thing I would say is that it's quite clear under the case law that a warrant is not required constitutionally to run a U.S. person query. This is information that is already lawfully collected, and it's our ability to run queries of the information that's already lawfully collected. The second thing, though, is that the time, the stage in an investigation where 702
Georgia
is really
after
used
this is over.
is at the front end to quickly figure out, what are we dealing with here? Do we have a threat that we have to pursue? So agility and speed are of the essence. And trying to get a warrant requirement at the front end in that stage is really a non-starter. The delay that it would cause in allowing us to connect the dots, which is what's happening when our people are running U.S. person queries, would basically make the tool largely useless. The other thing that I think people tend to forget when they talk about a warrant requirement is that the vast majority of our U.S. person querying is to identify victims, in particular of cyber attacks. And there's no warrant that anybody would be getting to be able to run a query of a victim term. So we would be essentially putting ourselves in a position where we wouldn't be able to protect American infrastructure from Iranian cyber attacks, Chinese cyber attacks, Russian cyber attacks, North Korean cyber attacks. So again, I think there's a I understand the mindset. We take very seriously our role as stewards of these important authorities. That's why I'm so committed to the reforms that we have made. That's why I'm so gratified by the findings by the FISA court and other outside entities about the effectiveness of those reforms. But please, please don't throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. I now recognize Ms. Clark for her 5 minutes of testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank you, Ranking Member. I sincerely thank our panel of witnesses for both their service and their testimony here today, and I'd like to extend that gratitude to the women and men in the federal enterprise under your leadership. Last Congress, I partnered with my colleagues in the Senate and across the aisle to enact the Cyber Incident Reporting for Critical Infrastructure Act, which will give the federal government the visibility it needs to identify malicious cyber campaigns early and better understand the tactics of our adversaries to prioritize risk reduction investments. Incident reporting is a critical tool in our ability to defend ourselves, but it is not the only place we need to invest time and resources. Competing incident reporting frameworks will undermine security, not enhance it, because it forces a disproportionate focus on compliance with various reporting regulations over security and incident response. The Cybersecurity Incident Reporting Council has acknowledged.
Sorry about that.
Secretary
Style is everything, and I just want to say, Democrats, bring style to the Congress, period, full stop.
The National Cybersecurity Strategy continues to task DHS with harmonizing the federal cyber incident reporting requirements. How willing are DHS's federal partners, including independent agencies, to do the work of harmonizing incident reporting requirements? And are you concerned that multiple inconsistent reporting requirements could frustrate the security value of incident reporting?
Congresswoman, this is a very important subject in a domain that is only becoming of increasing significance to the security of our critical infrastructure and our country writ large. One, we are receiving excellent cooperation from our federal partners with respect to the Cyber Incident Reporting Council and its effort to harmonize reporting requirements. It is a challenge because there are also independent agencies that have particular mandates, and they perceive sometimes those mandates requiring a different process, a different timeline than other departments and agencies do. We are all driving towards the same outcome of a cyber-secure America, but there are some tensions with respect to particular jurisdictions, and we're working through them and everyone has demonstrated impeccable motive.
Very well. Director Ray and Director Abazaid, I remembered like lemonade. It was stuck in my head. What do you make of the fact that the U.S.-based persons who are primarily responsible for terrorism threats here in our homeland? I'm sorry, let me back up here. Let me start. Okay. I am struck by an unclassified NCTC product entitled Foreign Terrorists Inspired, Enabled, and Directed Attacks in the United States since 9/11 as of February 2023 that identified 47 attacks and concludes that of the 47, 41 involved U.S. persons. I hope that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are paying attention and will recognize that their fixation solely on threats coming over the southwestern border is dangerous. We cannot lose sight of the threats right here at home, and it is urgent that we work to counter radicalization of U.S. persons. So again, my question is, what do you make of the fact that U.S.-based persons are primarily responsible for terrorism threats here in our homeland, and how difficult does this make it for the FBI and CTC to detect and thwart possible attacks? And are you having to shift your counterterrorism approach to accomplish this?
Yeah, thank you for the question. It goes right in line with my testimony here today, which is that the heightened threat environment in the United States is being driven by individuals that are inspired to act. I think you've rightly outlined the number of foreign terrorist inspired, enabled, or directed attacks since 9/11 here on U.S. soil, and most of those have been inspired attacks. Some have been enabled, some have been only 3, I think, have actually been directed by foreign terrorist organizations. So that history, I think, is an important sort of context for the heightened threat environment we're dealing with here today. That said, part of the reason that we've had that level of success is because of the very clear priority we've placed on screening, vetting, watch listing, terrorist identities, known and suspected terrorist databases on the classified side that really support border security efforts writ large.
My time is up, Mr. Chairman. Again, as we move to Thanksgiving next week, I give thanks for you and the work that you do, and to all of those families that sacrifice on behalf of the American people. Happy Thanksgiving to all my colleagues, and I yield back.
Well said, Ms. Clark. Thank you for that. The gentlelady yields. I now recognize Mr. Luttrell, the gentleman from Texas, for his 5 minutes questions.
Good afternoon.
I know, sorry.
19
I gotta
terrorists
fix it.
in September 2001 killed 3,000 of our citizens. And then last month, Hamas fighters invaded Israel. Ms. Abizaid, do we have a number on how many Hamas fighters came into Israel? Do we have a round number on that?
I don't have a number for you.
Mr. Ray, you know?
I don't.
Almost a month passed, although we don't have a good accountability on what those numbers look like.
I'm sure we can get those for you. I don't have them for you today, but it was a sizable number in to a shocking degree.
So how many deaths in Israel last month, total civilian?
Well, we've seen the Israeli government revise their casualty estimates down to around 1,200. Again, a shocking number of deaths.
How many hostages remain?
There are over 200, is my understanding.
Mr. Ray, do you believe that in America or globally there's a war on fentanyl?
Do I believe there's a war on fentanyl?
Yeah.
I think there's a whole of government effort to combat the scourge.
Just the sheer number of deaths that we see daily, weekly, monthly, and yearly.
I'm sorry, I started.
I would just say sheer numbers that we're losing to fentanyl. And as a military man, I would think that loss would calculate a sheer conflict. So my question is, do you consider our challenges against the fentanyl crisis a war? Or is that too bold of a statement?
No, I don't. I mean, look, I think bold language is appropriate when it comes to fentanyl.
Outstanding.
I will tell you that on the FBI end, when we are making gang arrests, we have seen over and over again violent gang arrests more often than not now include fentanyl seizures. That's all over the country. That's just one metric, but it shows the degree, along with, for example, the case that I mentioned in Boston in my opening statement, just shows it is a routine thing now for our people working with our partners to be making seizures of fentanyl that in one seizure would be enough to wipe out an entire state.
I would add sex trafficking to the war as well, given the sheer numbers of individuals that are being held across the globe. Ms. Abizaid or Mr. Ray, how many known groups or individuals in the United States are we monitoring for terroristic activity that we need to be concerned on? And Mr. Mayorkas, I know Mr. Pfluger asked you these questions with that chart, but we're concerned that is there a substantial amount, again, 19 for 9/11, let's just say 200 maybe Hamas fighters came into Israel. Those are very small numbers compared to the damages that they inflicted. So are we actively engaged on any terroristic watch list inside the United States that provide an absolute risk or threat right now?
Well, let me try to answer the question this way. We FBI have, through our 56 Joint Terrorism Task Forces, have active investigations that relate to Hamas, that relate to Al-Qaeda.
You said that very eloquently earlier, sir. I hate to cut you off. Okay. You don't have to repeat yourself. My concern is I want to know, can I go home and tell my people in Texas that we are in a safe place? There's no viable risk that we need to be concerned about right now, given just the numbers that have come across the border, Mr. Mayorkas, these numbers you get hit in the face with this every day. So I'm sure you know them well, but in 18, we had 6 known registers, then it goes down to 3, 22, went up to 98. This year it's 172, and already in 24 fiscal year, we're at 13. So again, this is a worldwide threat to the homeland. My concern is, are we missing something? Where is our blind side? Is there one, and are we addressing it? Either one of you.
So as an intelligence professional, we're always concerned about the gaps that we have, about the global terrorism environment. For my part, we're very focused on foreign terrorist organizations overseas, what we can learn about their plans and intentions, and the degree to which they have tried to seed operatives here in the United States.
Are you seeing them seeding those or sowing those threads here in the United States?
We do not have credible or corroborated indications that they are trying to seed operatives into the United States for terrorist purposes through the southwest border or other borders. That doesn't mean we're complacent, and it is a risk that we monitor and we evaluate every day.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, you mentioned in your opening statement, and I mimic Ms. Lee's statement about 4470 passed the House. Passed out of the committee through the House. It's sitting in the Senate for CFATs. In your opening statement, you mentioned Shepherd, Texas. Do you know where Shepherd, Texas is?
Not precisely, Congressman.
I was kind of hoping you would say yes, because I'm sure you wrote your opening statement. Well, Shepherd, Texas, that's my district. I didn't intentionally think you were going to you would throw darts at me after our discussion, and I want to thank you for coming to my office after the first time that we met. You said you would do that, and you did. So thank you very much. But that facility in Shepherd, Texas, a Class A facility, very small. And do you know how the explosion happened?
Not precisely, Congressman. I'm aware of the fact of the explosion and how it underscores the criticality of the CFATS program.
It does, and it's a human error is how that inevitably explosion happened. But I don't know if you're aware of this now, but that facility is not under the CFATS regulation. And I just wanted to bring that to your attention since I thought you were talking directly to me when you said that. So I wanted to make sure that you were aware that that particular facility does not, even though we support CFATS, that one does not live in that space. But thank you. And again, thank you for coming to my office like you said you would do.
Thank you, Congressman.
Gentleman yields, and I think Ms. Titus has asked to defer to Mr. Strong and then come back to her, so we will grant that request. The gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Strong, is recognized for his 5 minutes testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Mayorkas, I want to follow up on Representative Pfluger's question. In August, CNN reported that a human smuggling ring containing at least one individual with known ties to ISIS was responsible for bringing a number of Uzbek, which is Uzbekistan, migrants to the border who were subsequently released into the country. And I do have that document, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to add that to the record. Unanimous consent to add this. Thank you. After learning of the ISIS connection, the Biden administration has been scrambling to determine the whereabouts of these Uzbek individuals. Secretary Mayorkas, has the Biden administration determined the whereabouts of all of these individuals? Have they all been detained? Have they all been vetted?
Congressman, we vet and screen individuals whom we encounter at the southwest border, number one. Number two, individuals who pose a threat to the safety of the American people, who pose a public safety or national security threat, and whose release would advance that threat are in fact detained. They are in immigration enforcement proceedings, and they will be removed if in fact they don't have a basis to remain in the United States.
Have they been detained?
There are those who have been detained because, in fact, we cannot be assured of the safety of the public. And I would be pleased to provide you with greater details in a different setting.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. As you know, the non-intrusive inspection system program is critical for detecting illegal drugs such as fentanyl and other illicit contraband hidden inside cars, trucks, and cargo entering the U.S. Legally through ports of entry. Secretary Mayorkas, you have stated in recent testimony before the Senate Homeland Security and Government Affairs Committee that DHS has surged resources to our ports of entry as it relates to NII systems. However, DHS own numbers tell us that with the NII system, only approximately 2% of passenger vehicles and 17% of cargo vehicles are even inspected for the detection of fentanyl and other contraband. Do you really consider that a surge of resources?
Oh, Congressman, we have surged not only the deployment of technology, the non-intrusive inspection technology known by its acronym NII, but we have also surged forward operating labs to be able to analyze controlled substances that are interdicted. And if in fact we identify them as fentanyl, then we take the appropriate prosecutorial action specific to the attempted importation of this incredibly fatal
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I reclaim the time.
Also,
Thank you. Director Ray, I appreciate your candor when you testified last year that the border represents significant concerns to the FBI. Since then, the number of illegal border crossings, gotaways, and those on the terrorist watch list attempting to cross into the U.S. has continued to balloon. Would it be safe to say that the situation at our border is still of significant concern?
Well, certainly the concerns that I articulated last year remain very much top of mind for us.
Thank you. Director Ray, I know that it is not your border policies that have gotten us here, but I would be remiss not to mention the strain that the open border puts on your workforce and their ability to carry out the FBI's primary mission. But that is not what I want to talk to you about today. In your testimony, you mentioned the threat posed by criminal syndicates and nation states as it relates to cyber. Specifically, you spoke to the threat posed by the Chinese Communist Party in this arena. I was glad you briefly mentioned earlier the impact of advanced training in cyber. Can you speak to the capabilities of the FBI Redstone in Huntsville, Alabama, and specifically the role that Huntsville plays in combating the unique and evolving cyber threats posed by our adversaries?
Well, thank you, Congressman. I am incredibly excited about everything that's going on in Huntsville, including, in particular, we view that as where we're going to have be the center of gravity for our advanced training, especially high tech, especially cyber, especially innovation. We've been down there numerous times to check on the expansion, and we're now up to, I think, about 1,900 employees down there. 19 different headquarters divisions have people there, so it's a hub of activity, and especially on the cyber side, I think it's going to be a very important part of the FBI's future.
I'd like to say I appreciate that information. We're very proud of how it has worked there at Redstone. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, and the chair now recognizes Ms. Titus for her 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the witnesses, especially Secretary Mayorkas, for being here today. As I'm sure you know, it's exactly 1 year ago today that we sat in this hearing with these exact same witnesses, the exact same issues, the exact same questions, and here we are, and this committee's done very little other than talk about the border. I want to thank you first, Mr. Secretary, for working with me on the Sears decision. You know, this week is the week of the big race in Las Vegas, and we worked my office with your office very hard to get the security level raised to a level 2, and that's been done, and we appreciate that kind of cooperation. Also, I've introduced a bill to codify that program. It's called the Special Events Program and Support Act. It's bipartisan, and so I hope we can continue to work together on that, because I think that will be a good next step. You know, we listened to the story of the threats and who's threatening us and how they're threatening us and where they are and where they came from. You know, right now, we're talking about what's happening in the Middle East and how it has been translated to threats or violence in this country. Before, it was talking about it in the wake of the Supreme Court decision on abortion issue. So it seems like the methods are the same, but the motives changed by just whatever is politically on the agenda. And it must be like playing whack-a-mole, how you deal with the threats. Would you tell us kind of what you have in place to adapt or adjust to what the current news is that's bringing out perhaps a new group of these kind of homegrown terrorists?
Congresswoman, is that a question directed?
Yes, or Mr. Ray, either one.
I would say that to two leaders seated with me and their colleagues in the intelligence and law enforcement enterprise are the best in the world. And that gives us visibility in terms of the threat landscape and allows us to operationalize the measures to meet that challenge.
I would say that we rely heavily on partnerships, state, local, not just with the federal agencies here, but in particular with state, local law enforcement, with the community, with the private sector, in order to be able to try to anticipate where the threat's going, so that we go to where the threat's going to be and not waiting to always be in a reactive posture. Our goal is to be ahead of the threat, and partnerships are the critical ingredient in that. Again, not just within the federal government, but with all those other very important stakeholders.
I know we have a fusion center in Las Vegas where you have a strong presence as these agencies, but also the private sector. Nobody has more security than gaming does, that eye in the sky. So I think they are valuable partners. Excuse me.
Yeah, I would just add to what my colleague said that, we have a workforce combined across our different agencies that is just full of tenacity. And their job is to not sleep on threats. Their job is to understand, be curious, and evaluate every single report that comes in and take it seriously and understand whether it reflects a real and credible threat and whether it reflects a changing trend in the kind of dynamic that we're facing here in the country and globally. And so we're really proud of that tenacious workforce.
Congresswoman, if I can just add, because Director Ray used a term that is incredibly important, that it's the term of partnership, because he indeed is correct. It's not just across the federal enterprise, but with our state, local, tribal, territorial, campus law enforcement, with the private sector, and also, very importantly, with our international partners. It really does require a community of action.
Thank you. I would ask you, Director Ray, about something you kind of expanded on in this report or your statement today from a year ago, and that's international organized crime, the retail crime that we see, organized retail crime. We're going to see more pictures of that as we go into the holiday season, the smash and grab, the shoplifting that then the money is turned into human trafficking or drugs or guns or whatever. Can you tell us a little bit about how that's a priority for you?
Well, we are in a number of states supporting our state and local law enforcement partners who are really the first line of defense on that. But to the extent that there are national connections, national networks, to the extent that the crime that you're describing contributes to some broader organized criminal activity, then we're actively engaged. And in some states, for example, we have dedicated task forces that are focused just on that issue. It is something that is heavily concentrated in a few geographies in particular, but it's starting to become a more national trend.
It's not just big box stores anymore, it's small stores. I was in a drugstore and somebody came in, just raked off the eyelashes into a backpack and walked out with them. Now, eyelashes aren't power tools, but it's a problem at all levels. So appreciate you kind of keep an eye on that. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentlelady, having yielded back, the chair now recognizes the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Rakeen, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Our decaying national security is on full display. We know the southern border is open. I think colleagues across the aisle know the southern border is open. Illegal aliens definitely know the southern border is open. The policies are what is causing millions to come to the border. Under the Trump administration, we saw a 45-year low of illegal aliens coming to the border in 2019. Things have completely reversed. We are seeing the highest numbers in our nation's history. President Biden, Secretary Mayorkas, leadership matters. And there's not been a federal law change that has provoked this. It's the leadership from the top. Since February of 21, Custom and Border Protection has reported over 6.5 million alien encounters at our southern border. Under this administration, an additional 1.7 million gotaways. That is at 8.2 million total since this administration took office, and that is 3 times the population of Oklahoma. That means in 3 years, almost every year, the population of Oklahoma is coming illegally across our southern border. Custom and Border Protection reports they've apprehended 294 known or suspected terrorists between ports of entry under President Biden's time frame. Only 14 suspected terrorists were caught trying to cross the border during the entirety of the 4 years of the Trump administration. There is a passage in the Bible that I find interesting. I think it's appropriate. It's Ecclesiastes 8:11. It says, when the sentence for a crime is not quickly carried out, the people's hearts are filled with schemes to do wrong. It remains and has been lawlessness to cross that border, southern border, with undermining the rule of law. And lawlessness is contagious. Lawlessness of an open border encourages lawlessness of the fentanyl drug trade. It encourages human smuggling. It encourages illegal aliens to drive without a driver's license once they get here, or go on for those illegal aliens that are here and commit additional crimes because they remain hidden. And under your leadership, Secretary Mayorkas, we're not deporting them to the levels that we were. We all know this. Former Ambassador John Richmond was before this committee yesterday. He said that criminal convictions by the Department of Justice against human trafficking is also down 48% since 2019. It's amazing. I've got a couple of pictures here. It's amazing what leadership can do. I want to hold these up. This is a Custom and Border Patrol agent cutting barbed wire that the Texas Department of Public Safety put in place. This administration leadership is bringing this about. I've got another picture here. This is a loader tractor, and it is lifting up barbed wire also put in place by the Texas Department of Public Safety. Those images are pointing to the fact that a secure border is lacking, and the Border Patrol agents, following the leadership, the culture of leadership, are doing what they can to undermine the rule of law. We know that there, as of last June, an illegal immigrant living in Ohio was charged with plotting to kill former President Bush by smuggling Iraqi citizens across the southern border. He applied for asylum the year prior in March of 2021, an assassination plot against a former president of the United States that has ties to what's happening at the southern border. Director Wray, you testified in your opening statement that protecting the American people from terrorism remains the FBI's #1 priority. You also said this morning to our chairman, and I'm quoting you, greater fidelity regarding who comes into the country makes us safer. Director Wray, I understand you're walking a fine line. I understand that you serve this president, and I know that your position is something that you think about in what you say. There's a statement in our culture that says blood on our hands. And many people, if you're interested in where it comes from, it actually comes from the Torah. And I thought it was interesting, Secretary Mayorkas, you started this morning talking about what's happened in Israel in the last 60 days. And in the Torah, in Ezekiel 33, Israel is faced with an invasion and how they defended themselves from that invasion. And in the Torah, in Ezekiel 33, it says this. It says, if you speak to your people and say, if destruction is about to come on the land, the people of the land take a man among them and make him their watchman. Gentlemen, think about the platform, please, that you've been given by this nation. And they make him their watchman, and he sees the sword of danger, destruction coming on the land, and he blows the trumpet and warns the people. Then he who hears the sound of the trumpet and does not take warning, his blood's on his own head. But if the watchman sees the sword coming, the watchman who's been put in that position by people sees the sword coming, destruction coming, does not blow the trumpet, and the people are not warned, and a sword of destruction comes and takes the person from them, talking about the watchman, his blood will be required from the watchman's hand. The individual, the people in that country will be from the watchman. He will have blood on his hands. Director Wray, are you doing all you can to speak to Secretary Mayorkas and President Biden and crying aloud the destruction that's coming to our nation and potentially come if a terrorism attack hits us within the next years, months? Have you done all you can to know that your conscience is clean on this front?
Congressman, my conscience is clean that I'm doing everything in my power to protect the American people from the threat of terrorism, from the threat of fentanyl, from any number of the other threats that we've talked about here today, and that includes working closely with the rest of my colleagues in government.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, in my discretion, I'll let Mr. Mayorkas respond.
I'll take just a minute, and I appreciate your exercise of discretion. I believe the congressman said that in 2019, there was a decades-long low in the number of encounters at our southwest border. That's a remarkably stunning misstatement of facts, since in 2019, it was almost 100% increase in the number of encounters over just the year prior. But I won't correct all of the misstatements. The misstatements with respect to the concertina wire and the like, I just want to address one. Because I am accused of all sorts of things in these hearings, and I can take it. What I will not accept, I can take it, I just return to my work and I do the work of the Department of Homeland Security, incredibly proud to support the 260,000 men and women of that department. But to say that the Border Patrol agents who risk their lives every single day to protect our country, undermine the rule of law, is beyond the pale. And I just want to make that clear.
Well, I think since you've impugned the member, I need to allow him to respond to that. I didn't understand him. I heard him to be indicting leadership, but Mr. Burkeen, you're recognized for.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a result of leadership. It's a result of a culture that says one thing and does something else at the southern border. It's lawlessness. And you take a company, you take a government entity, you take anything, leadership matters. And so this is lawlessness, and somebody has to take responsibility for it. And in regards to 2019, one of the months, you saw one of the lowest numbers in 45 years of recorded illegal immigration in 2019. One of those months, that information, I would stand by that.
Gentleman yields back, and the chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Crane, for his 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start with Director Ray. Have the border security policy changes made under this administration, sir, made it more difficult for the FBI to keep Americans safe?
Well, I don't know that I could cite it to specific policies. What I would say is that certainly the threats that we are contending with that emanate from the other side of the border, whether it's fentanyl trafficking, whether it's the increase in the number of KSTs that we've seen over the last 5 years, all those are things that make the work that the FBI has on our side of the border to try to get ahead of those threats more challenging.
So you don't acknowledge that the increase in traffic that we're seeing, the increase in individuals on the terror watch list have anything to do with some of the policy changes of this administration?
Well, I didn't say that. I think what I was saying is when it comes to border security and questions of how that's supposed to be done, I defer to DHS on that. What I would say is the threats that we're contending with, which come from the other side of the border, are certainly extremely challenging over the last several years.
Thank you, sir. In your professional opinion, what's causing the increase of encounters of individuals on the terror watch list and the traffic at our southern border?
You know, I'm not sure that I have a professional opinion about immigration. We try to stay in our lane and focus on the issues that we're contending with.
Well, I know you do, actually, sir, I know you're a really smart guy. I know you do have an opinion. If you're not willing to share it in this setting, that's okay. But I know you've studied criminology, you've studied deterrence. I mean, you are the head of the FBI. We all recognize that. But I understand, sir, you're in a tough situation here today. On that note, though, Director Ray, is it fair to say that the now President of the United States, while he was campaigning to become president back in June 27, 2019, said this in multiple statements like it on the campaign trail? He said, "And those who come seeking asylum, we should immediately have the capacity to absorb them, keep them safe until they can be heard." On September 12th, sir, 2019, we're a nation who says if you want to flee and you're fleeing oppression, you should come. Did you hear any of those comments by then candidate Joe Biden?
I'm not sure I can quote people's campaign statements.
Do you think that has anything to do with the dangerous situation that we now see at our border and now within the United States of America?
Again, I'm not sure that I'm really the one who can speak to immigration dynamics.
I think you could speak to it, sir. I just don't think you want to. Sir, about how many American citizens have been arrested for entering the Capitol on January 6th? If you can just give me an estimate, that'd be great.
Well, I don't know how many were tied to that specific piece of it. I know that we've had upwards of 700 cases brought related to January 6th in one way or another.
Yeah, it's definitely been hundreds, okay? Sir, I'm interested. Has the pipe bomber who planted bombs at the DNC and the RNC on January 6th, has he been arrested yet?
That is something we're still aggressively investigating.
Okay. So you were able to arrest hundreds of individuals who were allowed into the Capitol, walked around, took selfies, but we can't find the individual who committed the most dangerous crime and attempted to cause multiple mass casualty events at the Capitol, or around the Capitol.
Congressman, we have an entire dedicated team focused specifically on this investigation. We've done thousands of interviews, visited, again, just in the pipe bomb investigation, thousands of interviews, visited thousands of residents and businesses, reviewed millions of pieces of data, something like 39,000 video files. We've assessed like 500 or something tips. We've done extensive public publicity. We've increased the reward money. We've got our lab working on it. We've got our WMD directorate working on it. We've got our Office of Technology Division, our cellular analysis team. So the folks that we have working on this investigation are working very aggressively on it. And I, as much as anybody, would like to see it solved. But it is certainly not for lack of effort and lack of priority, I can assure you.
Thank you, sir. Sir, do you find it interesting how many whistleblowers there are right now from your organization coming forward and testifying to Congress about the conduct of the FBI and how they no longer even want to work for the FBI? They're willing to risk everything, including their livelihood, to come and talk to Congress about what they perceive to be a change in the culture at the FBI.
Certainly, I respect the role of whistleblowers in our system. It's an important part of the way our system of government works. When it comes to the culture of the FBI, I'm very proud of our 38,000 people. I think you will be relieved to know that the number of people applying to be special agents from the state of Arizona has gone up over 135% over the last 5 years. And the view that you've just described, I don't think matches what I hear from the 55+ chiefs and sheriffs and other agency heads in the state of Arizona who've dedicated something like 200+ of their task force officers to serve on our task forces. We've got about as many task force officers on our
Real
task
quick,
force
sir,
as we
do you
agents
find their testimonies to be reliable, or do you think that when you hear what they're saying to Congress, do you think they're pushing false narratives?
I'm not going to be weighing in on the accuracy of individual people who have made allegations against us. We take them all seriously. There have been plenty of inaccuracies lodged by any number of people about the FBI. We're going to stay focused on our work and the people we do the work with and the people we do the work for.
Thank you, sir. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Lolo, for 5 minutes of testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for hosting this important hearing. Secretary Mayorkas, during Mr. Garcia's questioning today, you claimed that 90% of fentanyl is carried through ports of entry. Yet this comes a day after the chief of the Border Patrol, Jason Owens, announced the seizure of over 300 pounds of fentanyl, which was not seized at a port of entry. In fact, the Border Patrol seized a record number of fentanyl between ports of entry last year, about 2,800 pounds. Mr. Chairman, I would like to enter into the record Chief Owens' social media post regarding this week's fentanyl seizure. I'll read for you, Chairman.
Without objection, so ordered.
According to the CDC, over 150 people die every day from overdoses related to synthetic opioids like fentanyl. Yesterday, USPB agents in Nogales and Wilcox, Arizona, interdicted 2 smuggling loads consisting of over 304 pounds of fentanyl worth over $1.9 million. The leading cause of death amongst Americans ages 18 through 45 is fentanyl overdoses. This addictive drug is responsible for nearly 70% of the United States' 107,000 plus drug overdose deaths in the past year, and is 50 times stronger than heroin and 100 times stronger than morphine. Mr. Secretary, I think one of the biggest threats to Americans in every corner of this country is fentanyl. Do you agree, Secretary Mayorkas?
I do, Congressman. And I will tell you, if I may, that we are taking it to the traffickers.
We're going to get into that in a second, Mr. Secretary. Last year, nearly 200 people died every day from fentanyl poisoning. That's the equivalent of a commercial airliner crashing every day, nearly 75,000 Americans in just 1 year. And the fact that criminal networks have been able to import and distribute an unconscionable amount of fentanyl under your watch, Mr. Secretary, is beyond negligent. Secretary Mayorkas, you have stated many times in the past, and with great pride, that you are, quote, taking it to the cartels, end quote. With 75,000 Americans dead in just 1 year, and cartels raking in billions of dollars and armed to the teeth with military-like weaponry, and with enough fentanyl coming across our border to kill nearly every human on the planet, would you classify this as successfully, quote, taking it to the cartels, end quote?
Congressman, we have not overcome the scourge of fentanyl, and let me say this, we are taking it to an unprecedented degree to the traffickers. One death from this extraordinarily toxic and fatal opioid.
Are you pleased with your results, Mr. Secretary?
If I may, is one death
Mr.
too
Secretary,
many?
the question was about you taking it to the cartels. Are you pleased with your performance with respect to taking it to the cartels?
I'm incredibly proud of the work that the men and women of the Department of Homeland
Okay,
Security.
I appreciate that, Mr. Secretary. Reclaiming my time, sir. You've stated in past hearings that you've interdicted more fentanyl than ever before. But the very people who work for you say that you're only interdicting anywhere from between 5 and 10% at our ports of entry. Who's right, Mr. Secretary?
Do you realize, Congressman, that there were over 57,000 deaths, overdose deaths from fentanyl in the year 2020?
I appreciate the question. I'm going to ask you a question, though. Who's right? You or the folks who work for you? They're saying that you're massively understating the fentanyl that's being seized between ports of entry and that gets past our border between ports of entry and what you're saying. Are you right, sir, or are they?
No, you're actually mistaken with respect to your characterization of the statements, Congressman. I'd be very happy to clarify for you if you'd give me the opportunity. The fact that we are interdicting an unprecedented amount of fentanyl does not mean that the scourge of fentanyl is diminished. We are seeing an increase.
I'm going to reclaim my time, Mr. Secretary. With respect to the fentanyl that's coming across our border, not at ports of entry, how much fentanyl is coming across our border between ports of entry?
I'd be very happy to provide you with data with respect to the different means by which fentanyl enters our country. By air, we have an interdiction facility.
I'm familiar with the process, Mr. Secretary, but specifically, with respect to known gotaways, how much are they trafficking into our country?
Congressman, I would be very, very pleased to provide you with whatever data you inquire about. We certainly are providing this committee with a tremendous amount of data with respect to all of the mission sets that we perform.
I wish next time you would come with some more specific information, Mr. Secretary. But, Mr. Chairman, with the remaining time I have, I want to shift gears and talk just for a moment about anti-Semitism on college campuses. New York State, my home state, is home to more than 2.2 million Jewish Americans, the largest population of Jewish Americans in the entire country. And according to the American Jewish Population Project at Brandeis University, over 21% of Jewish Americans live in New York State. Unfortunately, since the terrorist attacks in Israel on October 7th, many Jewish students, some of whom are my constituents, don't feel safe merely going to class due to the rise of anti-Semitism on college campuses. And as we're all well aware, a 21-year-old student at Cornell University, located in Ithaca, New York State, was arrested just 2 weeks ago for threatening to, quote, shoot up, end quote, a Jewish students in a predominantly kosher dining hall on that college campus. Thankfully, the federal law enforcement intercepted threats posted online and arrested him before it was too late. Director Wray, I'll ask you some questions in another setting, sir. Thanks so much for your time.
You can always submit those in writing and ask Director Ray to send them to you. The gentleman yields. I now recognize Ms. Kamick, who has waved on to the committee for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and it's great to be back at Homeland. Secretary Mayorkas, good to see you once again. Director Wray, good to see you, ma'am. Thank you for appearing before the committee today. I'll jump right into it, Director Wray. Recently, I have been apprised of information that is concerning regarding individuals that are encountered at the border who, during the process of interviewing in the field, specifically using an I-213 form, the match for their ID comes back as inconclusive. That information is then subsequently redacted and listed as derogatory.
Cheese cat. Oh, you have
when members of this committee, as well as other committees, have attempted to get access to this information.
Sorry, if it's, you guys let me know if it's echoey or if I just.
Why is this information in these field interviews with these individuals who have then subsequently been found to be suspected on the suspected terror watch list? Why is that information derogatory, and why has the FBI neglected to share that information with Congress?
Wait, did I
Congressman, I'm
bring
not
this, or did she
familiar
just
with
say
the
her
particular
nephew is on
redactions in question, so I'm happy to have my
the
staff follow
chair
up with you and
watch
figure
list?
out
What?
why there's a
No,
disconnect.
I know that's,
Certainly, I know we've provided all
sorry.
sorts of information to this committee in a variety of forms, and I'm happy to see what it is that's missing and why.
Well, and I think that you have demonstrated a willingness to work with this committee and others. So could you commit in the next 30 days to providing the committee staff on Homeland Security all of the unredacted field interviews?
Well, what I can commit to is that I will follow up with my team to find out what the
No.
heck is going on, and if there's information
They
that we can
can't.
provide that we
You
haven't,
guys can't
we
be
will.
trusted with
Well,
classified
no,
Because I'm not-
no information
Period.
should be redacted, and there can be no good reason. If you can't provide me with a reason why the information is listed as
You
derogatory
can.
right now,
Fuck
then
you.
you should commit to full transparency to Congress. And that can be in a SCIF, that's fine, in a classified setting, but this committee staff should have full access to the field interviews, especially as it pertains to individuals that have been apprehended or encountered at the southwest border with ties to terrorist groups. Yes or no?
I'm not trying to be obtuse, I promise. I don't, since I'm not familiar with the specific redactions, I would ask to be able to go back with my team and find out why it's redacted, and if there's a reason for it
Can
that
you
is
provide
valid, we
us
will discuss
within
that with
30
you,
days?
and if there's not a
Director
reason,
Ray,
we will provide you the
Director Ray, within
He's
30 days, if
answering.
you can provide
Yeah.
this committee in writing a rationale as to why that information is redacted and what classifies it as derogatory, that would be incredibly helpul.
We'd be happy to get back to you
Okay,
within
perfect.
30 days.
And I'm going to follow up because I want to be
I
sensitive
hate
to
this
the time
woman.
here. Can you confirm, I know my colleague August Pfluger from Texas had followed up with Secretary Mayorkas on the issue of Uzbek nationals and their ties to the confirmed ISIS smuggling ring. Can you confirm that you are currently actively investigating the Uzbek nationals that were connected to this ISIS smuggling ring? Yes or no?
Yes, ma'am. We have very focused on this particular threat stream. We have a number of active ongoing investigations related to it. I will say that we have so far not identified any intelligence that the individuals came to conduct terrorist attacks, but that's not the same thing as suggesting that we don't take it extremely seriously and that we're not working it very aggressively. We have lots and lots of agents working on this.
But they did come through a connected terrorist network.
The network that is in question has some ties to ISIS, which is part of why we were concerned. That's why we're taking it so seriously. So what I want to be clear about is not in any way to have my answers suggest to you that we're not taking this extremely seriously and that we're not working it very aggressively. I'm just also trying to avoid undue alarm about what we found so far. So far is a key set of words there. So far.
Okay, I'm going to have follow-up questions for the record with you, Director A. And Secretary Mayorkas, I don't want you to feel left out at all. So I want to touch really quickly
Hey, Jim, welcome.
on the Homeland
You're
Intelligence
on this
Experts
committee?
Group
What the fuck?
that raises some really questionable concerns about the department's impartiality and objectivity. So isn't it true that on September 19, 2013, the department announced the establishment of the Homeland Intelligence Expert Group to provide advice and perspectives on intelligence and national security efforts to the Office of Intelligence and Analysis, INA, and the department's Office of Counterterrorism and their coordinator, yes or no?
We recently announced the group. I'm not
Yes,
sure
perfect.
the precise-
So isn't it true that the composition of this so-called experts group includes former top-level intelligence officers James Clapper, Brennan, and Paul Colby?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so are you aware that Clapper, Brennan, and Colby all signed a now discredited public statement on October 19th,
I might
2020 that
be
incorrectly implied the
somewhat
New York Post reporting about Hunter Biden's laptop
sexually
and influence
attracted
peddling
to
that was
Brennan
supposedly
and
the
Clapper.
product of Russian
I don't wanna talk
disinformation?
about it.
Congresswoman, these are distinguished members, former members of the intelligence.
Yeah.
But this is a simple yes or no. Did they or did they not sign the letter?
Did they or
I
did they
don't
not tempt
know the answer to that
Lolo?
question, but
I do, they did.
with their
Are
smartiness?
you aware that on October 19th, 2020, the statement used by various media organizations and social media businesses to downplay and censor the Post reporting before the 2020 presidential election?
I'm sorry. With the indulgence
It
of
was in
additional time,
October,
Mr.
you
Chairman,
stupid
could you
idiot.
ask
I
that
knew
question
it.
Just a bit of a slower pace.
Yeah.
Are you aware that on October 19th, 2020, the statement was used, the statement that was signed by Brennan, Clapper, and Colby was used by multiple media organizations, social media businesses to downplay and censor the
Kat is
story
embarrassing herself
about
right now.
the Hunter Biden political influence right
Well,
before the
get
2020
ready, because Love's
presidential
about to
election.
tell you,
I
bitch.
am not tracking that, Congresswoman.
Yeah.
Wow. For as much
Don't
time
tweet
and
me.
effort
Don't
as you are putting
don't read to
into
me is on
a
her
Homeland
computer.
Intelligence experts group, that seems shocking that you wouldn't be tracking that. Are you aware that another member of this newly created group, then
I want
Deputy
her to
Attorney General for
get
the
out
Department
of
of
this
Justice,
room.
Tashina Gauhar, I'm sorry, I'm messing up her name here, was extensively involved in the FBI's probe into baseless allegations against President Trump's campaign colluding with Russia?
Congresswoman,
Weren't
let
baseless.
me
Read the
share with
Mueller
you
report,
what I
you
can
stupid idiot.
tell you with confidence is that the individuals who were selected to the experts group are very distinguished and reputable members, former members of the intelligence community, and we're incredibly proud to avail ourselves of
The
their
electorate
expertise.
knew about the laptop.
seems
I
like
knew about the
discrediting.
laptop.
Thank you, I yield
So
back.
the electorate knew about the laptop. Lady, you didn't win.
Want to now yield to the ranking member for his closing statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We've had quite a lengthy hearing about threats to the homeland. I thank our witnesses for their indulgence and patience, and it's appreciated. A couple of things I wanted to add before I do my closing comments. You know, our asylum laws are the laws of the land. As I said in my opening statement, if you don't like them, you're in the right forum to change them. But you can't criticize people who are following the law just because you don't like it. I guess you can, but it doesn't make a lot of sense. I chaired the January 6th committee. I saw a lot of things that went on in this country is clearly not who we are as Americans. I thank the FBI for doing one heck of a job in trying to identify those individuals who attacked this great institution of ours and let the courts determine innocence or guilt. Mr. Ray, I thank you for that. Apart from that, as I said in the start of the hearing, we face serious threats to the homeland from many fronts. A war in the Middle East that may inspire attacks here in the U.S., foreign and domestic terrorism, and cyber attacks, rising anti-Semitism and Islamophobia, and related violence also. Threats to our democratic institutions, our values, as well as our way of life. Serious threats demand action from serious people, not politically motivated attacks, not inflammatory language that divides us rather than unite us, not grandstanding. What is perhaps most troubling is the way my colleagues have twisted facts. Success in interdicting dangerous drugs is suddenly a failure. Success in removing people who should not be in the country is suddenly an impeachable offense. Mr. Chairman, it's upside down. Democrats remain committed to working with the Department of Homeland Security, the FBI, and the National Counterterrorism Center to address all these threats. Democrats are also ready to back up that commitment by supporting the personnel and resources necessary to carry out this critical mission. As I said, a lot of us talk tough, but when it comes time to putting the resources behind the talk, many of my colleagues don't do it. But then we criticize the men and women who are tasked with the responsibility of carrying forth the direction of keeping us safe. So I hope after we close the hearing, the president has submitted a supplemental budget that will address a lot of the issues that have been discussed and expressed from a concern standpoint. I look forward to the new speaker calling it up at some point for us to discuss it. But if we don't provide the resources, if you say you are concerned about the threat environment, Israel, Ukraine, other parts of the world, we have to support it. We have yet to get agreement on making that happen. We have to continue to be the world leader. And in order to do that, we have to take responsible action. So this committee has always historically been bipartisan, one of the more bipartisan committees in Congress. I look forward to trying to get us back to that bipartisanship. We can disagree, but the manner in which we disagree, in my humble opinion, is not who we are as Americans, not who we've demonstrated on this committee since its inception. So that's what the dedicated public servants also, who work to keep us safe, do every day. So again, let me thank the three individuals here, but all the men and women actually who are positioned all around the world who keep us safe. Thank you so much. On my side, if resources is what you need to get the job done, I commit to support the resources for the men and women to do the job. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields, and I wanted to thank the witnesses
Okay,
for
well,
being here.
actually,
And a lot
that's
of work
really
goes
nice
into
of you,
preparing
but
for
I
these, I
only
know.
wanted
And
to hear Benny Thompson. So, wow. Wow. Wowie, wow, wow, wow. Can you guys hear me okay? I just want to make sure. Am I coming through okay? Can you hear me? Can I get a thumbs up? Can I get a what? Wow. That was much spicier than I thought it was going to be. And if anyone missed the beginning part of the stream, I do highly recommend going back and watching the hearing from the beginning. You don't have to watch like all 5 hours in order to get caught up, but the first couple of hours are the hearing before they took a recess. And there was some really significant interaction. Some were just, drama, so whatever. But very interesting interactions and, of course, tension. And I just love ending it with Benny Thompson. I think that's exactly the way to end something like that. All right. But here we go. Let's go down to Georgia. Ooh. Thank you all for hanging in there. Really appreciate it. What? What? All right, so let's go to Mr. McAfee. Let's see what we got here. Let's turn it up a little bit. And then we go like this. No! Okay, play. Thank you. Let me attempt to get us close to where it starts. If you go to the end again, I'll knuckle you. Hold on, everybody. Hold on, everybody. Oh. Wow. 40 minutes of fucking around. No. 45 minutes of fucking around.
If they were interested. And so I think the first thing we should probably do is take a roll call and say.
Great, do a roll call.
Judges, Special Prosecutor Nathan Wade, present here.
All right, and Mr. Wade, who'd be arguing today or making any announcements for the state?
Partially myself and Mr. Wooten, Deputy District Attorney, Mr. Wooten.
Okay, great. Mr. Sadow, I see you, sir.
I'm gonna try and
Good afternoon. Excuse me, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Anyone else on your end that we need to be waiting for or make note of?
I believe Ms. Little is also on.
I am.
All right, great. Thank you. And anyone here on behalf of Mr. Giuliani? All right, not hearing anyone. Anyone here on behalf of Mr. Eastman? Anyone here for Mr. Meadows?
Your Honor, Jim Durham on behalf of Mr. Meadows.
All right, welcome, Mr. Durham. And Mr. Clark?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Catherine Bernard here for Jeffrey Clark.
Thank you, Ms. Bernard. Mr. Smith?
Bruce Morris here on behalf of Mr. Smith.
And Don Samuel, Amanda Clark Palmer, Kristen Nove are all here for
All
Mr.
right,
Smith.
wonderful.
Judge Alan Stockton, I was not quick enough on the unmute, but I'm here for Mr. Giuliani.
Okay, I'll make it.
Judge, my name is David Lewis. I'm here for Mr. Giuliani, and I was muted. And my pro hoc is on its way to the court. Mr. Esposito is vacationing, lucky him, in St. Martin's. So I'm sitting in.
I'm
for
still
him
here. I
today,
just
and
want you
my
guys to see the
filing
screen.
will be made, I believe, by the end of the day.
Okay, so we have Mr. Stockton on behalf of Mr. Giuliani and Mr. Lewis tentatively with a pro hoc still pending. Okay, I think we'd already covered Mr. Smith. Anyone here for Mr. Cheeley?
Your Honor,
Yes,
Chris
Your Honor.
Anolowitz. I'm sorry, Chris Anolowitz here for Mr. Cheeley, and I think
And-
Mr. Rice is too.
And Richard Rice on behalf of Mr. Cheeley as well.
All right, thank you, Mr. Nolan, Mr. Rice, and Mr. Roman. All right, not hearing anybody there. Mr. Schaefer.
Your Honor, Craig Gillen and Anthony Lake for Mr. Schaefer.
Okay, Mr. Still.
Your Honor, Tom Bieber and Cole McFerrin on today for Sean Still.
Mr. Floyd.
Your Honor, Chris Kachuroff and Todd Harding for Mr. Floyd.
All right, and is it Miss Cuddy? And what about Miss Latham?
Your Honor, Bill Cromwell here on behalf of Ms. Latham.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the name. I didn't see who. What was that again?
Bill Cromwell on behalf of Ms.
Cromwell.
Latham.
Got it. Thank you, Mr. Cromwell. All right, and then finally we have Miss Hampton. Anyone here for Miss Hampton? No. Okay.
Your Honor, one addition, this is Tom Clyde. I'm here on behalf of non-party media entity, Constitution and WSB TV.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Clyde. Anyone else here on behalf of any other non-party that has already filed an entry in this case?
Judge Jonathan Miller here from Miss Hampton. My thing was muted.
Understood. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Miller.
Judge, this is Steve Greenberg. I'm here for Ms. Cootie, but I'm on trial in federal court in Chicago, and my internet keeps going out on my phone as a hotspot.
Okay, well, thank you for trying to make it work.
All that
I will
work
say
plan is
at the
gonna
outset
work.
here, this is very much just a hearing where if anyone wants to be heard, they can be at it. It was parties may be at. So if you need to run, Mr. Greenberg, I understand that. And as I understand it, it seems like there's been something of a consensus of an opinion forming for the majority of the folks here. So we can dive into that. So I was informed shortly beforehand that I think the state and all but one defense counsel have agreed on the protective order proposed by Mr. Schaefer. And so I think that still raises a few issues, though, that we would need to work through, especially since it's not a unanimous on behalf of all the parties. So why don't we start it off with the state and Mr. Wooten or Mr. Wade, if there's anything that you'd like to address, we can do that. And then I'd have a few follow-ups for you.
Judge, we just moments ago received an email from Mr. Defendant Floyd's counsel indicating that they would agree as well to what the majority of the parties have already agreed to, which is the language in Mr. Schaefer's proposed order, excuse me.
Okay, so I'll probably have to do another roll call then and go through everyone again just to make sure that that is the case, just so we have it all on the record. But since I've got you here, and I'll just start this with a few questions of my own, the primary difference here, it seems to be that the state originally had proposed what I would characterize as a blanket umbrella protective order, with just essentially anything and everything that's turned over that wasn't already public or wasn't already part of the defense file was going to be held under seal. Whereas my reading of the Mr. Schaefer's proposed order is that there's going to be this intermediary designation of something's going to be sensitive, and then that's going to be what's not allowed to be turned over. So it's not everything. Is that a fair read of that, Mr. Wade?
It is, Judge.
So what, I'm wondering if this is just going to, if we're really going to, if it's just going to result in kind of another series of hearings where there are instantly going to be disputes over what's considered sensitive and what's not. So I have to say there was something about the idea of a blanket appeal that I think in a case like this is voluminous and complex and with as many parties that appealed to me. So do you want to, if you could walk me through where you are and where you've landed on this? I mean, for one thing, I think you'd noted a concern that if parties had the ability to just disclose aspects of their file to the public, I think you'd raise some concerns over that affecting the jury pool. Is that still a concern for yours? And is that going to be adequately addressed by Mr. Schaefer's proposed order?
It is a concern, Judge. It continues to be a concern, but I do think that Mr. Schaefer's proposed order does adequately address it. I think that the posture that we're in now, in terms of walking through Mr. Schaefer's motion, it does indeed address all the concerns that the state has. But the court's point is well taken. There could be a series of arguments between counsel as it relates to what is sensitive and what is not, though.
And Mr. Wade, the state's prepared at this point to go through their entire file and put this label on it and have this done?
We are, Judge. Everything that we've turned over, we believe that we're prepared to go through and say what's sensitive and what's not.
I think you'd indicated, or excuse me, in the proposed order, it indicated simply that what's going to be sensitive is something that should be confidential under applicable law. Can you give us any more guidance of what you anticipate the state labeling as sensitive?
Oh, you mean like videos of proffers?
Judge, I can say as one example, and I think this is kind of what brought us here, certainly proffers. Any videos of proffers would be an immediate example of something that would be sensitive. Anything that contains, of course, personal identifying information would be sensitive. Business records that are considered confidential or that would otherwise be protected because of some economic harm, if they were to be disclosed, would be sensitive. Largely in line, Judge, with what's covered under 1716.4, we believe, with just some additional, 1716.4D, with some additional things that I think just by their very nature make sense to be confidential. Like I said, for example, the proffer videos.
And I think one of the other lingering issues we had to talk about was the state's method of disclosing proffer videos, if any, going forward, going to change as a result of this week's developments.
Yes, Judge, if the court were to enter this order, the proposed order, as it is drafted right now, we would maintain the same system that we've been using, which is we would copy and provide copies of all that information over to the defense. So if this order is adopted, it would not change the process other than the procedures that are provided for in the order itself.
Okay, so with that, then let me just go ahead and cycle through again, and no need to add something if you think it's already been addressed, but I want to give everyone, all defense counsel, the ability to have their say, and we'll see if that's still the case on the behalf of Mr. Floyd. And so from the top, Mr. Sadow, anything that you felt you needed to add?
No, Your Honor, we are in agreement with the proposed order as described by the state. And of course, it's Mr. Schaefer's proposed order. We've joined in, but we're in agreement.
All right. And for Mr. Giuliani, Mr. Stockton?
Judge, we're in agreement as well.
All right, Mr. Durham, on behalf of Mr. Meadows.
We're in agreement, Your Honor.
Ms. Bernard, on behalf of Mr. Clark.
Your Honor, our position remains that no protective order is necessary. However, if the court is inclined to enter one, then we do consent to the entry of the one that has been proposed by Mr. Schaefer.
And why don't you think one is necessary, Ms. Bernard?
The information is largely already publicly available and has been released. And while we are certainly open to considering anything that the state wishes to designate as sensitive materials, the vast majority of discovery in this case consists of information that has been or is being heard in other tribunals on similar allegations. And so we don't think this is information that is being released in a number of forums in a number of different ways. And so we don't believe that any of it is necessarily protectable, though of course if there is any personally identifying information, as the state has indicated, we're not going to share anything inappropriately.
And because Mr. Schaefer's proposed order has that carve out for everything that's already part of the public record, wouldn't that address your main point there?
And that is why, we're not looking to create a fight over this, Your Honor. And if the court is inclined to enter a protective order, we believe that this one does balance the concerns appropriately by requiring the state to designate what it considers sensitive materials and providing us an opportunity to contest that. I did just want to make sure that our position on the record is that we do not believe a protective order is necessary, given the fact that the information that is relevant to this case and the discovery is almost all information that is of public import, public availability, and public record.
Now you know what happened to that little
Okay,
girl
well,
who
I'll note
was
your
a
objection and
robot
I'll make
in
sure
the
to address that
sitcom
in
way back
the
like in the 80s or
order
something. That's how
that
she
we enter on
grew up
this.
to be.
Okay, over for Mr. Smith. I don't know if Mr. Samuel or Mr. Morris.
We consent to the entry of the order proposed by Mr. Schaefer.
All right, Mr. Nolowitz.
We consent to the entry of the order by Mr. Schaefer.
Okay, and Mr. Gillen, anything you wanted to add generally on behalf of Mr. Schaefer?
No, Your
Yes,
Honor,
sir.
we consent to the proposal submitted by Mr. Schaefer.
I would hope so. Okay, I think it was Mr. Beaver on behalf of Mr. Still.
Yes, we consent, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, Mr. Floyd, or not Mr. Floyd, but I don't know if it was going to be Mr. Harding or Mr. Kaczoroff.
Your Honor, this is Chris Kaczoroff from Mr. Floyd. As I indicated to counsel in my previous email, I don't think the protective order is necessary at all. It's not like there's a snitch being revealed in any of these proffers, which is the typical scenario that one would expect to see protective orders entered. But notwithstanding, because of all the defense counsel want to do this protective order, I don't have any objection to entry of this order that Mr. Schaefer has proposed. Only thing I would add is, because it came out in the state's motion that the appearance in the motion was made to seem as though it was the Floyd team that leaked a video. Now, I don't agree, first of all, that there was a leak at all. But secondly, that cost me time and aggravation, because I've had to field phone calls from press relentlessly asking why Floyd leaked the video. And they got it. And I asked them where they got this information from. And the universal response was, well, the state put it in there. They put your email in the motion. Well, the state didn't put the other email in the motion, which was that we had made a typo. Mr. Harding had originally said, we are the source of the leak. He meant to say, we are not the source of the leak. And so they played upon that. And that, quite frankly, is irrelevant to the motion, but it cost me aggravation. So I just wanted something on the record from the state, just acknowledging we weren't the ones that were doing it.
Holy fuck.
Well, I don't know if the state's in a position where they can actually say definitively who did or did not. If I recall from their emergency motion, they noted that you later acknowledged it was a typo. I don't know why the need for the email attachments, but here we are. And I think we've all, when we signed up for the case, agreed for some level of aggravation, but here we are. I think, was there anything else though, other than the note there that you think we need to address as it relates to the terms, exact terms of this protective order?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Kaczoroff. Or is it Mr. Cromwell on behalf of Ms. Latham?
Yes, Your Honor, and we consent to the proposed order by Mr. Schaefer.
Okay. Mr. Miller on behalf of, excuse me, Ms. Hampton.
Judge, if I may, Ms. Hampton is does not believe that an order is necessary, that this is one of the biggest cases the country has had, and that transparency is very important. Since I've been working with her for the last 2 years, she has always said that she wanted to be 100% transparent. And that is why we are opposed to having any kind of regulations on what we can expose and what we can't. But with that in mind, we will adhere to any court order that the court does, and will do so with diligence. But Judge, in being transparent with the court and to make sure that nobody else gets blamed for what happened, and so that I can go to sleep well tonight, Judge, I did release those videos to one outlet. And with all candor to the court, I need the court to know that.
Excuse me?
Well, I appreciate that, candor, Mr. Miller. Is there anything else, though, you'd want to add in terms of,
Excuse me?
I suppose I would lodge it as an objection to the protective order, but not a vigorous one, I suppose. Is there anything else you'd want to
You
add, though? You're
enjoyed your
thinking
law
behind
career, sir. Thank you for
why
enjoying
you
your law
felt these
career. You're going to be
proffers need to be part
fucking
of the public record? Because it feels
bitched
like that
out
should be part of
by your
the
bar.
analysis that I had to do of justifying a protective order.
Okay, if the court will entertain me, Judge, all 4 of those people that did their proffers, they stood in front of you, they did their plea, it was all recorded, it was sent out there for the world to see. And to put those proffers, hide those proffers that show all the underlying things that went into those pleas, it misleads the public about what's going on. I don't believe that 2 of those defendants were directly related to my client. And I don't believe that either one of those hurt my client. If anything, I believe they helped my client. And the public needs to know that. So please keep that in consideration in any order that you do.
I'm going to order you
And
go to
Mr. Miller,
prison,
how
you
would your
stupid
ability
idiot.
to eventually get that in front of the public at a trial be foreclosed by a protective order saying this shouldn't come out until it's determined to be admissible, and it should come out at the trial?
Judge, the problem with that is that this is a very, very public trial. We all know that. How many newspaper organizations are out there right now looking at it? That allows the DA's office to set the tone for the entire trial without giving consideration to the other side of the coin. And that's what needs protecting, Judge. And the public has a right to know.
Trial is happening inside the courtroom. That's where the trial happens.
Well, it's a good slogan, but do we have any case law that says pretrial discovery is a part of our First Amendment concerns? I know Mr. Clyde is sitting there just waiting to be teed up here on behalf of the media organizations. But it seems like having open files for everyone to start litigating the case before we actually get inside of a courtroom comes with a lot of side effects. I don't know if we've thought through.
Judge, I cannot argue with that logic. But so far as case law on
Can
these
we just
issues,
talk about like
I
law?
can coach you a couple of things, but note that the state's only case law that they came up with was a case that wasn't even related to Georgia from 1993. There's just not a lot of Georgia law on this particular issue.
No, I'll certainly grant you that. I think we're a bit unmoored here in Georgia on this issue, but I'll put all those thoughts in the order, which I will hope to get out by tomorrow morning. All right, Mr. Miller, if there's anything else you want to add, if not, I will move it on to Mr. Greenberg. Anything else, Mr. Miller?
No, Your Honor, I appreciate your time.
All right, Mr. Greenberg, if you're still with us.
Yep, I am, Judge. I got a better connection now. So we don't have any objection to the order. However, there was one issue that did come up, which was a suggestion that we would have to travel to the district attorney's office to view video interviews and so forth. Obviously, those are going to be key to trial. They're going to be the kinds of things that you're going to need to work with. So I'm hoping when they designate things as sensitive, they'll take into account the representations of people here today and that we're all professionals. And I'm looking at the screen, and while I don't know most of the people, it looks like
I don't
almost
think you're
everyone's
all
been around a
professionals.
while and
I really
and,
don't.
should be able to be trusted to act in a professional manner, and that we won't have to encamp in Atlanta in their office to look at discovery excessively.
Well, Mr. Greenberg, if I interpreted Mr. Wade correctly, I believe they withdrew that notion. And so whether designated sensitive or not sensitive, discovery is going to go back to the regular course of things. Did I capture that accurately, Mr. Wade? All right, I'm getting a general nod, and there we go.
That might have been while I was searching for a signal, Judge, because I had to switch from the 20th floor to the second floor.
Okay,
So,
understood.
thank
All right.
you.
And so finally, I think we have on behalf of several media organizations, Mr. Clyde.
Thank you, Your Honor. As I mentioned, I'm here on behalf of the Atlanta Journal-Constitution and WSB-TV, but also the Associated Press, CNN, Gray Media, Tegna, Scripps, and the Washington Post. We do object to the entry of the protective order. It is a vigorous objection, Your Honor. And first, I'm going to address the need for the protective order, and then I'll speak to the terms of the protective order. First, Your Honor, we would submit there's just not a need for the protective order to be entered at all. The state in its motion, the defendants in their motions have basically referred to OCGA 17-16-4D. But that authorizes the court to enter a protective order only upon a sufficient showing that discovery required by that article would create a substantial threat of physical or economic harm to a witness. That just hasn't been shown, and that threshold hasn't been met. And it may be that both the state and many of the defendants now consent to some form of a protective order, but that has not been authorized essentially by the law. Essentially, what the state and the defendants are trying to do is get the authority of the court behind an order that will impose secrecy on information that's exchanged during the discovery process, notwithstanding how newsworthy that information is, notwithstanding how much it might inform the public about the circumstances of this case, but particularly in this case, the circumstances of an election that took place that's of extremely significant public importance. So, Your Honor, it's not a matter of whether both sides agree. It's a matter of whether the standard has been met, and we would submit the showing is clearly insufficient to meet that standard. I would also note that the primary authority cited by the state, Gentile versus State Bar of Nevada, is a case where the United States Supreme Court overturned an effort to limit the speech of attorneys by the Nevada State Bar. So it's not a decision that supports the entry of restrictions on speech. It reversed the entry of a restriction on speech. So, Your Honor, I'm going to address the terms of the protective order because in the event the court decides to enter a protective order, I think it's very worthwhile for you to take a hard look at some of the terms. So
Let me start though with first principles with you, sir.
Sure.
Do you agree that the 11th Circuit in the United States Supreme Court have said there's no public right to pretrial discovery?
Absolutely, Your Honor, and let me speak to that. When it says there's no public right to pretrial discovery, what that means is that myself, my clients, they can't come to the court and say, we want access today to the district attorney's file. I agree, we don't have that right. But it's a much different thing. This protective order is a much different thing. It's essentially ordering parties that are facing criminal charges not to disclose information that may be relevant to their case, inculpatory, exculpatory, but also highly newsworthy, highly informative to the public. So it's not a situation whether we can demand access under the First Amendment. It's whether the imprimatur of the court should be used to seal away information that is relevant, not just to this case, but to informing the public about the circumstances that are a matter of
But
public.
it may not be relevant at all. We haven't made that determination. Discovery doesn't necessarily go into relevance. There could be things that are completely inadmissible that a jury should never hear, but that you're saying should be on the front page.
And Your Honor, I'm sorry, when I use the word relevant in that sentence, I mean relating to, bearing on. The legal standard for relevance isn't essentially the issue for the newsworthiness of the information. I agree the court may ultimately exclude it, or the court may allow it to be admitted. But it is also the standard that the hearings in which the court will hear that evidence are presumptively public. In other words, the entire process of the litigation becomes public. And I grant your point, and it's a good one, that we don't have a right to demand to see the state's file or any defendant's file. But that's a very different thing than the court imposing a limit on litigants sharing that information. Your Honor, I'm gonna jump to the terms of the protective order because I think there also are troubling terms within the proposed protective order, and I'm speaking to Mr. Schaefer's protective order at this point. Essentially this proposed protective order would authorize the state to restrict access to sensitive material. And the only definition of that is believes in good faith is entitled to confidential treatment under applicable law. And Your Honor, I would argue that a complete departure from the standard that was articulated by the General Assembly that is part of Georgia law, as we just read, the standard that's set forth in 1716 4D, and it's quite demanding. It requires a showing about essentially physical or economic harm to a witness. This standard is completely amorphous, and it's essentially to get delegated entirely to the state to decide, at least as a threshold matter. That provision is in conflict with Georgia law. At a minimum, there's got to be standards, and those standards have to track Georgia law.
When you say Georgia law, you just mean that one provision under the Reciprocal Discovery Act?
I do, because I believe that's the only provision that authorizes the entry of this kind of protective order.
What about the courts? Where the court just has general equitable powers to organize and control all members and attorneys appearing before it.
Your Honor, I believe that the court does have general powers to control the courtroom and the court proceedings. But in terms of imposing limitations on speech, I think there would have to be a legislative basis for that.
News guy is blowing it, but
that's simply not
whatever.
a
I get the
step
point.
that the Georgia General Assembly has taken. And so why do I think that's a reasonable position for the Georgia General Assembly to take? Because essentially, and I'm going to echo some of the comments made by Ms. Hampton's counsel, is the court is accusing the state is accusing somebody of a crime, imposing that threat upon them. And then now it also wants to use the court's powers to limit what they can say, how they can disclose information that's provided to them bearing on the crime that's accused of them. I just don't think there's a legislative basis to do that under Georgia law, and I don't think it falls squarely within the court's general powers. So I would encourage the court to take a hard look at that provision. I also think at a fundamental level, there is also a problem, Your Honor, in that it is delegating the function to the prosecutors, to the state to make that decision. And I don't think that's appropriate.
Well, it'd be to all of the parties. I think any party who doesn't agree with one of the designations can bring it up. I think it's a collective seat at the table there, as currently written.
Your Honor, I understand that they can then oppose the position. But at a minimum, there would have to be standards that everybody had to comply by. It may be the case, and it's frequently true in litigation, that both sides are happy to proceed in secrecy, but that is generally not the approved approach of our court system. And so this structure would have to have standards in place that would limit the decision making. Otherwise, both sides could, just as a matter of convenience, say, hey, let's agree to keep all of this information confidential, notwithstanding how newsworthy, how informative to the public it might be. And that's what I think is changing the calculus that is imposed by Georgia law, and in changing it in a very dramatic way in a very important case.
And so in your mind, is there a way to salvage this protective order? Or is it just simply the case that there shouldn't be one at all?
Your Honor, our position is there shouldn't be one at all. And that's a full stop right there. There shouldn't be a protective order in this case. I don't think recent events in any way suggest there should be a protective order in the case. I think as Ms. Hampton's counsel articulated, the information that came out, it simply builds on a significant volume of information that's been in the public record now for a very long time. It doesn't suggest in some way that there's a physical or economic threat to witnesses. And Your Honor, I say that, we make that point, noting that we're in a very different environment here than we were with the jury selection order. In other words, we acknowledge some grand jurors had faced that there was evidence of problems with respect to grand jurors. We worked very hard with the state to find an order regarding how to protect the future jurors in this case. That was appropriate. We worked with the state. We reached a consent order. Here, our position is there's just not a need for a protective order in this environment. And the standard that has to be met, even if both sides agree, hasn't been met. There is one other provision, though, that, Your Honor, I would like to draw the court's attention to, because it also to us is clearly inappropriate, and that's paragraph 9 of the proposed order, where it says any evidence designated by the state as a sensitive material shall not be filed with the court except under seal. In other words, it's laying the groundwork to file these materials under seal. That is directly in conflict with Rule 21. In both civil cases and criminal cases, materials can't be filed under seal until the court has a hearing, considers the document by document the issues that are being asked to be filed under seal, and weighs the evidence about whether privacy outweighs public interest with respect to the filed materials. It is once materials are filed, to note the dividing line that the court mentioned before, then the media and the public and the press have a full-on constitutional right to access to those materials. So the proposed order that's being suggested by Mr. Schaefer, we think is not appropriate with respect to trying to protect the discovery process. We would submit it's also clearly inappropriate because it is intruding into the constitutional protection for filed materials as well.
All right, thank you, Mr. Clyde. Let me do this. Why don't I start with the state and then go to Mr. Schaefer if there's any response, if necessary and if desired, and then I can also open it up to the floor as well. So, Mr. Wooten, Mr. Wade.
Yes, Judge. On behalf of the state, just kind of as a threshold matter, it's the state's position that the media interveners do not have standing in this matter. We don't believe that pretrial discovery has ever been a situation where the media has a vested interest, or as the court pointed out, there's no First Amendment right for the public to access any pretrial discovery materials. So as a threshold matter, we don't believe that they're standing to object, period, and would note that all of the individuals or all the parties that do have standing in some form or fashion are consenting to this order with some limited objections. Also, just to reiterate that the protective order as it is written now does not itself restrict any particular discovery. It simply creates a mechanism through which the state can designate discovery material as something that should be protected, sensitive material, gives the defense the opportunity to object, and then creates a mechanism by which the court can make the ultimate determination if there is some dispute. So we believe that, notwithstanding the provisions in 1716-4D, that, as the court earlier pointed out, that this type of order is clearly within the inherent power of the court to manage the proceedings. Again, this order itself does not restrict any disclosure of any particular item of discovery. It just creates a mechanism through which that determination can be made at a later date.
Okay. And Mr. Gillen, anything from Mr. Add on behalf of Mr. Schaefer?
You know, we would agree that the mechanism suggested here is for an efficient and professional handling of pretrial discovery. This isn't a trial. It's our getting information. And we want to do that in a way where we get as much of the information as we can and are entitled to without any kind of limitations being placed upon it by the state. And, you know, for example, the videos. We want those videos as soon as they're made to review them, to assess them, and to prepare our defense. The proposed order agreed to by the parties, and understanding Mr. Clyde's position that you know, that he does have standing. I need not frankly address that. I will say that this proposed order allows the flexibility of the parties not to let the state make a unilateral decision. If they make a decision we disagree with, then we'll be raising that with the court. Now, I hope that doesn't really happen much. And frankly, I don't think that it will. Because I think what everybody involved in the litigation here wants to do is to handle this in a professional way.
They just
where we end up
released
trying
it.
this case
Did you
in the
listen?
courtroom, not in a series of extraordinary news stories concerning the process of discovery. So this proposed order, agreed to by the state, and we appreciate their agreeing to our proposed order, permits that flexibility, but also allows the state to know with some degree of certainty if they label something sensitive, we have a period of time to say no. We probably, I doubt in many instances will, but if we do, then we're going to be bringing that back to court. And also in this proposed order, there is a component which allows, if you know, that there can be either party or a party can move to modify if it's not working. I think it's going to work, and I hope that the court does adopt the proposed order that we have proposed, and there have been no real objections by any of the defense counsel other than they don't believe that there should be any limitations. Protective orders are a commonplace in federal criminal litigation. I understand this is not a federal trial, but I mention that point because it's a way of illustrating how the parties, although we can battle on various issues, evidentiary legal issues, that in the context of sensitive information or material that one side or the other believes should not be disseminated publicly for media consumption, allows for
That's
that kind
supposed
of
to be a very
protection.
tough
And
accent
if we
to
can't agree,
recreate, Jim.
then
Very
ultimately it goes
unique
to the court.
accent.
So
I think
notwithstanding
Dave's
Mr.
got
Clyde's
some good
objections, we would ask that the court sign
compliments
the
from people from
consent order that
Baltimore.
has been agreed to
I
by
heard.
the state and by the defense counsel.
All right, thank you, Mr. Gillen. And perhaps by show of Zoom hands, if there's any other defense counsel who just wanted to be heard or make a point, I'll survey the room now, but seeing none.
Judge, this is Chris Kucherov from Mr.
Yes,
Floyd.
sir.
My client wants me to state that he's withdrawing his consent to the Schaefer order, and he agrees with the Mr. Clyde's argument on the Atlanta Journal-Constitution side.
All right, so noted. All right, well, I will, as I mentioned, we'll be putting together an order on this. And Mr. Clyde's point on behalf of the media interveners is well taken, that I believe that the First Amendment concerns of this case are not ones to just be ignored or flippantly denied. And those are certainly ones I've been sensitive to throughout this process and why we tried to have these proceedings as open as possible. However, pretrial discovery, I think, places us in a very different realm. And there are, as my understanding and reading of much of the federal case law on this point, I guess I'll highlight Seattle Times, which is a United States Supreme Court case from 1984, as well as, I think it was Anderson, United States v. Anderson, 11th Circuit case from 1986, which very much go into these issues of why discovery is something that is placed in a different box than just your general courtroom proceedings, which are going to remain open throughout this process for everyone. But until we decide what's going to be relevant and admissible, this case should be tried, not in the court of public opinion as much as possible, but before a jury and with competent, with evidence that has been vetted and approved. So, and also to Mr. Clyde's point, I think that being that just constraining ourselves to the reciprocal discovery statute does may not address all of the points raised in the protective order. But again, through my read of Seattle Times and generally the court's equitable powers laid out in 15-1-3, the court has the power to control in the furtherance of justice the conduct of its officers. And I combine that with the need to keep the jury pool as untainted as possible, the need to keep discovery free flowing in this process so that all parties can be prepared and to prevent pretrial surprise. We've already seen what may happen if a protective order isn't put in place, which is onerous logistical burdens that we're going to have to discuss. And I think a protective order mitigates, if not protects against all those entirely. So again, I'll be looking very closely, Mr. Clyde, at some of the other First Amendment aspects you raised, such as the ceilings to courtroom filings and that sort of thing. But I certainly will be modeling a protective order based on that proposed by Mr. Schaefer. So to that end, we'll conclude on that issue. I do want to highlight, and since everyone's here, we can open the floor to general housekeeping, I suppose. But I did want to add, we have our another discovery deadline coming up on December 4th for reciprocal defense discovery. I've received and reviewed 2 motion extensions for that on behalf of Mr. Meadows and Mr. Clark. And I just wanted to flag for everyone that my thought right now is to add those onto our motions hearing on December 1st so that we can address those if counsel are going to be available. But I would add that the initial inclination is that if the extension is going to be granted, it's only going to be for the motions deadline. I didn't see a case articulated in those briefs of why an initial batch of reciprocal discovery on behalf of the defense should not be turned over by December 4th. So I just would flag that. And I would think that if anyone else is anticipating wanting to file motions for extensions, that it would most likely be more conducive to do all that in one batch on the 1st as well. And we can consider those issues. So with that, is there any other kind
Will
of
Zoom be
housekeeping?
available on, I'm sorry, Your Honor, will Zoom be available for the hearing on the 1st?
All right, Mr. Greenberg, if that is necessary, I'll certainly entertain the request. I understand I think you said on trial in Illinois or something like that. All right.
Yes. Thank you.
All right. Any other counsel want to be heard on that or any other housekeeping matters since we're all here? Okay. Seeing none, then be on the lookout for that supplemental notice for the 1st. And we will see you all then, those who are on the schedule. Thank you all.
So long, farewell, auf Wiedersehen, good night. Do, 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 do. So long, farewell, auf Wiedersehen, good night. It's time to sleep. Oh boy. Wow, wow, wow. What a morning. Wow, 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 wow. Oh, what a good you know what it is? Okay, like I'm having a good life right now, and so I'm enjoying it. And I want to just say thank you to all my friends too, because you guys have gotten me through every tough moment that I've had since I've known you. So I just want to thank you. Even if you don't know you do, but a lot of you do know you do. Anyway, so I just want to thank you for that because it really does mean a lot. And it's just I don't know. I just the last few days have really reinforced for me that I'm feeling good about who I am. And it's sad if people can't like just own mistakes or walk with integrity or if they feel the need to lie about situations like that's not something I can control and I don't need to because again they just show their whole ass. So it's okay with me. I show my whole ass all the time. I mean, for reals. But anyway, not really, but yeah, oh, thank you guys so much for coming. I really appreciate it. I'm missing everyone so much, but I am very excited. I'm going to be working on, as I spoke of earlier, for those of you who may have missed it, I'll be working on the reenactment of the illegally released proffer video. Of specifically Madam Sidney Powell. I started mimicking her when I was watching the playback of her proffer, and something clicked, and I said I must do this. And so you may look for that coming soon, but I'm going to try and do a decent job of it. I now need to add Misty Hampton's lawyer and his confessional. I am definitely going to reenact that confessional as part of the proffer porno that I'm about to create. That's what I'm going to call it. Lolo makes a proffer porno. That's the name. We just came up with it. Oh my God. Oh, the thank yous, Lee. I love you. God, my sister Lee. I love you so much. Oh, Paulina, I love it. It's so nice to see you. And Marie and Jim and Joe Dempsey and Max Flower. And who else is Oomph is here? And Gal. Gal, I made you a mod so that you can pull links in anytime you fucking want. You don't have to rely on my idiotic. I gotta airdrop this because I don't know how to open stuff on my computer. Clark, hey Clark, thanks for the membership. I hope it's going to be the best $1.99 you ever spent, but I can't guarantee that because sometimes there's things for $1.99 that are like super awesome. And oh, you're not late, girl. Come on now. Don't worry. Hey, man, you can play back. Actually, the first part of this, Paulina, is actually really interesting. And then it just goes in about 2 hours, and then there's a bit of a break in the middle, so it's not really 6 hours of live stream. The first couple of hours is when the first part of the hearing took place, and frankly, it's pretty spicy. So you didn't miss too much in that regard, but kind of a crazy day news-wise. But it's a beautiful day here because it's like super gray and like a little rainy, and it's just feeling very cozy. And I know not everyone is in cozy, but I just hope that everyone finds some cozy today because I feel like today gave me, the gift of cozy. And I hope what is that? Higa? What is that? I don't know how to say that. Clark can't get a dance for $1.99 anymore. Oh, girl, I will dance for you, Clark. I will dance for you. It won't be, it'll be a rather Elaine level dancing, but I'll do the best that I can. I'll sing for you. I'll definitely sing for you. Sometimes off key, but most of the time not, at least somewhat near the key. Unless, it's well, mostly on purpose, but sometimes on accident. I won't hit a note. Yeah, so ain't nothing gonna slow me down. Oh, I've got to keep on moving. Nobody's gonna break my stride. Nobody's gonna slow me down. Oh no. I've got to keep on moving. Yeah, no, Clark, I'm not gonna give. Yeah, the Scandinavian concept of hygge. I think that's just cute. I love the word. I think it's beautiful. Yeah. Oh no, I'm not gonna do it. No, because I want it to be like a fucking. I want it to be as mind blowing as it can be, and I don't want to overblow it, but you know what I'm saying. Like I want it to be a surprise. It really. Urgh. I don't want to plant a seed. Wow. So I think I'm gonna exit stage left and continue working on a few things that I'm working on. Oh, and then the other thing is that for those of you who may have missed the beginning of the show, one of the things I'm really inspired by is I've been, I've always talked about wanting to put out more information. I mean, this is what I want to do with my time right now. Like I want to be online, I want to be talking about politics, I want to be laughing with my friends, I want to, watch things together. Otherwise, I don't always understand everything as a lot of us do. We don't all understand a lot of things that are happening. I am really into watching this type of stuff. Yeah, right. Hey, sometimes not all the funny, not all the jokes are funny, but we try. Um, but I think that if we can get, I'm a voice. Gal Squad is a voice. There are other voices, wonderful voices, and all of us who want to be speaking on how we become a better community of people, also known as the United States, but let's just talk about it in terms of people. That's my goal. My goal is more perfect union. And one of the concepts I feel really passionately about is media literacy. And the fact that if we help people understand how to consume messaging and to identify what is messaging and what is fact, then that can help us as a civilization, perhaps, deal with the onslaught of mind games that small actors and large actors alike are perpetrating on the world in different ways. Not to be overblown, but that's really in large part what's happening to their own. And bonsoir, I don't know, bonsoir, or is it bonsoir? Or is that happy party? Soirée is a party, right? Bonsoir. I don't speak French. Marie puts up with my really, really bad French. So thank you, Marie. Merci beaucoup, mon chéri. Um, so media literacy and understanding how to consume all of those. Good afternoon. Thank you. It's not party. God dang. Okay. I'm an idiot. Um, in and as I made the point earlier, I feel like the friends that I have, the reason I was drawn to them in the beginning was their brain and their information and their diligence and their caring about other people, and just, of course, then we became friends in real life. And so I've been hanging out with Gal, Suburban, Jay Rance, Tina, and Clayberg since 2021, right after January 6th. So when I really got engaged in Twitter, because I was working full time, like super before then, and I wasn't on social media. I didn't grow up on social media. I'm an old lady. I mean, we all know this. So which is kind of funny. So here's the funny part about the trolls. Because I didn't grow up on social media, I don't give a shit about any of their weird manipulations or references when it comes to social media and bullying online and all that stuff, because it's like, dudes, I don't half the references are like, I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. You know what I mean? So it's like I kind of laugh at when they are like, oh, we're gonna be scary or whatever. Anyway, I don't care about them. So with Gal Squad, you know, Jay Rance and Gal and Tina and Clay, all of us have been on spaces together, and certainly Gal has been on the show here. And we have fun together. Like we have video calls and we have super fun together and all kinds of stuff. So I think oh, hold on. I'm so sorry. Can you guys hold on just a second? I think I have a delivery. Sorry about that. Anyway, so donuts delivered. I love it. No, I wish it was pizza. No, it's not the Herb Man. Oh my God. The Herb Man. I have to call the Herb Man. Okay, anyway. Bon vivant. Bon fête. Oh no, yeah. Festival. Oh, okay, yeah. So another thing about me is that you know, I like to watch all the right-wing media, and that's really most of the stuff that I watch. I watch some movies, but anyway, what am I talking about? I watched this show called Chicks on the Right, and it's terrible. It's horrible. I do not recommend it. It's not actually, it doesn't actually add anything to the conversation. But what struck me when I was watching it the other morning was like, that's it. I'm fucking done. You know, like these chicks have, they didn't have very many viewers. I don't know if they have it on, if they have any other distribution other than YouTube. I think they do. I think they're on Rumble and other things. And their messaging is terrible and it's not intellectual at all. I mean, it's all the same messaging that's come down and regurgitated and dumbed down and all that kind of stuff. But what it did was say to myself, like, no, this is what you should be spending your time on, because I'm basically retired. And I don't need a salary like for my basic comfort. I've got what I need because of, just whatever. And I think that I just want to do this. I want to work on something like this. I want to have a platform where Gal Squad particularly can be featured and because we have great conversations, we have video calls all the time, so I know what the cadence of conversation can be, and that is entertaining. And we've done it on Spaces and other things. So I'm going to push hard. And the fact that we do have connections to the Midas network, so it's not so far-fetched that we could get the attention of a platform. But in order to really do something like this, and it's something that I know I've talked about a long time, I'm good like showing up to the content. Obviously, I have my issues with that, but it's also because it's like 100% on me to turn on the camera and go, right? And that's fine. That's what I signed up for, but I know what my limitations are. And I can't do the production where I get, gather all the clips, figure out what the run of show is going to be, make sure that we're doing a lot of good social media to promote the show and all that kind of stuff. And so that's like the production side, right? Just a producer, someone to run the logistics and all that kind of stuff, right? Like a round table, and you could invite people into that round table. Like it can be an open place for dialogue and other things. And it can be fun, and it can build community, which is really ultimately what one of my end goals. But there's one, what is lacking for me as an individual to make this happen is like the production, that logistical piece. The technology, I feel like, can always be overcome. Like I feel like I have decent technology, like that's not really the issue. But then I don't need to necessarily be compensated, but I want people who are committing to the project to be paid. Like people should be paid if they're going to treat this like a job, or a professional endeavor. So anyway, so that's why I was like, that's it. Somebody has got to get us in front of fucking Midas. I won't swear much, because Midas, number one, has some relationships in our atmosphere. MSW Media, Mueller, she wrote media. We could hello, hi, hi. Hi. I'm not picky. What I'm saying is I kind of have figured out like a little bit of what is missing for me. And I just, like I've been doing this over a year pretty regularly with, some interruptions, but pretty regularly and increasing. So it's given me a chance to really think about what has gotten in the way of doing it well and what has worked well, target underserved rural markets. Yes. Yes. Yeah. And, like, I'm not saying we're the only voices. I'm just saying I'm here. I want to be a voice. So I'm going to do my hustle to be the voice and help. Do I need to own it? Abso-fucking-lutely not. Oh, no. This is a collective. So I don't need to be the star. It doesn't need to have my name. I don't give a shit. I do not give a shit. I just want to talk to smart people. I want to talk to smart people. I want to make stupid jokes. I want to do funny voices. I want to do dramatic readings. I want to bring these headlines to life. I want to infuse it with what is media literacy? Let us discover it together. And then we can figure out what that means for us in our community, right? What do we advocate with the school board for? What do we, and it's not, and that's what people want to make it. That's the community piece. I don't care. Again, I'm just dreaming of what happens when you create something like that. I'm not saying that's my end goal. Although, wouldn't it be wonderful if more people were civically engaged? Woo. I'm okay with that. So anyway, that's where my kind of I really got happy when I started getting excited about that and saying, wow, like Chicks on the Right as an example of a relatively somewhat name recognition. I mean, to the extent that a lot of the small bloggers or vloggers have recognition in the MAGA world. But the thing about it is, this Lee, I'm going to talk about that in a minute because this is definitely, yeah, and the analysis. It's not, and we always get accused of like, you're not this, you're not that, you're not whatever. I know I'm not showing up to be anything more than I am, which is a person with an opinion and sometimes a good joke and maybe a song. And then Gal shows up and her strength is research and is building kind of like a little bit of an understanding of some of the networks that exist in our world and how they impact us. Clayberg follows some of the most disgusting people on the planet to places that I don't think nice ladies should go. And J Rance is like the fucking queen of memes, first of all, and a fucking OSINT on her own. And Tina, forget about it. Fucking Queen Tina of the thread. The lady of the thread. That's what I call Tina. She is now the lady of the thread. She has found and indexed in her brain more information about the networks also involved in the fuckery. I mean, down to like industry level, like military industry, you know what I mean? Like, so these people are very fucking smart and all of us have our strengths and there's more people that have strengths, but these are the chicks I know. These are the chicks to the left. And no, that's not the name of the show. I love Tina. She is a star. So anyway, so that's where I kind of went. It was a little bit of a weird weekend because I did get sick over the weekend, but it actually ended up getting a lot of great sleep on Sunday. So that was a gift. And I don't know, since then I've just gotten more and more kind of pumped. Oh, J Rance is so beautiful. God, beautiful people. I mean, I've really known those women through hell and back, and not a single time have they made me feel like I wasn't an important part of their world. And they have been a lifesaver. Chicks in the Right. Yeah, Chicks in the Right. That's a good one. Chicks who are in the right. But, again, there's so many people even on Twitter that I would love to like, talk to and stuff like that. So, and we can have some fun while we're doing it. And that would be a fun part for me, obviously. And I would love to learn because that's what I do a lot. Like I would not be able to watch these, like I said earlier, watching these hearings would be really challenging because number one, I won't pay attention the entire time. I will multitask. And number two, I also, you guys fucking, and I'm not sugarcoating. I'm not trying to, kiss your ass. You guys are fucking smart. I know you guys, and you're all very, I'm sorry using the term guys. It's just, it's a habit. All of you are so smart and so fucking funny and so empathic and caring about this. And that is what gives me life when it comes to where we are. And on the opposite side of being really happy about feeling focused about something I want to see come to life, that has been a really hard where I've seen, especially on Twitter, like I literally asked my daughter the other day, I said, she's seen my Twitter, timeline. And I said, is your Twitter timeline fucked up like this? And she's like, number one, I don't really use Twitter. Number two, no, there's none of that on my timeline. There's some activism that I'm not going to talk about, but she's like, I've got this activism and that activism, but your stuff, like that political stuff, no. No, the trolls and that stuff, no, that's not on my Twitter. And so it's like Twitter is a fucking like I literally tried to like I wasn't going to block people anymore on Twitter cuz I'm like I don't care. You know, like it's almost too much trouble to even go to the block. But now I have to because they're just fucking relentless. And I'm like I have not touched you. I have not talked. I have not come into your threads. I don't ever at you. I don't do that. I mean, I do tell what you do. I'm going to tell you what you do. I'll tell you that. I'll tell you what you do and when you piss me off. But that's just freedom of speech, darling. Clark, number one, thank you for having the spaces because I wasn't in a place where I could do like a whole lounge, but you gave me a chance to connect with people on Friday night, and personally, that was quite a gift. So I want to say thank you for that, Clark. Number two, I felt like I railroaded a little bit, and it's just because I go into like automatic overdrive when it comes to spaces. So I really apologize. So feel free to always interrupt and tell me to like, well, I'd like to do this now, Lolo. I will always respect that. And I really appreciate you setting that up. I thought it was a wonderful space. I thought it was really informative and we need to do more of that. And that's another person. We need to have Jim on. You know, like I'm not no, I'm not scared. You don't scare me. Oh, and the other thing we talked about this morning is the Flynns and their whole RFK and this and that and the other. And my hot take was I think the Flynns are just playing games because the heat is on. Yeah, I think the heat's on Mikey because Sydney flipped. So I'm sure he's not all that happy about it. I think he's probably like super. Oh, you're very kind. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, yeah, Jim's a good guy. So, yeah, I don't know, I'm excited. Oh, and another thing we plugged earlier. Oh, ghost buses. Do 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 do. We got to do that video, don't we, Max? Do 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 do. Ghost buses. When you see a stranger in your neighborhood, who you gonna call? Ghost buses. When illegal, wait. When you wait. Um, when you're so damn no, I don't I want to say something about like when you're so dumb that you call uh when you're so dumb that you call someone an illegal instead of a human. I couldn't make that fit in the song lyric, so I apologize for that. Joe drinks a lot. And that's the thing. Joe oh, the ghost bus tour. I must have been driving or in the car when that was that. I had someone drive me to my appointment cuz my car's in the shop. Actually, it turns out it wasn't that much damage. I'm really happy about it. So no big deal, but I so I had to have someone drive me today. And I was like, I missed that. The ghost buses. Yeah. Anyway, so thank you again for coming, Clark and Joe and his nephew. I mean, they're just like so. I don't know. The girls are. It's a little bit of Kardashians going on with it. This is like it's like watching the Kardashians. That's what watching the Flynns is like. They should get their own show on Bravo called The Flynns, flailing like a Flynn. And by the way, there's more than just the Flynns to arrest. If anybody wants to know, I've got a list of dozens of names. So I can be obsessed with many dozens of people at once. Anyway, thank you guys so much for coming. I will see you at the lounge on Friday. Do not be late. Or go ahead and be late. That's fine. But just know that I am very happy that you spent some time with me today. Thank you so much. Thank you for bearing with my step away from the desktop, if you will. I appreciate it. And for all your kind comments and always your friendship. It's always welcome and always appreciated. Thank you to my two acting mods, Oomph and Gal. We use the mod as a tool not as a function. So just so you know. And thank you to Clark for being a new member and all the members. Oh my gosh, thank you. We got to do our movie night. Movie night. I got to figure that out. I think it's going to be Saturday night. Unless, Saturday night's bad. I mean, I don't know. All right, punch into work, babes. All right, I will see all of you on the interwebs, and please be safe out there, and don't let the fuckers get you down, because that's what they are, fuckers.